For it's begins. Let's go generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
Los Angeles. Your cover sitting great on the keyboard. Working away. Vocals, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare work it work. Come on, tickler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the updating green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and flights to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alleluia brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with clones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing. It's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth. We weren't meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. You worked your ass off hoping for a promotion or something. Years and years and years gone. And you're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. But you know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 point. Now let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got.
If you're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labor, you aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies. Sorry about that. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I gotta untie my cords here. Give me 1 second here, folks. Blessings. And I'll holler at you guys about a few things. I mean, especially the architectonic realm. You know what I mean? Which is the realm of symbols, as I've been pointing out, right? And it's the way that, okay, basically lies and deception and all these things basically originate, right? So we're working with the symbolic, right? And I said symbols are the primary form of technique, right? Okay, symbols are part and parcel of how technology is formed. Now, the medium is the message, right? So the symbolic forms are really the primary forms of technique, right? So what we're working with is really symbols, right, as technology, right? The symbols can be used as technology, and symbols are primary to both ideas and language, right? As I've said before, it's language that needs symbols. It's not symbols that need language, right? Okay, so symbols can, overemphasize, right, certain words, phrases, and ideas, right? They can contextualize, right? They can over contextualize and implode the meaning of certain words and terms, right? So a symbol is more powerful than language. It's more primary to language and is the nub of this thing that we call technique itself, right? Technique is about forming a how-to behind things, right? So technique is different from knowledge, right? Knowledge has to be possessed, right? Okay. Similar to this notion of wisdom or primordial essence or the truth that cannot be possessed by humans, right? Technique cannot be possessed, right? Because it is the depersonalization of knowledge itself, right? Into the form of methods, right? Methodologies, right? Everything has methodologies, right? That's why I say that technique itself is pretty much universal, right? But you can derive a technique for each thing, right? And that is basically creating a process in the material sense that is basically similar to the function of that thing, right? So you could take technique and apply it universally, right? And yeah, technique is part of technology. It's the techne in technology, right? To be more specific, right? And of course, Ellul talks about this idea of technique. Right now, Ellul wrote 2 or 3 very important books, right? One is called The Technological Society, right? The other is called The Technological Bluff, and another one is called The Technological System. Now, we'll be reviewing all 3 of those texts here on this show, right, to kind of explain the parameters of and explain how this thing called technology, right, can really function on a society-wide level, right? Right, so that it could act as a replacement for nature, right? And once it does that, then the people who create technology, they can convince man that man has dominance over nature, right? Some of this process has already begun, right? And it's been going on for a long time, right? Okay, so the fact is that people who want to create a system parallel to nature and then convince man that it's man's ingenuity that built that system and they rely on nothing from nature. Okay, it's to mystify man's own intelligence, right? To make him think differently about his own capacity. Now, they are creating a sort of landing pad for another sort of intelligence, right? To propagate itself, right? And that is exactly what this technology is, right? And essentially, when we hear stories of the Antichrist, right, it's going to create a world of world peace, right? It's not going to create a world of conflict and misery and slavery. No, it's actually going to be a world of world peace, right? Whereby most people think it's the best it's ever going to get, right? But they're going to be deluded, right, into living that way. they're not going to have the ability to challenge it. And you know, a few people are going to realize, you know, that the entire system is fake, but by then it will already be too late, right? You know, to have any significant changes, right? But it's pretty clear that, you know, that this process has already begun, that that's already happening, right? So people who are simply, you know, going to be living in a world, right? Okay, in which they allow themselves, right, to put or to play a part or a role, right, within the falsely generated, you know, value systems, you know, that are becoming placed on all of humanity, right? They're not going to be able to challenge. Okay, they're going to be ideologically subverted to the level that they're not going to be able to challenge. Okay, what's going on, and it's because the use of symbols morphs your entire psychology, right? Okay, you know, and hence technology itself basically poisons the well, right? Now, I mean, I'm going to get into different ideas here, you know, and I'm going to start with reading some of Skolimowski's work. Right now, we're looking at Skolimowski's work, in which he's laying out different epochs. He's saying that we've moved from a age, okay, of a religious consciousness to one of a technological consciousness, and that's going to be kind of the theme of the show today. Right? Is how did this process, okay, begin to take place? Right, and it's kind of a greater theme of this entire show, right? Is how we connect, you know, not only science and spirituality, but technology and religion, right? Okay. So I read a little bit of this, and I want to summarize some of the views that that he's putting forward here, right? And I want to kind of read again what he's talking about in terms of a religious conscience, right? And also, we're sort of explaining some of these ideas on the alternative channel as well, right? So we've begun explanations of topics like Zionism and liberalism and those things. Isn't it so weird that when Joe Rogan and Andrew Wilson and all these people started covering Zionism, and now they're having this entire thing in the news, right, where Trump is going supposedly going against Netanyahu and all this stuff, right? So you know, I think that's a lot of media stuff, right? And it's obvious that there's no straight talk behind it. They're simply bolstering this person, right, into you know, saying that he's going to accomplish these great things, right? Similar to the QAnon debacle, right? And yeah, it's just funny how, you know, they cover you know, when we cover something here, right, and they start talking about it, right, on all these alternative debate shows, then it shows up on the mainstream media later, right? Well, it's pretty obvious to us that these people were paid to curate the narratives, okay, before the stuff shows up in the media. You know, these are the ground workers, right? Okay, so all of this internet media, okay, all of these panel shows, almost all of them, right, are being manufactured, right, by production companies, right? Okay, or, you know, there's people that are manufacturing drama for a fake grift online, right? So there's all sorts of, you know, fraudulent activity, all sorts of fraudulent activity. Yeah, please go ahead, Reddington.
Sorry
And welcome to the show.
to
Blessings.
interrupt.
No, you've been here. I never even acknowledged you. Blessings.
It's okay. Let's just say there's plenty of useful idiots in these panels too. So it's like
Right.
Just like they use ignorance against us, they use ignorance as a weapon. So useful idiots have their usefulness set for their agendas. Basically.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the thing is that there's a hive mind, right, that's developing, right, in terms of social conscience of what's allowed and what's not allowed and what people deem to be fake and what's real and what's accepted to be fake and what's accepted to be real, right? Okay, but it's pretty obvious, okay, that on another end, people are being deluded into different factions and groups, right? So we have to look out on both levels. Not only are the divisions fake, but the unity is fake, right? So you know, there's a mass conscience developing on top of the entire thing, but also there's individual iterations of that mass consciousness developing, right? So where do we look at the changes that are going on around us, right? We have to look at it on the level of the symbolic, right? And trying to break down the symbols that people are using, right? And trying to understand where those symbols originate and how they are being contextualized and or subverted, right? And people would start out, see, whether people are useful idiots or they're actual subverters, right? They're availed to symbols, right? Because the people that are creating the hoaxes, they understand that they have to use the symbols, right? The people on the bottom level, they're deluded by the use of the symbols. They're deluded to think that some of those symbols represent benign things, right? You know, man is a symbol. You know, man has become symbolic. He's become symbolized, right? And you know, you could say man is symbolized as Jesus. You know, he's symbolized in many ways.
In Adam, of course.
In Adam, in Thor, however you want your man symbolized, he's been symbolized, right? They've created an image of man, right? Okay, so there's man. Okay, there's what is man, and then there's what is the symbol of man. Okay, these are two completely separate issues. Okay, now I say man is unique. I say nature is mute. I say God is exalted, and I say technique is universal.
I'd say probably one of their main things is to create the image of man, not necessarily, the symbol of man after their own image. Whoever they end up being, they want us they want us like them, in a sense.
Yeah, you have these two quotes. You have one that represents the abyss of skepticism, right? Which is literally that, you know, man is a measure of all things. You know, and then you have the other idea that, okay, God became man, so man can become so man can become God. And then there's a third idea that man is God. Which one is it?
Probably,
which one would you like? Which one do you believe in?
Oh, those are three definitely different questions. But I'd say the real answer isn't any of them, but obviously they'll try to get us to believe in one of them.
Right. You know, that either, you know, there is no God, that man is the measure, that this is it, this is the final thing. Right. Or that, you know, it's a process of becoming like something that is the ultimate thing, or you're already there. You know, which one is it? That's a question. Now, Ghazali interestingly, he said that not only is it true that that everything in existence is God, but it's also true that you know nothing of God. That if God was the totality of existence, we couldn't possibly know anything about it.
Would that be a skepticism, or would that be kind of like an agnostic?
It's really
kind
weird,
of
isn't it? It's
statement?
really weird, isn't it? Right? It's really weird.
Especially if everything is part of God, then you can't know yourself either.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah. Now, how about let's get easier. Okay, we could see if God is separate from reality. That's a tough question because we got to go to whether you believe in God or not. But we could go to an easier question. Are you separate from nature? Because as far as we know, nature does not care what happens to us. Or so we're made to think, right? Made to think that nature has no will. We're made to think that. Who made us think that? Who made us believe that? That we're separate from nature, that nature has no will. Now, I think nature is mute, but I think nature is also intelligent. Not everything that speaks thinks. And not everything that thinks speaks. But that goes back to the primary issue of language. Is it in the mind or is it in the world? Right? Is language part of nature or is it part of the mind? Right? And that gets to some serious issues, right? About the use of symbols and the use of technique. Where does it come from? Where does it originate? Right? But unless we have a framework for ultimate questions, okay, if we have a framework that prematurely dismisses these ultimate questions, it does not treat them as they are, which are mysteries. Okay, and there's people who try to abuse the mysteries to try to subvert humanity, Kabbalist occultists. Okay, where that it goes to that unanswered question, and then they just make something up. And a bunch of people think that's a fine answer, but I don't. I'm going to still continue questioning. Thanks. But yeah, there's a little bit of, and I'm trying to slow it down, and I don't know whether I'm slowing down or speeding up, to be honest. Right. We're in cruise control here. But yeah.
It's the rope snake.
Exactly. But yeah, we did a little 30 minutes right there introducing the issues. I'll move back into it by looking at the Skolmowski piece, but I'm going to go ahead and look at the chat here because there's a lot of interesting activity in the chat that I would like to acknowledge. We have the OG Lizard Tree blessings. Thank you so much for being here, madam. I greatly appreciate your time. And I didn't mean to say that thing the other day about the old white ladies or whatever. I was not talking about you. Definitely not. Right. This is the homie right here. I was mainly talking about those old ladies with the stinky upper lip at Illuma Dummies chat. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? But yeah, blessings. ESP revaluation. I appreciate you, Denise. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being here. TV. Well, I'm not scared of him. I mean, it might scare a bunch of people, but I'm not scared of him.
I think that comment was in relation to the visual in the first song that you played at the beginning of the show. That
I can't even fucking stand these fucking people, man. I can't fucking stand these people. I really fucking can't stand them. I just fucking bunch of fucking man. Man, just like, yeah, I could beat them to fucking death, man.
Beat him to death.
Psycho.
Yeah, psychopath. He went full psycho boy.
But yeah, that guy in the mask in the dark room with like a MIDI controller. I think she was referring to that guy. But TVE works too, I guess.
Yeah, and yeah, computer data. Ted's cabin. Exactly. Ted's cabin. Uncle Teddy's cabin. Yeah, it's amazing who people who developed AI were intelligent enough to do that, but not intelligent enough to understand it means man's demise. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of 50-50 on that one, as we've seen. They're not fans of humanity.
Hank posted a video, I think, about Penrose, like saying that AI will never be able to become conscious.
Yeah, Searle and Penrose, Crimea River, they're not really trying to develop consciousness. They gave up on that a long time ago. Like, what are you talking about? You think they're trying to answer the hard problem by developing AI? Get the fuck out of here. They're just trying to run things better, smoother, more efficient. And they'll continue to do it. And they'll continue to implement that at the behest of human skill. And you'll keep crying and moaning, oh, this is about some science fiction stuff. Nobody said it was. Moron, go read Alan Turing. All right, it's crazy. All right. It's like, what? See, this is the thing, is that we have to be able to talk about the problem of technology, right, in a sensible way, right? Because these guys are going to obfuscate the issue into the most absurd levels. I mean, even Kurzweil, the things that Kurzweil has, we've heard him say out of his own mouth are absurd. So that needs to be aired out first and foremost before these guys say any of this other stuff. What about all of these people that are having these insane ideas? They never said the AI will become conscious, yet they say human beings are machines. So why don't you deal with that one?
These people are crazy. It doesn't, like, I didn't want to say that in, like, as if that negates what Sam was saying in that comment. It can still be the demise of humans, or whatever you say.
Yeah.
Whether it has consciousness or not is probably beside the point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the brutal truth behind it, is that AI does not need to be conscious to destroy humanity. And I want people to really, really internalize that, right? That you could have powerful enough weapons, right? Someone doesn't need to wake up, right, in order to destroy us, right? That's an absurd level of, trying to create some kind of false threshold. It's more important to ask what they think consciousness is now, and that it is one of those things I described earlier. It's a flippin' mystery. They're not going to be able to define what consciousness is, okay, because they don't have a methodology to do so, right? They don't have an epistemology to do so, right? So how are they going to develop a notion of consciousness if they think the brain is a machine, right? So if they already believe that, then they've already answered the question. That they're not trying to create a thinking machine, right? And then you go to Turing. He said it doesn't have to be a thinking machine. It just has to be able to convince humans. So I think
they keep modeling it by basically trying to model it after the brain, but they forget the heart. It has no heart.
Yeah, it has no heart, has no gut. The gut has its own brain, they say.
Yeah. So it's like three
brains. Yeah. That's how I've come to think about it. And I think that your brain is a stomach because it doesn't digest the same things.
It is fatty.
Yeah, it doesn't digest the same things that your stomach digests, and your gut is a stomach. So they're not just three brains, they're three stomachs. Look at it that way. I mean, is a stomach is a brain? I don't know. I mean,
I mean, there's plenty of serotonin and other stuff in there too.
Right. I mean, I mean, look at some people. Their stomach is literally their brain. Right? If you look
It's
at
their only brain.
Exactly. I mean, eat or die.
Useless eaters, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay. Yeah. Blessings to God, our guardian. This person, I'm not familiar with this person. I'm sorry if I don't remember you, but yeah, I appreciate you watching. Thank you so much. And a cute face, for sure. I mean, but yeah, thank you for watching, Leah. I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm trying to think, who is that person? But yeah. Okay, so we got Ja Healing Comedic. Thank you so much for watching, sir. We got Room Ham Solo. Blessings, sir. I greatly appreciate your time. We got Dr. D Head, Godheart Guardian, of course, Televised Apocalypse, ESP Revaluation, Denise. I already mentioned Lizard Tree.
Shout out to Dr. D Head for linking that video from Austin Fitz interview. That's pretty good.
We got Namaste the F away. Blessings, sir. I appreciate you.
I love that name.
Yeah, it's a great name. It's a classic name. We got Crystal Shaman. Thank you so much.
The Crystal Shaman.
Yeah. We got Plasma Void. Yeah, thank you, friend. I appreciate you too. Endless justification. Yeah, that's the problem with medicine. But yeah, let me go on here. Let me read some of this. And we'll blast off. Right. Now, he mentions Christian cosmology, and he's talking about Christianity, and he's saying that guided by religious consciousness, people were adjusted to the universe, which was overlooked and steered by God. Okay, their daily affairs were regulated by awareness of the omnipresence of God and the presence of his representatives, the clergy. The point to be emphasized is that the entire field of consciousness of the medieval person was shaped and pervaded by images of God. Okay, and you could talk about the idea of realism. Right? Realism. Right? Was the notion that ideas have real existence. Right? It was influenced by Plato. Right? And of course, during the 1100s, the church had to battle against Aristotle's belief system. Right? The Aristotelian cosmology right? It basically was too materialistic, A, right? And B, right? It said that God, right, was basically subject to natural laws. Okay, so they couldn't have, so Muslims and Christians could not have this, right? They wanted God to be in control of everything. Right, so they said ideas have real existence. Right, so God can have supernatural power. Right, supernatural abilities. Right, if God's power were an amalgamation of mathematical or physical laws, then it would turn out that God could not be all powerful. If you just reason through logic, right?
Yeah.
So they figured out, okay, we need to leave room for the supernatural. Now, the problem was that the supernatural had to be taken out of nature for them to make this compromise when they battled the Aristotelians, because they had claimed that the supernatural was in nature.
Right.
Right. Yet they had to also maintain that the supernatural could come into nature through special means, right? Because they had to have the idea of Jesus' entrance into the world. So all of these things were very important. Remember the quote by Saint Eusebius that I said, right? And I compared it with the other two ideas. Okay, I was kind of freestyling here. Right, but I compared it with these other two ideas, right? That, man is God and that there is no God, but man is a measure of all things, right? The notion of secular humanism that was actually started in the pre-Socratic times, right? By Protagoras. And you'll have to excuse me, I took a bad fall earlier, fell all the way down the stairs onto my hiney bone, and my left ass cheek is completely smashed. All right, so I'm just totally I'm sitting here one leg, literally, doing this show. All right, because my left leg just feels like it's completely fucking broken. I fell all the way down the goddamn stairs. Right. So this is like from the top of the stairs down. Okay, and then, and I couldn't move for like 15 minutes afterwards. I mean, for real, I felt very dizzy. Drank some water and got up. I mean, but yeah, but yeah,
you have to go to the hospital, get that checked out, maybe.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. But yeah. Well, we'll see if that goes away. I do have some cannabis edibles, so that might help in a little while. 2 hours, I'll pop those in. I mean, right. So
Not
hopefully
for
it'll make
nerve damage, I would imagine, if there's any nerve damage.
Yeah. Yeah, but I slammed on the floor, like flipped through the stairs. It slammed right on my ass. I mean, right. So on the hard stone floor. So yeah. So it was pretty fucking gruesome. I mean, but yeah, these ideas that I was saying. I mean, Protagoras and all these guys, right? Okay, now the Saint Eusebius quote. Okay, now compare this with man is the measure of all things. Okay, that God had to become man so that man can become God. Now notice God does the thing first, right? So man cannot be the measure of all things, right? In Saint Eusebius, right? Very interesting. But yet the whole purpose of creation is still man in Saint Eusebius, right? So there's still that, right?
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. You could see how Saint Eusebius was trying to downgrade Platonism, right? But also use it, right? To say, like, this is actually the truth. But anyways, it says the point to be emphasized is the entire field of consciousness of the medieval person was shaped and persuaded by images of God, symbols of God, right? Images, right? By the idea of responsibility to God, by the desire to be saved and redeemed in God's heaven. Then things began to change after the messy, turbulent, effervescent Renaissance and new epoch gathers momentum in the 17th century. The medieval Christian cosmology was questioned. Okay? Cosmology. Okay, cosmology is not about physical space, right? But it's about how the universe and the cosmos are ordered. There's order behind them. So they have things like natural law, right? When Pythagoras created the word cosmos, right, it was more to describe a universal order of things, mathematical order, right, based on mathematical principles and laws, and not just physical space, right? That's physics. Cosmology is not physics. It's two different subjects. Cosmology is from philosophy. Every philosophical system has a cosmology, right? Meaning it believes either gods or science or whatever, right? Runs the world, runs the state of events in the world, right? Yeah, I mean, people told me I gotta dumb this stuff down. Right? That's why I'm talking like this. I mean, too many people told me like I'm moving too fast with the ideas, right, and all that type of stuff. But yeah, if you go to the previous shows, it'll help contextualize a lot of this information in a much deeper way, right?
Maybe they could rewatch it, but at like 0.75 speed.
Right.
I
Right. You
don't
have to
know.
slow it down and think about it. You have to pause, think about it, some of the stuff, and also look up some of the materials there, right? Which I should have been doing is putting some of the materials on the screen, making reference to them, right? Although I wouldn't know where to find that St. Eusebius quote, right? But
I bet Unseen would though.
yeah, yeah, exactly. The guy who knows where to find it is not
It's
here.
like
So
yeah, it's like right here on my bookshelf. Here, let me grab it.
yeah, yeah, but yeah, cosmology was questioned, right? That means that the whole nature of order of things in the universe was questioned, right? Because remember, with the Saint Eusebius quote, the whole purpose of creation was man, right? In the scientific cosmology, right? Although man is the measure of all things, he's certainly not going to become God anytime soon. Okay, unless he maybe creates a concept like that and then adopts it, which they're in the process of doing today, right? Okay, creating a false idol, right? Via science and technology.
It's like making God into an idol, the concept of God into an idol. Like because man seems to be prone to creating its own slavery one way or another. Out of one form of slavery into another, it's really strange.
Yeah, I think that's like Feuerbach. It's like what he says, right? And I think that's where the term of alienation comes from, that he created the term alienation to represent how we feel about God, not how we feel about society. Right. And then it's Marx who turned Feuerbach into the guy, alienation is this concept we feel because of the capitalist system. But Feuerbach was saying that this is how we think of God. That man's whole struggle to conquer the planet is because we're afraid of God's power. We feel alienated from God. So yeah, and it's funny that this concept of alienation within Hegel, it's a central theme in the slave master dialectic, right? So literally, this whole idea, that's alienation being the engine of civilization, and you hear this among the leftists. They say othering or whatever, right? Or I've heard them say something to that effect, othering.
They're always like coming up with new words and phrases for shit, or
like
reinventing words into something that never was meant that way.
Yeah. Yeah,
although
so othering,
the right kind of does it too, but to a lesser extent.
Yeah, where we're othering nature.
Basically.
And we're othering technology. Right? So that's the main problem, right? If I'd like it, it'd be a little bit different. But yeah, this whole idea, he says secularism emerges as a new umbrella under the new consciousness, under which a new consciousness is being crystallized. We are witnessing the slow emergence of secular consciousness. Secular consciousness with its marked opposition to the earlier religious consciousness. The secular consciousness was to be articulated in time in the form of technological consciousness.
A new zeitgeist.
Yeah. Yeah. So secular consciousness, or liberalism, transforming into the age of technology, right? And of course, the previous age has to both end and be incorporated into the new age. What are these people talking about in the 1970s and all this stuff about the new age and all the, what are they talking about? What changed after they started talking about that? They start to build network systems that connect the world through the use of symbols. And he says here, so he's pointing out that there was an age, okay, a religious age that gave birth to a secular age. And the way that did that is through philosophy, right? Philosophy falsified, philosophy and history falsified religion, so that we could give rise to those notions that created the secular age. The secular age created, through liberalism, technology, right, and progress. They focused on technology because they said it would give man progress through liberalism. And once they had the technology, they don't need the liberalism anymore. That's how it works. Okay? That's how it works. Liberalism is on the way to get to the technology. Once you have the technology, you don't need liberalism anymore, because you don't need liberalism to run a technological society. Okay? You could use scientific totalitarianism to run the society, right? So this is the key principles, right, that I'm trying to get y'all to imbibe here. Now, I am yapping. Let me go ahead and read more of this. It says, we are witnessing the slow emergence of a secular consciousness, right? The secular consciousness was to be articulated in time in the form of a technological consciousness. Okay, this consciousness is groping for articulation. Okay, they're going to create a mythos for mechanos, right? The snake is going to eat its tail, right? Mythos gave birth to the age of logos with philosophy, right? Then they gave birth to the age of theos with religion. Then they had to dethrone God so that man can become God, right? Not through the old Christian way, but through a new way, through a new order of doing things, right? Here, hold on. We got the homie here. Blessings.
Yo, hello.
Yo.
Keep it.
Yo. So, yeah. The humanism of the Renaissance was the first step towards the non-religious consciousness. Okay, man began to be deemed the measure of all things. Okay, just like the idea of logos, right, that Plato thought of, really didn't take root until Christianity really exemplified it, right? It's the same thing with the idea of man becoming God. Right? We needed to conquer nature before we could exemplify this concept, right? Okay. So it's just like the idea of liberalism couldn't really be put into practice until the technological age started. And we finally equalized conditions between men, and then finally you had people creating things like feminism and stuff in the 1800s and Zionism. Right? Because people finally said, look, we can have our own rights. We could apply for our own fucking rights, just like everybody else did, just like the white people did against the other white people. Killing each other for rights. Because of universal ideals. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that universal ideals would be a more dangerous killer than anything else, than literally anything else. And then even the technology itself. Anyways,
That reminds me of this song that I think I put it in the Discord, and it says, "'Cause killing you for money so American."
oh yeah,
It's called "Kill the Poor."
yeah, or that 9 Inch Nails song.
Yeah, which one? I know all.
Got Money, you know what
Oh
that
yeah,
one?
God money, God
God Money.
anything for you. Yeah, he
Oh
had it.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, you know what I mean, pretty much. Just like the thumbnail. Got a big gun. Blessings.
I have a painting that has a machine gun that has it's like sticking, it's like vertical, so you can't really see it, but there's like a martini glass dollar sign, and then the gun is sticking in the martini glass, you know. So
Yeah,
it's kind of, but it's same kind of symbolism.
yeah. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Pill Eater. We got the you know,
I thought you said pillow eater.
no, we got a heavy hitter, Pill Eater. You know what I mean? They terminated his Instagram account.
What?
Holy shit. Yeah, he totally he took them for a ride on Instagram. All awesome. Stuff there.
Yeah, why friends with him on Instagram? Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to do some things soon. We might try to get some people on the show. We'll figure it out. But yeah. But yeah, let's see what else he says. And I don't know if you guys know about Niggy Tardust. But yeah, what an excellent album. I think Trent Reznor, Saul Williams, and Thavius Beck. Excellent fucking album. The Rise of Niggy Tardust.
And Atticus Ross isn't on this one yet, because like pretty much all of the most recent ones, but he's really good.
Hey man, we was pharaohs and shit.
Hieronymus.
That's funky.
Oh yeah, the
Reznor,
Thelonious Hieronymus.
Reznor did an album with Beck. I've never heard of that before. It's interesting.
Yeah, and that's fire. It's good stuff.
We
His
got
stuff he did with his wife was really good too.
Pill Eater.
It's How to Destroy Angels is the band.
I'm pretty. I don't know. I never listened to that before, but sounds. Reznor is a very strange character. I don't know much about him, but he's a strange character for sure. Very
In New
connected.
Orleans. I was disappointed. Never meet your heroes.
I love Exotic Birds with Trent Reznor and Andy Kubachevsky. I was like, they had one album called Equilibrium, and they had a few EPs, but Reznor left around 1990 to do Pretty Hate Machine. But I love Exotic Birds and Andy Kubachevsky before he joined Stabbing Westward.
Stabbing Westward was pretty decent too. Back in the day. At least
Yeah, I love Haunting Me, What Do I Have to Do? That's all Exotic Birds songs.
Yeah, pretty much. There was one other song too, I think. I seem to remember there being a third song that I liked.
Sometimes It Hurts. That's the Exotic Birds too.
Yeah, speaking of music, I'm gonna play some music here, and buy more of this cannabis here before I go on with my explanations here. But yeah, blessings, guys. I greatly appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you. And all
One of
of
them,
you.
I got Doppler effect, you know, for the beat, and then the other one we got B-Boy Shuffle for the beat by Malcolm Cotto. You know, excellent drums. Then so yeah, check this out, guys. Yeah, you know, you guys are like, you know, crazy, you know, musical and whatnot. So you guys will tell me what you guys think of this. I mean, because I made these, I seriously like these. I seriously jammed to this shit. Serious jamming.
Exotic birds.
Yeah, I've seen Ghost in the Shell, Ninja Scroll, and Akira, but the illest character that I've seen.
Oh wait, sorry. What was that, Bill Leader?
Yeah, I thought it was funny you were playing the Boards of Canada and what wrap up. That was kind of a funny mix up you were doing. That was a pretty funny match you were doing.
Oh yeah.
I was just saying exotic birds. Sometimes it hurts. You can find the exotic birds demos.
Exotic birds.
Exotic. So like exotic birds. Sometimes it hurts.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, blessings. Thank you for that.
It's like pre-Trent Reznor stuff. You hear it, and it's like, oh, this is Reznor.
Probably isn't copyrighted either.
Yeah, we'll play the shit out of that. Yeah, blessings. But yeah, check this out, guys. Thank you guys so much.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen Ghost in the Shell, Ninja Scroll, and Akira, but the illest character that I've seen was in the mirror. Open up the world, people, let me in. It's a family affair, let me make that clear. Yeah, rocker, I keep my propaganda proper. In circles I'm high, swing blades like helicopters. At this stage of my life, I choose to develop chakras, while cats look lost without their teleprompters. Veterano, touring duty, medal of honor. Since life is a battle, your best bet is betting on us. Check your compass, we on stage with weapons on us. Microphone, straight Robin Hoods, it's economics. Yes, it all starts with a sketch. Snapshots, motion pictures, and special effects. We stretch the game out, we expand the nation. And this is verbal anime, graphic animation. From imagination, come to illustration. Then we bring pictures to life, we call it animation. From imagination, come to illustration. Then we bring pictures to life, we call it animation. You gotta know the time, like the grand verbalizer. It's time. Ira science with the herbalizer. A light this bright might burn through your visor. I know you wanna squint, but open your eyes up. I jump up and let the earth spin round. And don't come down till I'm floating over your town. Nothing to prove, making the people move. Red double-decker bus, taxi of the tube. Mind the gap, we did crime, now we climb the map. Check how I spit rhyme to rap. Yes, it all starts with a sketch. Snapshots, motion pictures, and special effects. We stretch the game out, expand the nation. This is verbal anime, graphic animation. Herbalizer, UKCALA all day. From imagination, come to illustration. Then we bring pictures to life, we call it animation. From imagination, come to illustration. Then we bring pictures to life, we call it animation. I trade money at the Cambio, dollars for pounds. Massacre, musical murderer, I'm killing your sound, but hardly softly. How's it feel to you now? I chew raw iron and I spit steel to the crowd. Magnetic attraction, don't repel. I attract retail, underground rebel. Dilated people, subdued. crowd to brave. Nice in the studio and live on stage. Drop so many bars, I leave the beat in the cage. Some are courageous, some afraid to turn the page. But grab a stack of rhymes, you can take a quick look and animate my lyric sheets like a flip book. Thoughts in effect, it all starts with a sketch. Snapshots, motion pictures, and special effects. Stretch the game out, expand the nation. This is verbal anime, graphic animation. Yeah, y'all.
I knew that you would see it our way because we explained it very fully.
Bam. And here's another one for you guys. I really like this B-boy shuffle, you know, crazy beat, you know, with the drums are insane. But yeah, blessings.
Sunshine. It's either rap or death, make this pie die. There ain't a human alive can stop my shine. My style never plays out. I'm like the fade of cornbraids, you like the Benz 190. I'm like the 6'4", I appreciate your thug fluctuate, mine's at a steady pace. You take a big sniff of these rap lines, I had you doped up red with the glossy eyes. Don't nobody top P except the HAVOC. Studied us and you still studying, it's either cash in or it's straight to my casket. I'm either getting this cake or I'm bringing my mask with all my tattoos covered. The cops can't stop my style of crime, brother. And since they put them fullies back on the streets, we get a UN army a run for their money. Your G is old like Coleco Kiko. My game like PS3 and satellite radio.
GCM, black bandanas low, let's go. Stick, move, cock, back, bust. Gold, chains, platinum, plus. Fight, stab, block, abs, crush. Block, city, street, zone up. Purple smoke signs I provoke. Do it after dark, tone local. This should be a stone cold alone. It's not a squad that I can't run through. I'm a motorcycle nigga, use a mongoose. I pass through guns up in the Astro, the ghetto's Castro. Federal tax fraud, count on my cash flow. Round table to plot, machete to the hands of my pot. Winning your Eddie for the Getty you got. I'm from freedom now, bust gun valley, San Joaquin, Cali. Where killers be clacking, crack fiend alleys. By the beat, old double S's. Ice mouth murderers, YGs make niggas rock double vests. Far as all that fighting go, hands I'm nice with them. It's sorta like a middleweight Tyson blow. Straight out the jacks with a gorilla's suspects. Fully autos, we stepped it up and put the tens on decks. To end those threats, the cowards don't really want a part of me. Most arrogant and honorary, my army is bulletproof. Retardedly foul, pillaging colonies. Long hauling, balling off a strong arm robbery rap. Realer than y'all miss me. I'm just waiting on the day that y'all diss me. Is it me or do I smell pussy? I'm hard rocking till the soft is gone. Beating niggas up, treat them like rugs, my company be stomping on. Fuck around, you catch your ass whipping so vicious. Give you the business like I owe you interest. Fighting your co-defendant. Downtown hitters with loaded pistols. And quick to bring it to your door like a Jehovah's Witness. Niggas get to moving. Dodging, duck my shit. Stick, move, cock, back, bust. Gold, chains, platinum, plus. Fight, stab, block, abs, crush. Block, city, street, so up. Yeah, Alchemist, what up? Killer Bear on the hook. Yeah. Evidence on the beat. Bitch.
Count this money, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But yeah, maybe forgetting. I could have played that one already, but yeah, I may be forgetting. Blessings.
First time I've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these may be accidentally played twice because I don't remember when I make them. All right, so I actually apologize if that happens. Right? But yeah, let me go to this Skolomowski here. I'm gonna be reading a little bit of this, and then I'm gonna go to ellul's technological society to help contextualize, some of the material here. And of course, we're continuing a reading from the technological society. In which, we've read through over 150 pages of that work, live here, and broke down some of the key concepts there. And of course, I've read the book a couple times, right? And it's a tough read, for sure. It's hard to break down the concepts and ideas. I've read many different explanations of them. Obviously, Dr. Skrbina, Chad Haig, talked to many different people about the ideas that function at a very expert level. Right, and they've broke down a lot of the influences of those ideas too, right? One such person is Henryk Skolmowski, right, who is basically one of the premier philosophers of our time. Right, he composed a work called The Participatory Mind, in which he goes into fundamental questions of the ideas of the philosophy of mind. And I think some of his conclusions are basically being touted about today as solutions to those problems still. Right? But that's neither here nor there. Let's move to this idea of technological conscience that he seems to be outlining, right? Okay, and then move to what he calls an alternative to that, which is ecological consciousness, right? So here you have humanity at a crossroads, right? We could either go through the project of liberalism into the idea of technology, right? Or we can go to the idea of the ecological consciousness and to a traditional lifestyle. And I think it would totally abandon, notions of liberalism. So I think that, humanity is literally at a crossroads. We're now at a place where we could see both sides very clearly. Right? It soon will not be a time when that's possible, right? Okay, it simply will not be a time later when that's possible, right? Okay, and that's why we're able to ask these questions. Right? Of course, we're not being promoted. This show will never have promotion. It'll never be big. It's not going to happen. It'll constantly be shifting in the numbers here, right? The reason is because the show is critical of technology. And you're simply not going to find a show on the machine that critiques the machine. It's not going to happen. It's like one or two shows that are going to be doing it, and they're not going to be popular. Right? The fact is that every critique of technology requires technology to do it now, and that is a fact of the matter. If you want to wake everybody up to technological problems, you have to use technology to spread the message. And of course, that'll be the number one critique with this show. So simply, you can't talk about problems that everybody's involved with. You can't take a critical analysis of the situations we're all involved with. And that's part and parcel of the problem. Okay, is because all solutions are technological and everything else is propaganda, the moment you tell somebody that technology is a problem, they say, well, check yourself into the mental asylum there, buddy. The system cannot be the problem. It's you that's the problem. And that's pretty obvious. Right? So let's move on to this, right? He's talking about man becoming the measure of all things, right? The crucial step to the rise of to a technological consciousness, and this is the part where I'll switch to ellul here. Right after I'm done reading this, right? He says, when the ego is overgrown, human arrogance emerges. The arrogance of the Renaissance was actually tempered by the wisdom of the ancients and by religious constraints, which were still very powerful in the 15th and 16th centuries. The new crucial step in the rise of technological consciousness was the quantification of the cosmos. Only with the advent of the mechanistic worldview does the situation change dramatically. Okay, the combined efforts of Bacon, Galileo, and Descartes, right? Right, remember I said Bacon created empiricism, Galileo dislodged man's place in the cosmos, Descartes separated man from nature, mind over matter, right? Means that there's no matter with mind. That doesn't work. Just doesn't work. We had Galileo and Descartes, right? And Bacon, right? And all three of them had a wild idea about human beings. Right? Descartes said animals are deus ex machina. They're machines. Said Galileo, right? Said nature's a machine, nature's mechanism. Right? What did Bacon say? He said knowledge is power. It's kind of very similar to the man as a measure of all things, right? And man as a measure of all things has a very, very much link with quantification, a link with empiricism itself, right? Right, because it presumes that we have the ability to calculate, right? Just like Einstein said, he said the most insane part about this whole thing is that we're able to even do it in the first place. Ooh. Yeah, no kidding. But that presumes that you already presume that you're able to do it. Like what? It's quite a presumption, quite a leap. He says, yeah, to have that Einstein quote, he said the most, something, I'm going to paraphrase, the the greatest question is why we're able to question the universe, that imagination is the greater part of knowledge, and all of this type of stuff that he is known for saying. But yeah, it has a human brain. Look at all the human beings building the machine.
Like a simulacra of a brain.
Right. Right. It's society has a brain, and that brain is technology. Okay. Okay. Human beings have a mega brain, and that brain is society. Right. Now, when does a group of humans become a society or a civilization? At what threshold point? It goes back to my ideas that I was saying about the symbolic. Man is a symbol. Civilization is a symbol. I wish I could just play something, break down some weed, play some music. But it's not that time right now. It's time to read Skolomowski. You know, and you know, see, yeah, you know, I wish I was a DJ. You know, if the world was perfect, I'd be a DJ. Go play music.
You and me both, bro.
Yeah, really.
Why don't you just go be a DJ? Like, that's not really. I mean, look, if Paris Hilton can do it.
I am.
Sad trombone.
I am. But you know, is it the main thing? Right? It's just not the main thing. I can't imagine it being the main thing. But sure, I'll do it.
Was she spin house or something? Like, I can't imagine her playing something other than poppy shit. But
I think she does electro, house stuff pretty much, and it's
probably
like,
EDM stuff.
Yeah,
yeah.
these people, I mean, they should break their hands. It's just that simple. The reason is because they should only have the shamanic, the people that are the priests, the people that are familiar with the spiritual life. Only they should be allowed to create art. And when you have these crazy people running around creating art and poisoning man's subconscious, right, with images, right, that are literally procured out of the demonic spectrum, right? We need the, you know, at the beginning of history, the priests, the artists, they were merged. Religion and art were merged. Okay, today science and art have become merged. Right? But you know, what they want is for science and religion to be merged. Right? You know, so as I said, they want to create a mythos of mechanos, a technological consciousness. And yeah, yeah, so let's go to this. It says he says that they looked at the world as a clock-like mechanism. Okay, this is the idea of mechanos, right? From this point of view, the developments are rapid and far-reaching and have staggering consequences. The new cosmological matrix requires that all phenomena to be recognized as valid must be physical in nature or reducible to physical ones. The important relationship about these physical phenomena should be expressed in quantitative laws. Thus, the physical and the quantitative are enshrined. Over time, this led to 1, the worship of objective knowledge. 2, the increasing quantification of all phenomenon. 3, the narrowing of the focus of our vision and our inquiry. 4, the elimination of the sacred. And you could add as an addendum to that, or as a little subpoint underneath that, the desacralization of nature. Okay, and the deification of man's knowledge, really, right? Okay, which he said in the beginning. He said the worship of objective knowledge, right? So Skolomowski is really on point here, right? Then he goes on to say a further consequence is the growing process of alienation, a direct result of atomization and quantification. Okay, and this is the idea I was talking about earlier, that man feels that, you know, man-made environment that's created for him, right, is a result of man and his limitations. And so when he wants to go against it, he blames man, right, for these issues. Right? So this idea of atomization, right, it also comes from the notion of equality and the notion of freedom, as I previously described. Right? The notion of atomization comes from these ideas. Right? Because if you have the idea of freedom, yeah, built into it the notion of progress and reason, right, and the notion of the archetypal man, okay, and in that you have a limited view of humans, A limited view of the human potential. And that's why this purpose of measuring, man is the measure of all things, right? It's almost a limited purpose as well. Right? Measuring is not becoming, really. There's no transformative element in that. Right? It's simply just, see, in the man becoming God thing, there's a huge transformative element in that. Right? Huge transformative element there. Yeah, now let's see. A further consequence is a process of alienation. As we split everything into separate atoms, larger wholes disintegrated, we no longer have a sense of wholeness, but rather sense of isolation, separation, detachment, and brief alienation. The psychological alienation is a result of the conceptual alienation. I'll say that again. The psychological alienation is a result of the conceptual alienation. Okay, it's like in 1984, right, where the words cause people to limit the way they think about certain things, right? And of course, the symbols that we use, right, used to interact with the world, they limit the way we can think about certain things as well, right? Another consequence of the mechanistic approach to the cosmos is the growing worship of physical power, indeed, a sense of intoxication with power and an obsession with it, a corruption of power. To signify the coercive physical power is a consequence of mechanistic cosmology, which with an extraordinary consistency eulogizes the physical, the quantitative, the manipulative, the controlling. Okay, these are actually values of technology. Technology values these things. It values control. It values quantification. Right? These things are separate from human values, right? It's a stage that mechanistic cosmology becomes absorbed into the entire culture, that is Western culture. It then comes to dominate the minds, leads to emergence of distinct form of consciousness, which I call technological consciousness. We must stress with due gravity that technology is not to be thought as a chest of tools, indifferent in themselves, bad or good, only according to our use. This is a rather atomistic and naive view of technology, which technology itself attempts to promulgate. At this stage of history, technology is so all-pervading that it is a form of consciousness. When we think technology, we think control and manipulation. Technology is a vision of reality, not the use of tools. When we interact with the world via technology, we never think how to be benign and compassionate and loving, but always how to be efficient, controlling, assertive. This attitude of controlling and manipulating is now a part of a mental makeup of Western people. Another intriguing, or shall we say fascinating aspect of technology is that although technological consciousness is supposed to be secular through and through, it contains its own transcendental program, its own form of divinity, if you wish. It seeks the divinity of man here on earth by liberating him from old yokes, giving him dignity and freedom, and by creating him or her in the image of the industrious God who can do everything for himself. Okay. And we see that in the plan of the transhumanists. Okay, we've actually seen them directly refer to religious concepts. Okay, we've given several long-form examples of this. Okay, including a book called Tech Agnosticism by some Jewish guy. I forget his name. But it was on Closer to Truth, right?
Greg Epstein, right?
Great. Oh yeah. How could I forget the name
How
Epstein?
can you forget that name, right?
How could I forget? His last name was Epstein. So there you guys go.
Sad trombone.
And of course, Epstein himself was a transhumanist. We're talking about Jeffrey. All sorts of crazy ideas about freezing his sperm and using it to create new people, or cloning his sperm and all this crazy stuff.
Some wild shit.
Okay. So if you see Epstein walking around in 50 years, don't be surprised. He's back.
Yeesh.
And he's brand new.
2.0.
Yeah. Now to seek fulfillment and realization on earth through our own effort. Yeah, I could picture some internet troll doing that, like getting like plastic surgery to look like Jeffrey Epstein. Be hilarious. Yeah, that'd be the greatest troll of all time, right?
Like cringe lord.
Be the fake Epstein, right? But yeah. Exactly, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Like, what am I? Like, way to derail my own show with my own face. Right? Yeah, exactly. Face off. I mean,
We could just make one of them plastic rubber masks for Epstein. Just everybody can wear it.
yeah, then I'll do my own toilet bowl DJ show. With the yeah, so here we go. Now to seek fulfillment and realization on earth through our own effort is an admirable project. Yeah, hold on. I think oh yeah. Yeah, that technology is creating the image of God. I mean, for humans, right? Now to seek fulfillment and realization on earth. Actually, we heard several people say that already. Right, including Kurzweil and Elon Musk. Right, they both said it on the Joe Rogan Experience. Very popular place, because I don't think that those interviews are going to disappear anytime soon. So, for a reference, you guys can go and view it there. Right, they definitely said it there. Right, they said that AI or technology may be like a god compared to us. Right, where monkeys. Right, so this is literally what they said. Right, and I think Minsky also said something like to that effect. Right, and what, I mean, it's interesting. And Minsky also went to Epstein Island, by the way. It's interesting.
Ruh-roh.
And but yeah, he goes on to say, now to seek fulfillment and realization on earth through our own effort is an admirable project. The trouble begins when we amass too much power, with which we destroy natural habitats, and by which we become so intoxicated that we forget our place on this planet. In the absence of higher values and some form of wisdom concerning human destiny, the amassing of power is a very dangerous thing, as it leads to unbridled arrogance and ultimately to hubris. Let us now succinctly summarize the characteristics of technological consciousness. When we view its overall structure, its overall mode of operation, technological consciousness reveals itself to be objectivizing, atomizing, alienating, power dominating, desacralizing, geared to the eschatology of consumption. Okay, the last point needs to be elaborated, which, what is the eschatology of consumption? Eschatology is a subject which concerns itself with the ultimate ends and goals of human life. In the absence of far-reaching transcendental goals, while religious and spiritual life have collapsed, the consumption has become an imperative of our life, an overall goal, a form of fulfillment, a focus of aspirations. In its clumsy and indirect way, consumption has become a form of salvation. thus an eschatology consuming new toys, new cornflakes, new cars, new televisions, new makeups, and new computers is not dangerous in itself. What is dangerous and unhealthy in our physical lives is when we process, is when this process of consumption becomes a kind of religious urge, promises happiness, fulfillment, salvation. At this point, technology has become a form of eschatology. In brief, after we have emptied the universe of the sacred, of the spiritual, of intrinsic values, after we declared the physical, the objective, the coldly rational as our new deities, after the traditional cultural patterns have been disintegrated, in the miasma of atomistic thinking, what has emerged is our new as our new eschatology is a drunken pursuit of power and of stupefying consumption. What has also emerged is a new image of man, the Faustian man who celebrates his day by seeking gratification here and now. Faustian man maintains that that one only lives once. Therefore, one lives dangerously at whatever and whosoever expense, even if it means the ruin of future generations and destruction of ecological habitats. Faustian man is the human manifestation of the rapacious technology. Faustian man is a symbolic acknowledgement of the ascent of naked power. Okay, the Mephistophelians, the Faustians. Symbolic acknowledgement of the ascent of naked power and the simultaneously waning of human spirituality, folks. While analyzing the fallout of technological consciousness, we are not forgetting the other side of the coin, namely, technology has been a noble dream that has turned out sour. That the mechanistic worldview was once a ladder to freedom from the constraint and oppression of religious consciousness. Nor do we wish to question the obviously beneficial aspects of technology: comfort, the rise of the material standard of living, the sense of freedom of movement, if only illusory, the elimination of contagious diseases, an easy way of plumbing many of our problems. Yet, as we approach 21st century, technological consciousness appears increasingly as a menace. With its ruthless efficiency, its uncontrolled increase of power, its lack of any compassionate accounting, technological consciousness simply does not add up. It produces too many diseases of its own, and the price for the comfort and other amenities is simply not worth paying. This is the realization to which we as a society have have come to only gradually. Technology is a story of success, which has been so stupendous that it has become our nightmare. The pendulum has swung too far in the direction of the opposite to religious consciousness. We thus seek to reestablish a new balance, and in the process, we attempt to balance our own lives. Ecological consciousness, which is outlined in this essay, is a synthesis. Religious consciousness was a thesis. Technological consciousness was the antithesis. Okay, so technological consciousness seen as a reaction to the religious consciousness, and it is, right? Because it supplanted the goals of humanity, the purpose of humanity itself. Okay, especially in the ideological and the symbolic realms, right? Okay, he says ecological consciousness is a synthesis as it marks out a return to spiritual without submitting to religious orthodoxies and the religious dogma, as it seeks social liberation and justice without worshiping physical power and without celebrating the aggressive nature of the human person. Sounds good. Honestly. We are not claiming that ecological consciousness has arrived, is fully articulated and comfortably dwells in us. Rather, we are suggesting that in reaching out, we bring to fruition that which is dormant and which wants to be awakened and articulated. Our project is a part of our articulation and an essential part of the creation of ecological consciousness. As we dream, so reality becomes. Okay. That's a little bit of that. We'll look at the ecological consciousness later, and I'll talk about ecological consciousness a little bit later as well, you know, in the next episode before I introduce that. But I want to move to ellul now and look at the consumption, the fact of consumption, right, in ellul, right? And let me pin this link for the people that are here. Let me play a little bit of a little music. I got some extra remixes too. Let me put something on for you guys, right? And we'll figure it out. Yeah, I think I made this new one. I don't think I showed this one before, but yeah. Blessings.
What up? Park the crowd like the Red Sea. Nah, niggas fight to this. But don't even tempt me. My niggas fight to this. Clips empty this. Hey yo, peace to our way of life. Hats off to all the trife. Let's toast the fully autos and foot-long knobs. Especially for stacks of greenbacks. My outfit will perform some blow-all stain raps. Now let me take y'all niggas back to my basics of this. You ain't just a flip fad, catch a facelift. My shank do remarkable things for fakeness. My whole mall got the same patience. Throw on your track Asics and make moves like a spaceship. We pack places, infamous bangs your nation. Your light at the way station, that weak shit need replacing. Put this in heavy rotation. Overdose music, it's therapeutic to the user. Driving wild under the influence of this. Careful cause you might just crash your shit. Total you whip and still pull my tape out the deck. Me and Montana connect like $30,000 links. Unpoppable, unstoppable, topple.
Yo, my drug clientele was bringing me money well. Smoking Buddha L's and weed so good they leave a funny smell. Niggas scoping me, hoping police is close to me. Mega regulating the way shit's supposed to be. Gold chain choking me, cocaine provoking me to live my destiny. Jacuzzi water soaking me, floating in the smoking Durango. Doing my thing, yo, my Mac Millie. Sweeter than a mango, son, you know the drilly. The drama is a part of me. Good time for cocaine, knives and armed robbery. My rhyme, graffiti is a live nigga prophecy. Mega poetic, rhymes are like down but no credit. I leave your mind paralyzed, but don't wet it. Scarface persona, I acquired a taste for drama, and I embrace it. Spray shit, you banned from the projects. Your love here ain't shit. Yo, I'ma see you, nigga. You transparent, see-through rhymes, fully automated. You semi-crime related. Cormega and Mob D rhyme amazing. Thug shit you can't fuck with.
Yo,
what?
Fuck your bullshit rap, nigga. You ass bet, talking all that shit. Don't even got cash yet. I floors, try to get away, no gas tours. Got drama with my clique, I'ma take it to the source. QBC representative, I'm just trying to live. If I can't get to you, I'ma take it to your kids. Spray your crib, fuck it son, something gotta give. If I can't live, then ain't nothing gonna live, that's dead ass. About to put this whole shit in the smash. You real? Get that ass up on 4 wheels. Or jokes aside, you gonna squeal. Like the mother rappers, you know we kick the truth, you wanna clap us. I got this, strictly out the mouth, nothing but hot shit. Pop shit, couldn't fuck with this when we drop shit, you helpless. Put your whole shit out of service, get on some old shit. Thank God for this. Yo, if it wasn't for niggas like us, you just be asked us hustling for petty kid cash. Come on now, you know I know. When it comes to gats, I'm a hoe. Never bite my tongue, let them play your haters know how we coming. Straight coming through while you running. Get done it. Had that ass shaking like a bitch when she coming. One in the mail, slip that ass like a Mickey. It's 50-50 fucking with this nigga, just come and get me. That's right.
Yep. So we getting like nobody to come up here today. Interesting. This happens from time to time.
Where did Pill Eater go?
Yeah, he's
Or
like
neuro.
he's pretty much like that. I mean, Pill Eater come in and out.
Like a pill?
Yeah, he'll be in and out of, you know. We started a lot of shows with Pill Eater back in the day, so if you guys want to go check those out, definitely feel free. You know, at one point I will serialize all the presentations we did together, right? Because we did quite a few things together, looking at different ideas from Moldbug to some of the others people, right? Plantinga, you know, we focused on so many crazy ideas, you know. You know, I let him just go in whatever direction he wanted, really, as well. So, we will serialize those presentations, but you know, this idea about the rule of consumption has to do with the rule or the reign of quantification. Right? Everything's reduced to quantification, right? And the sort of mediation, right, of everything through science and technology, right, means that if you want to make everything efficient, it has to be quantified, right, and measured. And remember, man is a measure of all things. I think it's interesting, the measuring aspect of that quote, right, that they could seek finality in measurement itself, right? And therefore, there's a sort of empiricism behind the entire, you know, notion itself, right? And the whole notion itself has ideological constraints. And as we move to this idea of econometrics, right? Remember, you know, the technique has to be integrated, right, into human society, and the machine has to be integrated into human society, right? Technique has human aspects to it, right? So once it takes dominance of human society, it starts integrating machines into human society so that society can be run through the machine so it could be made extremely efficient. Right? This requires a process of quantification and econometrics and all this idea. So the idea of economy, right, which is pretty much the, you know, if I go back to the previous chapter, right, it kind of lays out, right, that this is a fundamental aspect of technique itself, right? Let me move to that here real quick. He says the circulatory apparatus is the state, the digestive apparatus is the economy, and the cellular tissue of the state itself is mankind. Right? So you have this sort of view of this sort of matrix idea, right? And of course, you have this notion in Hobbes as well, right, of the artificial man, of the collective forming a cohesive unit that speaks for man himself, right? Sovereignty, right? That the collective, that sovereignty could be derived from the collective will of the people, right? And there you have the notion of how a system can become autonomous. right? And then piggybacked onto the notion of the autocratic state as a technocratic state, right? But yeah, econometrics, distinct from mathematical economics, it is much more theoretical. Its principal operations on statistical data are twofold. One, analysis comprising operations such as simplification or disassociation of statistical data. Two, comparison, which can be applied to different kinds of elements. Magnitudes can be compared by establishing what are so-called equations of regression, which express a constant relation between two magnitudes of economic domain. Variations can also be compared here, and correlation index is established according to which two economic phenomena vary in direct or inverse proportions, but with the same velocity. Within the same realm, the econometrician tries to establish a certain relations. And this is a key point. He says, no fact in the economic domain can be regarded as due to chance. And not satisfied with simply nothing, I'm simply noting, sorry, and giving the correlation, given the correlation formula, the econometrician goes further, establishes the causal relation between two phenomena. Okay, so here, check this out. Not only is everything have to be quantified, but they're also assuming the causal relationship between two phenomena. A procedure which leads into the future. Until recently, man, these numbers are so weird tonight. Keeps going from like 10 to 20. What are you fucking people doing? Playing musical chairs?
It's a phenomenon.
Yeah. Two phenomenon. Between two phenomenon.
Musical panels.
Yeah, musical panel jazz. Amid the collapse. But yeah, until recently, economists operated on concrete data alone. But for the purposes of action, they must make predictions. A distinction must be drawn between predictions which are made according to the system of covariations and the causal explanations of phenomena. At the economist, here the economist leaves the purely technical realm. An equation no longer provides the solution. There is a certain subjectivity, a certain personal judgment, to be sure. It is present in various other operations, but to a lesser degree. Economic techniques has taken over a variety of other means. For example, stochastics. The application of calculus and probabilities to economic phenomenon. This technique is extraordinarily difficult to handle. It does not operate on raw figures, but on statistical data. On data furnished by econometrics, as for example, the coefficients of elasticity, and on the data furnished by public opinion research institutes. In connection with the third element, it is evident that economic phenomena are not mechanical. Opinion plays a role. In a very simplified way, it might be said that stochastics seeks to establish a law of probability or the frequency of a given event starting with a very large number of observations. Stochastics therefore represents an instrument of prediction and gives the direction of the most probable evolution of the situation. Okay, we got Hanko Flamio. Blessings. Greetings, Hank.
Yeah, I'm not really in the rush to get up here and talk about something because I just kind of feel like I'm looping. Like last year, we had like wannabe cult leaders coming up all the time and trying to show us their non-solutions. But
Right.
since they're all gone, and we really don't we kind of know what the problems are, but don't have any way to solve them. We're just not really going anywhere. So I'm not in a rush to talk about anything. I'll listen in just for inspiration, but
Yeah.
really,
Yeah,
I
of
don't have
course.
anything to contribute.
Yeah, feel free. Yeah, feel free to just hang out, Hank. Of course, you're always welcome. I mean, yes, no worries. But yeah, you make a key point. That now that the problems are known, or can be known, but the thing is that if we're the only ones who know the problems, then yes, of course, they're not going to be solved. But get more hands on deck here. That's kind of the thing, is that more people can know what the problems are. Because it seems like, although certain people are clear about them, it seems to be a very limited amount of people. I could talk to people who definitely know what I'm saying all the time.
Well, the real big thing is that people know what the problems are, but the systems work for them at the moment. They don't want to change anything. So
Right. Right. And that's the thing, is that they think the system's working, right? See, this is the thing, is that they don't know how it works. I mean, so this is the main problem. I mean, so yeah, so he goes in here, he says, and of course he's talking about prediction on a high level, but he's saying that, just like in the scientific domain, right, you can't cut out the notion of subjectivity, right? So some value judgment has to be made. Otherwise, data is just data, right? Somebody has to interpret it at the end of the day, right? So the data doesn't, actually avail, any causal relationships, right? Those are the opinions of the people that are, interpreting the data. Right, so there's always going to be a subjective element. This is why, he mentions there's so many disagreements whenever there's any economic issue. Look at the recent issue of the tariffs, right? Okay, you could argue literally on both sides. Okay, so and of course the amount of data that any one person could interpret, to take either side it's a ludicrous amount.
Yeah, my mom's 401k. Ooh, took a big hit, but she's a Trump supporter, so it's her own damn fault.
Or we say it is, right? But of course, why was there only two options up there? It's another question. And one of them was an actor, and the other one was an actor. Very strange. And then it goes, this stochastic calculus is limited only by the nature of economic and social milieu. For example, if a given law is exact, the public which is informed of it tends to react in the inverse sense. But sometimes it reacts by conforming to the law. The act of prediction is thus, in a sense, self-satisfying. But the public, by so reacting, yeah, of course, it's predictive programming, right? But he says, but the public, by so reacting, falls under the influence of a new prediction, which is completely determinable. The economist is able to establish laws of probability for all deviations of opinion. It must be assumed, however, that one remains in the framework of rational behavior. The system works all the better when it deals with men who are better integrated into the mass. Men whose consciousness is partially paralyzed, who lend themselves willingly to statistical observations and systematization. The results obtained by this technique are impressive, even though the technique is still immature. It's like the people who take the polls to see what they think about something. Those are the dopes that this is referred to, okay? Instead of actually, like there's a certain number of people, right, that understand that polls are there so they can study you, right? Not so they could tell you about yourself, right? So, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, here it goes. Yeah, so people who submit themselves to systematization, those are the people that they're looking to calculate, right? They become calculable, right? Much more classical and of a different order is a whole complex of accounting techniques. These techniques have been much modified and no longer belong merely to a realm of enterprise, but rather to that of economics. And the accountant is no longer a mere agent for registering the movement of funds of an enterprise. Accounting. Oh, wait. Yeah. According to Lutfala. Lutfala? Lutfala?
They should
L-U... Yeah.
they should call it economics, stochastic or whatever the frick that thing.
Stochastics.
Stochastics.
Crazy
Yeah.
word. Yeah, I've not heard that term much either.
Should call it fortune telling. Because it kind of is, right? It's trying to be sort of.
Yes, economics is fortune telling, so is psychology.
I could see that. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is that, psychology needs a profile of the type of person that they're studying already made. So either you fit into one of their profiles or right, so this is the thing is that the man that's made himself calculable will fit into one of those profiles that they've developed. Right? So it's exactly how he's saying is that that the people who are already systematized are calculable. And
Is that why I can never get the same like
right, the same personality score, right? It's always different. It's like depending on your mood. Yeah.
It's a book called The Art of Profiling, and you're supposed to profile yourself. It's like written by this former FBI profiler, and I couldn't figure out which one I was. And there's this little section at the end of the book that talks about this person called the random actor, and like totally like puts them all in this like really negative light, like they're all like criminals and stuff and bad people. And I was like, oh shit. But I'm like, maybe they're all bad because I'm not bad. So
Well, that's just the DSM mindset. Everyone's bad. I actually I know what my MBTI type is, but it doesn't mean I fit into any system. So it's kind of pointless.
no, you get to know things about yourself though along the way. I think so it makes it useful.
If I know myself and I can't integrate anywhere, then it's useless. Yeah, at the point of throwing myself in the system and it doesn't actually help me do that at all, then it's got all for naught. Just navel gazing.
Well, I spent many an hour staring at my belly button, and I don't regret it one bit.
Yeah, there's always like one that's like an outlier, and like people who want to like try to stand out will always try to say I'm that one even though they're not. I mean, so yeah, that's always an interesting phenomenon too. But yeah, you have all types of people. You have conformists, non-conformists at this point, and people that are ironically believe in things and all sorts of things.
Irony is heavy because it's made of iron.
But yeah, blessings, y'all. Let's just all be silent for like 30 seconds and see if 5 more people pour in here. Because as I'm getting more silent, the numbers are going up. So it's just. $22. Oh, it didn't go up any numbers. Oh well. It was worth a try. But yeah, I don't think we'll be famous anytime soon. But yeah, let's go to this here with the ellul. Ellul is famous. He's a star. In fact.
Fame is a curse.
Yeah, being famous is a curse, folks. Ask Hank. Because Hank's been on every panel ever in history. You go to any panel in history, you'll see Hank O'Flamio there. So, bless him.
Hank is the
Not
Easter
quite.
egg.
There's more panels than people can count, including me. I mean,
Yeah, I
I've
found.
been on most of the beef septic panels. I've been on the fence, the big panels or like conference panels. I don't know how to even get on those. It'd be important to get to a conference panel where you're on the front stage and everyone else is just not. So
I think there's only 2 panels that I go on that I've never seen you there.
yes, I know one of them. The guys that don't wear the shirts. That's a closed panel, and I think they're
It's
selling
not
horseshit.
They don't wear the shirts.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah.
wear shirts and they're selling
Liberating
horseshit.
Darkness dudes. It's Ben Balderson and those guys, the Weaving Spiders.
Balderson.
And then the other one, Secret Society of Good Guys.
Yeah, Balderson, he's subscribed to our channel as well. So yeah, I appreciate Balderson. Thank you for subscribing, sir. I also subscribe to his channel. So I seen him over at Flow State. So yeah, I appreciate Balderson. Thank you. And of course, you're welcome to come up here and talk to us as well. It's no problem. But yeah, I don't know much about that fella, but yeah, let's move on here. We're on page 166 of the Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, and he's talking about people being systematized into a system, right? And of course, the digestive framework of that system. Okay, if we were to look at it as an organism, if we were to look at the technological system as an organism, he talks about the circulatory system or the state apparatus, the economic idea, right? And of course, all these ideas of economy and the state, called the apotheosis of the state in Hegel, and all these ideas where the state has to make the central theme, right, of the society, right? And the state defines humanity, right? As we saw, the artificial man of Hobbes, right? Well, you also have this notion, right, of man being mediated through this other idea, right? And that idea is economics, right? Where he's systematized, right? Now, I talked about how the notion of the state is basically tied to this notion of progress, right? And reason, and all these things, and the secular ideal, right, and all these things, right? The state develops right around the 16th century. Okay, they had kingdoms and people and nations, and they had all of those things, right? They didn't have the state, right? The state is the technical aspect of human civilization, right? Once it's systematized, right? Secularized, right? Okay, and created a value in and of itself. Now, obviously, Machiavelli created the notion of political science, right? Okay, and he separated these from philosophy and science, right? I'm sorry, philosophy and theology, right? Science was philosophy at the time, right? Okay, but he said neither Plato or the Bible could explain how to create the perfect form of rule. He said one had to study history to come to the conclusion, right? Okay, and then you have Hobbes reacting to Machiavelli. Right, who instead of his idea that, the human will could govern society, right, he formed the notion of the collective will, of the artificial man, as a response. Right, the artificial man, or the man that's formed out of the collective will of the people, right, is a response to the prince. The guy who has to do it all by himself, can't trust anybody, right? To do it for him. Okay, and it was basically Marx who combined these two things, right? And said not only can you have a science of rule, but you could have a perfect system or a perfect state to account for the deficiencies of the human. Right, which Hobbes felt that human beings were wildly deficient, right? Yeah, econometrics. Okay, when man becomes the object of technique, that technique gets placed in the center of society. Man becomes calculable. It's the reign of consumption, the reign of objective knowledge, right? And the reign of quantity. He goes on to say, these techniques have been much modified and no longer belong merely in the realm of enterprise, but rather to that of economics. The accountant no longer mere agent for registering the movement of funds in an enterprise, according to Lutfalla, Lutfalla report published in the Council Économique 1948, has become a veritable profits engineer. His operations encompass not only money, but all of the elements of production. He is oriented towards the past, but also oriented towards the future. The more complex manufacturing operations become, the more necessary it is to take adequate precautions and to use foresight. It is not possible to launch modern industrial processes lightly. They involve too much capital, labor, social and political modifications. Detailed forecasting is necessary. We shall meet this question again when we discuss planning, but it is appropriate here to call attention to the so-called input-output techniques Leon Teef has pointed out. These represent a method designed to establish in a precise numerical way the interconnections among all sectors of production techniques. They determine for each sector what is brought from and sold to the others. This method makes it possible to establish in detail what raw materials, instruments, tools, and machines are required to produce a given product under present conditions. One can no longer fix magnitudes approximately or be content with mastering certain key subjects. For even ordinary commodity, 200 or 300 basic elements must be taken into account. Exact quantities, weights, and times must be fixed. The necessary calculations can only be performed with the help of computing machines. With this method, the well-known and hackneyed formula, and this is why I've always said complexity imbues assimilation, right? Complex procedures require complex planning. Right, and any form of power that delineates power and mediates power loses in accuracy. So yeah, he says everything is reciprocally dependent. The technical elements, which are reciprocally dependent, wielded together by a common necessity and expression in certain new techniques. Now, this goes to another issue that he described earlier, which is the collective incubation of techniques and their self-augmentation through the rule of experts. Okay, he says what holds for a private accountant is even more true for a public accountant who works on a nationwide scale. There are certain differences between two insofar as enterprise has private profit as its end. As a consequence of the profit motive, the private accountant must comply with the rules of capitalist management. The public accountant who becomes an accountant of initiative draws up balance sheets and future revenue potentials for a complex organism whose reactions are slow and of great amplitude when referred to the impulses of at their origin. If public enterprise behaves in any way like capitalist enterprise, its internal dynamism compiles with certain laws. The role of the accountant is to discover these laws, the effect of this new revenue calculating economic technique, which calculates economic effects to their causes, are easily seen in fields such as liquor industry, housing, transportation, and so on. It is clear that the calculated revenue potential bears not merely on money, but also human capital. France does not yet have a central accounting service which would completely exploit the techniques and establish a measurement of social needs and means of production and movement of capital, national income, and demographics of change, and etc. Returning to the methods of pure economic technique, we find the method of models. It is extremely difficult to experiment in economic matters, but experimentation is indispensable in all sciences, and even more so in technique. As Vincent puts it, a model is a simplified but complete representation in its numerical aspect of the economic evolution of a society, for example, a nation during a given period. A model is a reproduction in miniature of a certain economic ensemble in the form of mathematical equations. It is impossible, obviously, to put all economic phenomenon into a model. A certain arbitrariness is called for. The primary act is therefore a choice founded on some theoretical decision of the constants and variables to be put into that model. This theoretical decision, however, is not arbitrary. It is guided by certain principles. In particular, the necessity of linking observation to action. Once the constraints of the variables of the system have been selected, and they may be numerous, the relations between them are established. Some of these relations are evident in the sense that they are purely quantitative. Others are more unstable and subjective and must be established by economic technician himself. They're empirical relations, verified to prove verified or proven false by experiment. Finally, the ensemble of these relations must be put in the form of equations by insertion of the time factor. Then, by solving the equations, it is possible to study the evolution of the system and its incidences. This facilitates the study of evolution of certain mechanisms determined by a social group and the incidence of some exterior intervention into an economic system, or of the influence of the importance of the whole of every element in an ensemble.
Yeah, Stephen Wolfram has a term for these kind of things. He calls them computationally irreducible, as in we can't skip a step in the process and know what state it's going to be in. I'll be back in
Yes,
a couple minutes, swapping batteries.
of course. But yeah, this idea of models or maps, have to be an abbreviation of reality. As was said so many times, right? Okay, models can have internal consistency that works, right, and have nothing to do with reality, right? But also models and systems, as we said, they have predictable power. They increase levels of predictability, right? See, as we learned earlier, theories, okay, they lose predictability for explanatory scope. Models use predictability but lose explanatory scope because they're more massive, right? They can't take in this minute details, right? A theory is used to explain phenomenon, right? A model is used to integrate various phenomenon, right? So the goals of these two things are kind of different, right? And we go that economics, in a system that's based on consumption, right, or capitalism, right? Okay, it's not going to be based on theories. It's going to be based on models, right? So this is kind of what Ellul is kind of explaining, right? Here, it says models can be purely theoretical or historical, as when the data arise from statistics, right? In which case they must be tested against the actual evolution of society, or they can be predictive, as when the attempt is made to forecast the future. These predictive models are the object of great interest to the study of economic complexes. Excuse me. I'm about to take a little break here in a minute and play some music for you guys. And but first I'm going to finish some of this here. And then we'll move on to the Tao Te Ching for a little while, right? For about an hour. right? Then we'll move to the other issues I have. I have a few papers I want to read. One with Kaczynski, and one, and we also have a presentation to look at with John C. Lilley, right? Something we were looking at last time. Yeah, that's really cool, Zephyr. Blessings.
I see that Roku remote.
Yeah, literally. Is anyone out there? Blessings.
Some Pink Floyd reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like I found this thing that was torn out of a notebook like a while back, and I never finished it, so I just finished it. And it didn't have anything in the thought bubble, so I was like, what am I going to write in there? And that's what I came up with. So it wasn't that complicated. There was not, it was just, I was like, maybe there's like somebody buried there, and they're like, hey, is anybody out there?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
So quiet. It's oh so quiet. Shh.
Oh yeah, because it's simply a one man band, one man show, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But that's how it's gotta be, you know what I mean? That's how it's gotta be sometimes. But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, the last of the new economic techniques, which I wish to describe, is in brief review, is public opinion analysis. Okay, now this is a huge one because as I said, you know, the main impetus of economic techniques is to systematize consumption, right? And to plan out human consumption. And this is why large scale technology has an increasingly socializing effect, right? But this whole idea of, you know, how to systematize consumption, this is the main technique. This is the technique par excellence for the technological society. It is actually what creates the technological society, right? Is a technique that makes man his object, right? Okay. So, you know, what can be better than economic techniques, right? And systematizing man, okay, his patterns of consumption and so on and so forth, right? And this is why, you know, he goes on to describe economics as, you know, it's funny because I was talking about the brain and the stomach, right? And I was kind of saying the brain and the stomach are kind of the same thing. I mean, and that's what's really interesting here, right? The brain and the stomach of technique are really the same thing. And right, it eats, you know, what it makes, what it thinks about. I mean, it's literally eating itself. And right, as they say, steel sharpens steel. And somebody pointed out that's oxymoronic because you need, you know, wet stone to sharpen steel or something like that. You know, but yeah, interesting. I mean, it goes on to say, which has everyone is acquainted with the Gallup Institute, which has branches in almost every country in the world, various systems, soundings, samplings, inquiries are used to establish periodically the feelings of a given class or category of the population about any important question. Certainly, there is strong skepticism about these methods. No one believes that he thinks and acts like his neighbor. Excellent. That's just a sentence that Ellul said. Said no one believes that he thinks and acts like his neighbor. This guy's a genius. I mean, people who are hearing me read this and are like, what's this big dummy reading? You guys are fucking the worst type of people in the world. You guys don't understand humor. You don't have any class. Literally the dumbest morons on the planet.
I was reading this this one book the other day, and the author used a little phrase to think locally or act locally and think globally. I was like, holy shit.
Well, that's because that phrase is like kind of default in society. Ellul is pretty much the default when it comes to just classical thinking and because of technology.
Yeah, I mean, there's people who go with what's that guy? Oh man, it begins with a O. But yeah,
His first name or last name?
yeah, I'm reaching for this name of this guy who also talks about technique that everybody talks about. Well, there's Veblen too, but I think there's other people. Well, definitely Ellul mentions a bunch of people, but yeah, if his name pops back up, I'll.
Does Scribina mention him? I feel like
Oswald? Something Oswald? Shit, man. Yeah, it'll come back to me. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean? Let me move to this. He says, actually, where was that? Yeah, I love this quote. He says, "No one thinks and acts. No one believes that he thinks and acts like his neighbor. Yet there's pollsters, right? You know, so he's trying to complain about this whole idea, right? And no one is sympathetic. But if you go back to my explanations of equality and the archetypal man and about species and society and civilization, if you just look at Hobbes' painting, Hobbes painted the painting of Leviathan himself, right, where he's where the king is made of people, right, and he calls the king the artificial man, right, which as I continuously point out, it's like the AI, artificial man, AI. Right, so the state was the AI system, right, which is pretty interesting. And his idea, right, because it could systematize the wills of man, right, through consumption. Actually, he called it commonwealth, right? He says the main goal is enterprise, right? So it's interesting. But yeah, no one is sympathetic to the notion that he is a mere number in some list or series, and this unconscious rejection makes for skepticism. Nonetheless, the result of such samplings must be deemed valid, in spite of the seeming but easily explainable setbacks they suffer, as for example in the well-known case of American presidential elections of 1948. The result reflect from various phenomena, sociological currents, ethical preferences, political opinions with which we are not concerned, but other results reflect economic currents, opinions concerning prices and wages, commercial choices, urgent economic needs, to the extent that they are measurable, and so on. In sum, anything of the nature of an opinion which can be grasped by a good observer or reporter will henceforth be numerically measured and followed scientifically during all stages of its development. This method represents a great revolution. It permits the integration of opinion in the technical world in general and in the economic technique in particular. This system brings into the statistical realm measures of things hitherto unmeasurable. It affects a separation of what is measurable from what is not. Whatever cannot be expressed numerically is to be eliminated from the ensemble, either because it eludes numeration or because it is quantitatively negligible. We have therefore a procedure for the elimination of aberrant opinions, which is essential to the understanding of the development of this technique. Right? I mean, who wouldn't be impressed by all this, right? Right? The elimination does not originate in technique itself. But the investigators who utilize its results are led to its necessity. Okay, how about that? Beautifully said. I'm going to read that again. Here, give me a second. And it's just like the propaganda techniques, right? Propaganda and media techniques are a necessary result of the technology that's used in the process of comprising the measurements, right? Okay, and of systematizing human needs, right? But yeah, let me go on to this. And my coffee's already gone cold. Damn. Son of a bitch. Which is essential to the understanding of the development of technique. Okay, the elimination of aberrant opinions, which is essential to the understanding of the development of this technique. The elimination does not organize in technique itself, but the investigators who utilize its results are led to it of necessity. No activity can embrace the whole complexity of reality except as a given method permits. For this reason, this elimination procedure is found whenever the result of opinion probings are employed in the political economy. Okay. Let me move to a musical break here, and we'll be back soon. Thank you, guys. Blessings. And thank you guys on panel for being here with me. Blessings.
You're welcome.
Scaramanga, not to mention we all in danger, so living more dusty than digital, striving plus gimmick, so what shit is critical, not to mention EL dash, shit is pitiful, co-flowing, man I know, shit is dead, so Scaramanga sucks and sucks the head, so and let a banger go, we like
chillin' willingly building with God's till the Scaramanga fire, iron poor spider, parked on Snyder and Kings, buyer of rings, higher than weaklings, seeking, peeking, information leaking, contact, contract, black market GP30s, imported in New Jersey, works for 3Gs, expert overseas, dropping down on murder, more shells in your back than turtles, baguettes, what's unheard of, chest wound, sons confined to a girdle, in seclusion with Peruvians, moving in territories, terror stories in all hell's glory, the bell saw me, show mine, here comes Ponan, loaded gun in the trap, dash, SWAT's coming, no time to waste, and chase ace, call a drug lieutenant and beer tenement, bitches squeal the detectives for the Benjamins, now I'm out to Benjamin with the F10, fuck the media, spraying on your previous silence infiltrators, men and spray yours, non-parabellum, Aeroshell swell, dogs, pierce cerebellum, bloody stained towers, 4-4 power removed, this bowels, iceberg slim, night working tips, slice jerks for limbs, drop the tight verse on the pavement, iceberg slim, night working tips, slice jerks for limbs, drop the tight verse on the pavement.
Now, who the hell are God's earth understand digital, more dusty than criminal.
Wanna get at the laundromat on the track, OTB show me he, yo, deep on the 3000 GT, black pearl, black girl, galant, rounds of Israel, compounds, bark when the beef is spark, blast banging loops, hit hoops, like metal law, master of the metal, or chrome bronze, dons with the silver steel, ill shot, block, pill, flock apart, feel your heart twist, like a chameleon tail, Sicilian, Brazilian grill, children's hell, million swell, go billion well, diesel, cock, Fort Knox clock, extra rock, sector of the crystal, $100, hold holler as they swallow, link solid, your ring's hollow, mine shine like mythical Apollo, you're like Icarus trying to follow, soldiers in the cup of Farragut, get the Saratoga. Now you know the time on this underground mission. Scaramanga Salah, Elvis Custom on the boards. Walking slow, making noise. Elvis Ducto, Scaramanga Salah. Brownsville, Israel, know what I mean? Walking for the things.
one time for your mind. Yeah. Colors of death, yo. Yeah. Manslaughter like Manson and murderous movement, armor suited down, crucified, undisputed, occultist, mystifying and never dying, crying cyanide, dread ironide, fled for science, God-fearing, tearing ass out, niggas pass out, the cash out, the last fast routing out. Pure holocaust, more frost than up north, the force heads from next. Lyrically, lyrics across the force, force 10 from Navarone. Fatter shatter bones, zones of danger, come from catacombs. Necromania, Annie up where your skills at, my shit spills at. The pill caps, it's real rap. You feel that epidemic, hypodermical insulin. Hit again, bringing dividends, kicking in, sickening. Join us, kiss reality, goodbye in the spiritual where real hoods die. The diabolical, hexing, serenade, fading. MCs for G's, you see, I be evading. When Satan comes, the guns are evenly distributed. All for one, no pussies, I ain't trying to hear it. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. My crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. My crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. My crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. My crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. Exorcist, demonist, catalyst, the purest from a purulence, inquisitive, aberrance at war against the most ancient black arts in existence. For instance, the evil industry forms resistance. Intense when queens, the queen's levels be devils be like kerosene, blowing up spot you never see. Experimental vapors you inhale to get lifted, intoxicate like spoken bone dust. Now you addicted, malevolent master, pass the holy water to slaughter more gore, roars, Gore-Tex and water. You peep the triceps, kept with titanium, cranium, cultivate cults like a geranium. Ceremonial burial, memorial, destroying crews with stress. The press fest, the fest chest like mescaline. Morbid mortician, incision, crucifixions within heaven and hell produce emissions. Rash catharsis, you're heartless, Christian, many done. The carcass of Phrynium is the target from anyone. Town, state, or planet, I'll capture the batch of ruptures. Rhymes from now to the hereafter. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. Rooftop to rooftop with 2 Glocks to spitting millions, revealing hatred and fear and scaring little children. The infamous Cali Ghosto, allow with fofos and bombing homos. I bloodshot from the no-dos with mad malice. Destroy your palace, the wildest. My mouth spits acidic enzymes, my lips are callous. The tongue clicks flavorfully upon those who blaspheme and cast cream firm. They last seen trying to play with me. The dust toucher, hard rocks turn to flour. Immense with levels of power, pollutes the shower. Lyrical concessions, confessions of the sections, flexing scalpels to scalp you. In your section, a renaissance man, Serrano, hitting channels, cannibalistic, exquisite, medical man, a damn you. Like Hawthorne, be forewarned and forestrong, intoxicated, not to faded with chloroform. Mayhem like Salem, illest cavemen, smack down competitors with heat and leave them God forsaken. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. These are the colors of death, pump your necks. The crew rolls thick through your hood, so respect. Yeah, the colors of death. You know.
Yeah, blessings.
I'll trade you your really cool cup for this one. This one's like a bong. See?
Oh, wow.
And see, there's the mouthpiece. It's the handle.
That's really cool.
I have 2 of them. The other one is a
that's
pine.
dope. Yeah, that's really cool. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong button. Maybe this one. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. And let me put myself down here. That's better. But yeah, we're here reflecting on several things, including the Tao Te Ching. Now, we had several people here the other day. They're reflecting on, various introductions of the show material. Now, last time we really got through like only one chapter, right? Both times we went through this, right? Because of the long drawn out explanations. And, last time it was just all explanations, right? And of course, we were lucky enough, I think, to have Unseen on the panel, right? So, You know, I think that was almost the first time we had him on the panel discussing Christ the Eternal Tao. You know, even though we've went through it so many times, we've never had him on at the same time. You know, or at least I don't think so. Right? He was here earlier when we read through various translations of the Tao, and he would always read parts of Christ the Eternal Tao in response. You know, so it's interesting. Right? But yeah, we got Unseen Warfare in the loop. You know, blessings to him. You know, and Pill Eater in the loop. You know, so we'll try to see if we could, you know, use their expertise as we go down the line. Now, last time at the end of the show, we played the presentation that Unseen Warfare gave on Christ the Eternal Tao. So if you guys want to go check out his presentation that he gave, right, either do so on my last show or his show. The better place to go would be to go to his channel, Unseen Warfare, right? It's, let me go ahead and try to find that for you guys. Okay. Try to find this for you guys. With Unseen Warfare. You know. And of course, we got some, you know, definitely we'll have either Enslaved by Tortillas or Toilet Bowl Birth. One of them will go live tonight. You know what I mean? They go live every single time I go live. They act like they don't care about the internet. And, you know, I literally force them to go live with my face. Right? So, so yeah, they're probably live. But yeah, we had a huge interaction with them where Unseen Warfare went in them and just blew them the fuck out. And, yeah, they were arguing with Jim Bob. Jim Bob ran away from Unseen Warfare. They attempted then as the left and right nutsack of Jim Bob, made by Jew Bob, to argue with Unseen Warfare. Okay, and totally failed. I mean, so that was pretty funny, right? So we'll be playing that soon on the show, on our Zionism special. Now, for some reason, I haven't dropped any of the links here. Let me go ahead and drop all the links before we move on here. I mean, because there's a good amount of people watching right now, right, to where we could direct you guys to this channel here, Unseen Warfare's channel here, right? Of course, give me a second to procure these links, right? We got the Cyber Caliphate channel right here. In case we get banned, now we may get banned at any point. None of these videos will be here. You have to physically search for the live. We're so shadow banned. You have to physically search for the live itself, right? So we could disappear at any time. If you want to find us, don't rely on YouTube to tell you when we're streaming or when our streams come up. It's just that simple. You'll have to interact with the channel on your own, right? You'll have to know that we stream 9:30. I mean 9 o'clock p.m. right now on Wednesday, Tuesday. Oh, okay, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday night usually. Right, the other times we come on is random times. Right, and I don't know what to do about, you know, you guys missing those streams. Just look at the channel material. Everything we do, we leave up. Right, we're not afraid of YouTube or what people think or anything. Right, really doesn't matter to us.
At least you gotta murk them, then disappear.
Yeah, we did over 20 videos here on this channel. Unique videos featuring many of the panelists. Right? We got I mean, of course, Reddington and Hanko Flamio and Zephyr. We got, you know, other people too. We got Unseen Warfare and Anaferna and Neurojack, all on the alternative channel videos, right? Breaking down key issues, right? Of theology, philosophy, political science, etc. Right? And of course, we've done reaction to the Zionism debate, right? We've done reactions to the Panelverse drama. Okay, so I've procured lots of material there. right, for you guys. And of course, we're doing a series on Zionism and liberalism there at the Alternative Channel, right? So there's unique material, original material there at the Alternative Channel. Right, in case we get banned here, there will be no other place to find us, right? And of course, you'll have to interact with the material on your own here, right? We will not be supported by any algorithm. The reason why is because this show contains issues and themes that are going to be continually suppressed by those who want to promote technology and progress. This is just the key facts, the key reason why it's not going to become a popular show. Like, even though there's various insecure people, okay, that are constantly trying to make sure that, because they think that I'm concerned with my personal success. So they think that if I fail, they'll defeat whatever I represent. That's not going to happen. Right? If you speak truth, right, nobody's going to defeat what you have to say about the things you represent. Right? So this is the facts behind it, right? And yeah, we're procuring more content for you guys, but yeah, right now we have the Tao, right? So let me move to the Tao Te Ching, right, and open up some of the passages here. And you know, of course, we'll start with Crowley here today, right? And of course, we got Spooky Saturday.
That's my favorite day. I love
Yeah.
Spooky Saturday.
Yeah, I'll try to keep that going as long as I can, but I'm kind of running out of, you know, themed videos and stuff, you know. But yeah, we'll do one more Spooky Saturday for now, you know, and then I'll have to bring it back at some point. I mean, and then I'll bring it back randomly. You know, bring it back randomly. You know, when I procure videos and materials. All right, but every now and then, yeah, I have amassed tons of horrorcore content, and we have Spooky Saturdays available, right? But yeah, this is Crowley's translation of the Tao Te Ching that we're reading from right here, right? Okay. And then maybe we'll watch a little bit of Toilet Bowl Birth, since he was nice enough to go live exactly when my stream started. Every time my stream starts, they go live, right? So we'll see what he's talking about, because he's kind enough to go live every single time. All right, and don't think I don't notice that. I do notice. Now, I'm constantly.
They're totally hoping that you're gonna go over and review them like right. Live.
That's right. That's right. That's right. It's exactly a tactic, you know. So we'll give them what they want today, right? We'll go and look at their deplorable show, their deplorable material, right? We'll laugh and joke about it together, right?
Basket
And
of deplorables, perhaps.
yeah, we'll look at this trash, all right? Because I'm not so interested in looking at this. So, you know, we'll get a little treat at the end, right? And we'll see what's going on. Because you know, they're nice enough to stream every time I'm on. They don't care about the internet, but they got to delete their every video they make so that nobody finds out what they said. Scared to death. You know, they refuse to put their name or their actual original ideas on anything they represent. These are the 2-bit, basically snake, you know, reptilian, shape-shifting lizard bitches. And right, so, and right, this is exactly how we interact with these people, right? We first go into their community where they compliment us for an entire year, right? Then we drown them out with noise, right? And then we just have them talk about us, give us free promotion. Okay, so this is how we handle sniveling, cackling tarts with insipid.
And no offense to Lizard Tree, of course. And because I'm also a snake in Chinese, and I didn't take offense, so I don't think you meant it that way. But I just wanted to say.
No, I'm talking about human snakes, not spiritual snakes. I mean, but yeah, yeah, let's check this out. I mean, people that pretend to be your friend online, and then they get mad because you said something online. Oh no! These people have been living fake lives on the internet
They're
for a
gonna go
very long time. For a very long time. Okay, now man cometh into life and returneth again into death. Okay,
Dust to dust.
dust to dust. Right? 3 men in 10 conserve life. 3 men in 10 pursue death. Three men also desire to live. Now, this is the worst kind. Right? Okay, the people that pursue death, right? Well, they're way beyond the desire to live. Right? They're trapped in some ideological game. Right? They'll die for whatever they believe, or they represent. Right? Right? They're ready to die. They'll pursue death. Right? There's men that conserve life. Right? Meaning they're just doing what's natural. Right? They're surviving. Right? 3 that desire to live, but their acts hasten their journey to the house of death. Right? Okay, the people that are always piling life upon life, using life for life. They're not maintaining what is there. Right? They're trying to create systems that furnish life. They're not focused on survival. They're focused on the desire to live. Right? Okay, why is this? Right? Because their efforts to preserve life. Right? By trying to preserve life, you get rid of life. Right? Right? You need life to preserve life. That's the problem. Okay, so not only is trying to preserve life hastening death, but then trying to improve life is impossible, right? Okay. So let's go on. And he says, but this I have heard, he that is a wise man in the economy of his life. It's interesting that he used that word economy. Right? Of course, we've never heard that before in a translation, and that signifies exactly what I was saying about the symbolic reference frame. Right? Although you could see generally notions of economy all throughout the Tao Te Ching. Right? That he that is wise in the economy of his life, whereof he is a warden for a season journeyeth with no need to avoid tiger or rhinoceroses, and goeth uncorselated. That is a word I am not familiar with. Uncorselated.
I don't think anybody is.
Yeah, uncorselated. That is some archaic term among the warriors with no fear of the sword or the lance. The rhinoceros find him no place vulnerable to its horn, the tiger to its claws, the weapon to its point. Why is this? Because there is no house of death in his whole body. Right? The idea is if you don't try to, preserve life by getting rid of all of the danger, right? What's going to really come after you? Right? Of course, you could try to eliminate all the danger. Right? But when is that process going to be complete? Right?
Maybe that's a typo because I can't seem to find that word at the moment.
Yeah, it could be. It could just be a typo.
It keeps thinking I wanted to. It keeps thinking I typed in uncorrelated.
Or uncorseted.
Yeah. Let's go to this one. To the Seraphim Rose, and we're now on chapter 50.
Rose certainly didn't have that word in his version.
Oh, yeah. Now, of course, virtue is the activity of the Tao is virtue. Right now, manifesting the Tao is the path of virtue. Right. And, what is the Tao? The Tao is the way. Right. So let's go to this. Compare and contrast. Yeah. And I see many people are comparing and contrasting something else at the moment. When will you fools learn? Right? Chapter 50. The ancient sage, followers of the way, said, the sage keeps his half of the bargain, but does not exact his due. The man of virtue performs his part, but a man without virtue requires others to fill their obligations. Okay? Now, obviously, once there is a sense of goodness, right, among people, right, then they're looking for others to return the goodness. Right? Now, a person who has no virtue at all, right? Okay, even if he doesn't, if he does or does not exact his due, he has expectations. Okay? Expectations of others. When you couldn't fulfill your promise, you have expectations of others, but you're a liar. This is the problem. A man without virtue requires others to fulfill their obligations. Right? So goodness that doesn't know it's good, A, and B, doesn't try to impose goodness onto the world is truly good. And is the source of goodness itself, right? But when people try to use goodness to get something, that's partly evil. Okay, but when people just use things and there's no sense of goodness at all, no sense of benevolence at all, No sense of reverence at all. No sense of enchantment or curiosity or
Aw.
awe. Okay, now he says, the way when he became flesh said, give to everyone who asks you. Right? Why are you trying to take stuff from others away? Why are you trying to say, oh, this guy's got this many people watching. Let me go tell you. Let me go. What's wrong with you? Is you gaining have to do with other people losing? You're just not following the way of Jesus. That's all. But and of him who takes away your goods, ask them not again. Ask them not again. Do good, lend, hoping for nothing back. It's rough to live that way.
I only lend money to friends if I don't expect it back, and I'm pleasantly surprised if they pay me back.
It's a great policy to have. Otherwise,
Well, I just figure it's like not worth losing a friend over, so I don't care about the money because my friend is worth way more.
yeah, and that's the thing is that there's some people who do it based on the friendship, and there's some people who actually do it because they'll get their money back because they think they'll get their money back. See, this is the problem. This is what a lot of dudes talking about. I mean,
There's some expect it like you're supposed to.
exactly. Like hey, you're just, it's like no, it was based on a trust, you moron.
Yeah.
And if you can't establish that trust, then it's not coming back. But it shouldn't just be based on the trust. You should give freely. And this is right. And of course, those who keep a little more than they promise, they always have enough.
Yeah, you got to take care of yourself first, though. My mom taught me this thing. It's like if you give away your last thing that you're gonna need, then you're just basically asking somebody else to give what you need to you. So you got to take care of you first.
It's a good lesson. Well, this passage certainly seems to be a very anti-usury kind of passage, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is crazy.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, people don't think about that, but Jesus is totally anti-usury. Yeah, Christians are committing usury off the scales. In this present world. That's basically, they created systems in Europe, right, with the small hat bankers and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Go look at the Zionism series if you guys want to know something about that. Right, but yeah. But yeah, give to everyone who asks you, and of him who takes away your goods, ask them not again. Do good and lend, hoping for nothing back. The way when he became flesh said, gave it. I'm sorry. Excuse me. The way when he became flesh gave his own life. He says, for those whom he had given life. Now look at that. We just read about those who try to preserve life. How much does that line up? 100%. He did not exact his due. See, the greatest thing you can offer is your life. Right? There's people who are disciples of life, who seek to preserve life. There's people who are disciples of death, who've gone beyond life to some other notion that they should preserve even beyond life. And there's people who work to try to preserve and better life, the conditions of life.
Like in formaldehyde or something? Teflon?
Yeah. Yeah, so he says, call him not just. The way when he became flesh, gave up his life, didn't exact his due. He said, call him not just, because justice exacts dues. Justice is the exaction of dues. Right? For our frail nature would not be strong enough, he says, right? If his justice were to rise up and make exaction, rather call him merciful. Right? And what does he? What does it say? It says no man is good. Literally says that, right? Rather call him merciful, for he came employing mercy in place of justice. Since at all times we are held by debt, there is a bondsman for those who are bound by debt. There is a healer for those who have stumbled, who have bruised the simplicity of their original nature. Okay, remember we were talking about primordial simplicity and the primal essence. And of course, all of those have to do with the idea of oneness itself, right? Okay, remember, the heaven and earth were created, right? And that form of separation, right? That is exactly where multiplicity actually came from, right? But who have bruised the simplicity of their original nature. Okay, there's a healer for those people. That is actually very beautiful. And yeah, it says here, there's a bondsman and a healer. Even he who asked that mercy be shown to his murderers, who pardoned them as even as he hung on the tree. The breath of heaven, he says, is upon me to preach good tidings to the poor, to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim forgiveness to the captives, and set free those who are bruised. Yeah, blessings. Okay, so this is where we're at with that. Let me go to my StreamYard here. A little bit of that, a little bit of this. And oh man, toilet butt birth. He's already done with his live, so I guess we won't be watching any of it. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, he's not live anymore. But
Oh, darn.
Darn it! Darn! Darn! But yeah, yeah, I actually won't probably watch any of the stream he made today unless I get a moment after this. But yeah, let's check about let's check out Crowley here. Let's check out Crowley. And I think I got time to read a couple more chapters here, honestly. We'll read a couple more chapters here and see what happens.
It says the te instead of the
te.
tau.
The
That's how
yeah.
It's like words. Tesek.
Yeah, Tao Te Sing. Tao Te Sing.
That's like a Navajo word. Yatehe.
Yatahe.
Or
Yeah, so
Dine, actually, because they're Dine. They don't like to be called Navajos.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah, so it says all things proceed from the Tao and are sustained from its forth flowing virtue. Okay, so that explains a lot, right? This is Tao's relationship with virtue itself. Right? Remember Tao Te Ching, right? Right, the book of the virtue of the way. Right? Or another way people say it is that it just says the way things are. Okay, but forth flowing from Tao is virtue. That's what sustains everything, right? So, of course, trying to preserve life would be a mistake right here. Right? You're trying to impose something on a system that's already in full swing, right? And you're imposing your own faulty measures on something that's, very precise. Okay, already. All right, it says here, everyone taketh from according to his nature and is perfect. And in his particular way, therefore, every one of them glorifying the Tao and worship its forth flowing virtue. Whoops. This glorifying of the Tao, this worship of virtue, right, or Te, is constantly spontaneous. And not by appointment of law. Okay, look at that. Right? Like it simply means that it can't even be measured, right? It's beyond measurement. Right? So would Lao Tzu agree that man is a measure of all things? I don't think so, right? Right? He says, heaven is great, earth is great, and man is also great. Okay, and they all follow the Tao, right? And as he says here, the Tao is constantly spontaneous. Okay, it apportions its way that it sustains things a spontaneous way. Right?
Hank is in the back with disagreement, apparently.
Oh, goody. Yeah, but yeah.
So if everything's perfect, then nothing is, because there's no reason to use the word.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, perfection.
What if it's imperfect? Perfectly imperfect.
Yeah, I think the problem comes because our ability to create a standard called perfection and then apply it to what is already happening when it's already perfect.
Then if it's always perfect, then there's no reason for change at all.
It's dynamic. It's dynamic. So
it's a self-defeating sentence. You don't say anything really.
Well, let's put it this way, right? Like now, there was a master who gave Bulleh Shah money to distribute to a bunch of poor people, right? And he said, distribute this money evenly to the beggars there, right? So Bulleh Shah, he gave a lot to one guy, a little to another guy, and a medium amount to another guy. Right. And he goes back to his master and he said, why didn't you listen to what I said and give an even amount to each person? He said, I gave it how God gives it. That was his reply.
Yep.
Well, and why would there be even a term more perfect if perfect was perfect enough?
Right. This is the thing. Like, let's fix these people's lives by giving them money. It's like this guy doesn't understand what's going on.
If you give it, you know, like even if you give a lot to a little, I'm a lot to one guy, a little to one guy, nothing would change.
Yeah, that's number 4 on my what I've learned so far list. It's helping. It's always helping somebody. Sometimes it's keeping them from their lessons.
Yeah. So this is what's interesting. It's the spontaneous is good enough, but we want to quantify. We want to make things planned and perfect and appointed by law, but you know, sometimes exacting your due creates imperfection because you're using faulty system of values in order to create a system of measurements. As we've seen in the previous segment of the show. Okay.
Yeah, not everything's measurable physically.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point.
Yeah, but is there a good reason to ignore the stuff that is physically measurable? No.
Oh no, it's serious business.
Yeah, eventually with that like logic, you end up with like bigger infinities than other infinities. Which supposedly that's their some infinities are bigger than other infinities, which I
Yeah,
don't understand.
Cantor.
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, it's due to mapping. It's actually pretty easy to explain. It's just if you can map every entity from one set to the other set, then they're the same size. Otherwise, they're different sizes, and some of that's based on axioms.
Yeah, this is what I say to Steven and all the other people. Look, can you prove that we're not living in the best of all possible worlds? It's a serious fucking question.
I can't even prove if this current world is even a possible world. So
there you go. There you go, Hank.
Prove that anything outside of your head exists at all. Because it's all just kind of like stuff that you're interpreting through your senses, but who's to say that it's not just being projected?
Welcome to solipsism.
Yeah, but once we get there, but once we say, okay, there's something out there. The truth is out there. You know, once we
I
make
want to
that,
believe.
yeah, that's what you know. Once we make the leap towards saying, maybe it's not all in my head. You know, then, you know, we have to either say it's, it's quantifiable or it isn't. And that's what it gets down to, is, and once we do see the things out there, right, then it goes to this idea of, how do we improve things, right? And should we try to improve things? Even better question. Right? Because if we don't even know what's going on, then why would we improve on what we don't know to get a better result? For what?
exactly, you get it. Which is that's the root of most of my disagreements. If it's quantifiable or not, and if you can't quantify, why even try to prove it? That's why I kind of disagree with just therapy as a concept, because literally, what I can quantify is the money I have, and I'm giving it to someone so they can facilitate, in quotes, my improvement by just taking my money. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and ripping you off probably because you're not going to see a lot of progress from a therapist. I could tell you that.
Oh, not only that, they refuse to be recorded because they feel they're higher than me. If they weren't better than me, why would I have to pay them for their time?
No, I can
So
guarantee
that,
Hank, you're going to
that
have to fix yourself. That's the only way that's going to happen, I think.
wrong, because what does that even mean? Fixing myself?
I think
Does it mean anything?
I think this is a great idea to for people to sign up to therapists and secretly record the therapy sessions
Strongly
and then
agree.
review them.
Yes.
You know, where we could send people into psychology clinics, have them evaluate them, and then we can secretly record the interaction and then come and review it online. Where I think that would be very interesting for a lot of people. You mean, and I think, yep.
Within reason, so either you'd have to edit some personal information, or
Right.
if you don't want people doxxed.
Well, I mean, I actually don't mind what of my information is out there, so I could actually perform this. I mean, on behalf of the public. That'd be actually,
Well, you didn't say who would be recorded.
yeah.
Yeah, well, and if there's like if you're in a one-person consent state, you can be the person consenting to being recorded. And you the only
That is true.
you have to be in conversation with the other person.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm in a two-party state, so I can't do it. But I can say, anytime someone tells me to get a therapist, I say I only do it if it's recorded, and that's because these guys are sleazebags. I could trust Lou Matami more than a common therapist. That's how low
Oof.
opinion I have of them.
Dang. I wouldn't go that far, but I'd say a lot of therapists aren't really worth their weight in salt.
What I want to know is what makes you think that maybe it's the world that's, have you thought about maybe it's the world that's fucked up, not you?
And it's not because they're not equipped to really get results. It's the whole system of it, the whole idea is to have people coming back so you can keep getting their money, I guess. I don't know.
Exactly, you got it. It's not solving problems isn't popular for them. It's getting repeat clientele.
It's the same thing with medicine and everything else. It's not there to resolve the problems usually.
Well, I'm just ready to stop granting lawyers. They're actually there to solve the problem. Actually, because they actually have problems to solve. Their problems are solvable because the legal system's like a computer. So they can actually solve a problem, move on to the next one, and not run out of work.
Yeah, I think, the last Lift the Veil episode, I mean, me and Brown's boy figured out a few things. And I think you guys should go and watch some of that, especially past the 50-minute mark. Highly interesting developments there, and his reflections on a few situations and a few of the communities around this area. Right. So, and that's all I'll say.
Okay, that first thing real quick. If the world screwed up and it's not me, then the solution's to go to another world. But but I don't know how to do that, so it's unsolvable.
Yeah.
Have you tried
currently
transurfing, like reality transurfing? Just
yes.
question. Did it work for you? You haven't traveled, or have you?
No, here's the thing. I literally just got pulled over because the light went out and I got nothing happened to me. Nothing happened to me. In fact, the light still worked. I just had to check the wire. So
it's great.
So it's working in some respects, but it's not working in a way I needed to. So yeah.
Are you sure you need it to work in that way? That's my next question, because I can't get money to work for me other than like necessities. So I always have what I need, and that's more than enough for me. I've gotten used to it, but it's like it would be nice to have like a little bit more money, but I've never been able to figure that out. And I'm okay with that whenever, everything else I have, I need. It's great.
I don't have a husband, so yes, it needs to work for me. I'm actually looking for a wife too, so I actually wanted to work.
You got a whole
So let's-
lifetime to find that.
It doesn't. Biology doesn't work that way. No, I don't have a whole lifetime. I have like I'm 33 now, so I have like 20 years tops. Then just too far downhill.
Clock is ticking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
well, I just find it really hard to believe that you can't find some girl to knock up.
well, you can believe what you want, but Joe says someone out for everyone, and he can't find someone. So
If that was really the goal, then you just donate your sperm.
No one's gonna take my sperm. It's not 6 foot tall. Does that make a difference?
Well,
you don't know how it works. I mean, you don't know. Some things are systematic. If you don't understand how the system works, then your suggestions don't make any.
The recipient would have to know that it's from you, though.
How tall are you?
5'7".
5'7". That's exactly the height of Dan. So
wait, 11 or 7?
7.
7.
Okay.
Yep, and I'm 5'5". So whenever I put my heels on, I'm taller than him, and I do not care. But you know what? We didn't find each other until late in life.
I mean, some dudes like tall women. I mean,
I thought I liked tall guys too. You know what? We fit together so much better. And I want to tell ladies right now, find somebody just a little bit taller than you and try it out.
But yeah, but generally, people just would sell me self-improvement as a product, and it's just a front to a cult, and I'm not into it anymore. I don't care.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that
so many of those.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that we've outlined so many of the things. See, you could either see it as self-improvement, you could either see it as improving the world, or the world is messed up, or something like that, or you could see it as, people are messed up, right? So there's different issues and problems. Blessings, Pinoy. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Yo, what up, man? Listen, yo, bro,
I
didn't know Hank was a manlet, bro. Yo, I didn't know Hank was a fucking manlet. Yo, you
What's a manlet?
I told you already. We had this
little
conversation last year.
fucking manlet. No wonder you all whiny and bitch made and
We had
shit,
this
bro.
conversation last year, but you don't remember.
Yo, no wonder you be over here sucking the cock of the university and tech mobiles. You like, yo, bro, technology gonna save me, gonna make me taller, bro. They gonna give me more height. Yo, you's a bitch.
Is Pinoy drunk? Am I detecting drunk
Nah,
Pinoy?
man, I'm so
crazy.
He's drunk on Hank.
He's drunk on Hank Flame.
It's just funny to me, bro. Like, legit, you little manlet ass motherfucker. Nah, pussy shit ass motherfucker.
Is this dude drunk for real?
Yo, Hank's so small you can see his Reeboks on his driver's license.
He sounds like
not as much you want.
Like,
yo, Hank, bro, you be hang gliding on Doritos, don't you?
What about Doritos?
Yo, you be hang gliding on Doritos, nigga. Like,
nope.
Yo, you tiny ass motherfucker, hoe. Listen, you weak built, frail motherfucker. You be letting other niggas name your kid.
Oh, you think you're weak now? I'm in the same state. I'll drive you a location. I'll show you how weak I am.
Like Kevin Hart and height.
Yo, listen, you a tiny ass motherfucker, bro. Why ain't you more successful? Listen, you need to get you a truck with some giant tires, bro.
Just give me a GPS coordinate. I'll show you.
Oh, listen, come to the Berg, bro. Meet me in Reservoir Park. I'll smack you around, bro. Listen, I'll just put my hand out and hold your head. You'll just swing around like a fucking windmill and shit.
Yeah. Just keep using your imagination. I don't need more than 15 seconds.
Weak built, frail motherfucker, bro. Yeah. By the way, now listen, yo, get you a dude over 6 foot, bro. That's what bitches need to do. Yo, listen, don't be listening to these fucking females. Get you a dude over 6 foot. Don't ever date no dude.
I'm not gonna give you any other stats. I just want to be a surprise. You know how I like to handle business. I like things to be a surprise.
Yeah, listen, I'm sorry, but shit, I didn't know he was a little tiny little manlet dude. That just fucking bugs me the fuck
No,
out.
I'm just like confused about what manlet. This is the first time I'm hearing this terminology. What is
Oh,
the
yo,
meaning of this?
oh, listen, I
Manlet.
heard it.
Or
Yo,
am I
manlet.
pronouncing that right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Manlet.
yeah. It's like a piglet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
But
okay.
like a manlet. You know what I mean? Like a manlet. Yo, he's like a little half of a man. You know what I'm saying?
Manlet.
Yeah,
So
I
like,
don't know. I heard it from a guy from Indiana, right? Like he used to call himself a manlet all the time. Because
He
like
called himself a manlet?
yeah. He's like I'm an Indiana manlet, right? That's what he used to say. Yeah.
oh, it's a red pill. Okay, here we go. Red pill terminology. That contextualizes a lot.
Yeah, I know about the
I think
red
it's
pill
older
technology.
than
You know,
that,
red pill the scam. I mean, I even had a debate on the machine lies against Jared Basra, TCPS, and he got blown out.
I think it's older than that, to be honest with you. I don't even think it's a red pill. I think manlet is like a really, really old term from like the Midwest.
With
Just
an E,
not-
Dr. D head. With an E, not an I.
I'll check Urban Dictionary real quick.
But yeah,
How old it is.
but yeah, let's go. Let's go with this. What do you think? And I'm gonna play some music in a minute here, in maybe like 10 minutes or so. We'll let this go for like 10 minutes. But yeah, what do you think, Pinoid, is mostly true? Is a problem with society or the world or however you want to say it? Is it the world itself? Is it people in general, or is it us? Is it just the way we're seeing it?
Define us.
Like I mean, like you, me, like it could just be the way that anybody's seeing a situation. Right? Is the problem with the world the way people are seeing the world? Is it the world itself, or is it
I've been working this out, right? So here's
people?
what this is. This is actually like here.
Yeah, because I know you got a lot on this.
Yeah. Listen, I've been writing pieces on this, and like actually, I saw some really cool shit on YouTube here recently about from like a couple like historical economists and anthropologists about this, and basically what they said is that capitalism as a form, right, and like an actual structure of what it is like it's a way for like you to like be able to go and like strip out as much resources as you can from something, and then not think about like the people who are there, or like it's actually made for like places that don't have people on it. So it's made to be like colonial, like colonization fucking tactics. So we're going to give you all the power we can and all the ability to go and get all the resources, metabolize them, and sell them into like a broader market and make as much money as possible, right? That's what like the whole purpose of like property rights and all that type of shit is. And you're not going to think about tomorrow. You're not going to think about the people who are already here. You're not going to think about anything the fuck else but profit at that fucking moment, right? And this is a colonial way of looking at shit. And you play this forward, like you end up going from like having them like colonies on the coast of North America, and it runs the whole way across the continent. But then once it's settled and you're still running that same system, you end up with things like social media and the internet and things and shit like this. And you don't have that conversation about the social aspects, because like the form of economics that you have is just based on raw profit forever and continued expansion. And we've never thought about this. You know what I mean? What up?
I said, and by then the tail of the snake is in its teeth.
Yes, exactly. You literally, what it the economist that I was listening to, he said, what we're doing is we're eating our seed corn. You know what I mean? Like instead of planting that seed corn for next year, we're eating it at this point. And that's what's going on. That's the problem, right? It's not us. It's literally the fact that like the system needs to be changed over to something that's sustainable, where you go, yeah, listen, people live here. We want to grow this and have stability. We want to have long-term fucking like an ability to have families and all this type of stuff. So like manlets like Hank can somehow get a female, right? We want to be able to have these type of things.
Vagina dries up. Sorry.
Yeah, I apologize, Ma. Like it is what it is. I'm not concerned about your vagina. Listen, you know what I mean? Like, yo, I don't know what to tell you. You know, like pussy coming in and out of here on a regular basis.
Get it over with.
Not worried about you. But like, yeah, that's what it is, machine. That's where the mentality is. It's not us, right? It's literally just like this system is fucked and it has to be changed, and we're not sure how to do this.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, see, that's a fourth option that people don't really see. I mean, is that, and that's the thing that, you know, in Uncle Teddy's work, it becomes really clear because he's sort of showing how you could look at the problems of the system as the problems of the system. You don't have to look at them as problems with either people or some other idea where, it seems like you're trying to bring them through the idea of the world. Now, obviously, scientists blame nature, right? And that becomes a huge issue. But yeah, you could actually focus on the system. You don't have to focus on, whether people are messed up. And when you have a technological system, you could focus on the economic and technological basis for the society. You don't actually have to attack the political system, right? And you don't have to attack the people within the system, right? So those are two places where you actually don't have to aim the attack, right? So because those are simply, obviously symptoms of the real problems that exist. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like this is just everybody's playing by the rules of the game that we have. You know what I mean? So like if you have a game that you're playing, like you just need to play a different fucking game.
Yeah, parallel systems.
Yeah. Right. The dude Shahid Bolson had a video he came out with yesterday that like my brain went, yeah, you know what I mean? 100 he says it's like everybody's coming to the same conclusions that I did about communitarianism. Like everyone's coming to the same exact conclusions at the same time.
That's why it's going to be the new political, and that's why you see like, I mean, obviously you see, the patchwork, the other stuff, mold bug and all that type of stuff. So it's obvious that it's going to move in that direction because there's too many big people that have already said that's going to be the reality. You know what I mean? So I just think that
it's local. It's like basically what it is when you want to build like.
And by the way, that was the plan of Fabian socialism the entire time. So we're going into the world that they basically created now, right? Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, I mean, like basically, like what everybody's looking at is sustainable communities that have the ability to withstand like government intrusion, right? It's the whole like the country boy can survive, right? That type of shit. Like you can grow your own food, you can skin a buck, you can run a trot line. Like, listen, we don't need you, and that's what everybody's moving towards, and that's what everybody's looking at. It's like, listen, if you want, like the Muslims are going, if you want to stand here and have a community where you don't have to be relying upon the OCGFC, right? You know what I mean? All you got to do is you have local food production, you have local economies, you have local fucking businesses, right? You keep the money in a circular fashion moving around in your community, right? And you extract wealth from outside the community, bringing it in, right? That is much more sustainable than what we have now of where you have your wealth of your community that you generate being drug out by places like Family Dollar and Dollar General and fucking Walmart or Target or whatever it is. Instead of that, you have local shops that sell local fucking goods that are grown by local fucking people. And like this becomes more sustainable and everybody's coming to this, right? This is where everybody's getting to. It's like, we have to get away from like this giant industrialized system.
Yeah, I heard that last year. You guys can't compete with the credit system. You have to shut down the banks before you can get that to even work.
No.
Even start working. Yeah, or have an alternative to.
No, you just do what the Jews
the money
do.
To start the thing.
No, you just do what the Jews do.
They have the banks.
Such as.
Yeah, you just stand here and you loan money to each other, right?
Do the Jew.
Yeah, do the Jew, bro. Like just
without usury.
Yeah, so all you just need to do is be born with a rich uncle. Of course, that's very easy to implement. You just need to not be a different person with more money.
No. Your whole community comes together, right? And you pool capital, right? You know what I mean? And you do it, you know what I mean, as it can be done. You don't force it, right? Like, you don't take money from like, oh, look at this poor little widow here, take all her money right now. Like, it's like, you take what you stand here and everybody contributes into like, like a base of like what you would call a bank, but it'd be more like a credit union type of deal. And like this money would stand here and be used for capital projects in your community, right?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
my neighbor cartel. I'm not taking any money from them.
Yeah,
People
it's
move to
probably
eBay
not
on the
advisable.
internet because the community doesn't have any money for them.
Well, I mean, this is the other thing too. You also have to be able to stop people from moving to your community, like Hank. You know what I mean?
I moved to this community. They didn't move here. I'm invading their
Where
territory.
do I live? Do I just live in the woods? Because I thought if it's going to be like that, then we'll just take money from whoever. Maybe this isn't going to be a workable solution for anyone.
You should go to Texas, bro. Like, listen, you act like a Texan. You should be in Texas.
You should bring up that video, Hank, that you posted earlier about the suburbs leeching off of everything and causing problems, etc.
Yeah, I'll link it.
Yeah, I actually married a girl from Texas, and they don't fuck around at all. Yeah, it's actually real facts.
Yeah, Hank, you should go to Texas. Like you
Which part of Texas?
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Certainly warmer than Pennsylvania, I'll tell you that.
Truth. But yeah, look, they actually share your mentality more, Hank. And since you don't have our accent anyway, or you don't like give a fuck about any of us, like, just go to Texas. They're the same way. They don't care about anybody down there. Just fucking go down there and like, do the cowboy thing. Be an individualist.
Yeah. According to the ratings here, you talking about politics, political science is extremely popular, but you talking about Hank is extremely unpopular. But but yeah, that's just a stat. It's interesting.
Sad
because because we almost got 20 people in here when you're rapping about your articles and stuff. But yeah, blessings.
Goddamn. Yeah, let's again, like, yeah, so that's like, yeah. But this is something that you have to have a discussion about as culture, right? Like, I mean, like, we need to have a conversation about whether we want to be a nation or an economic zone. You know what I mean? And if you want to be a nation, we have to have cultures. And if you want to have cultures, they're going to have to like be like, you're not going to be universalist, right? You know, I mean, you're not going to have a universal culture in the U.S. It's too big of a place with too many different people and too many different geographies, right? So you're going to have different places with different fucking cultures, and you're going to have to like have that conversation about different nations, right? That's the natural progression of where we're heading anyway.
Oh, I agree.
Well, good. What up, MPC the game?
Yo, what's up, Gorilla? What's up, Machine? Red Zep. I'm good, thanks. Uncle Hanky.
In the house.
Yeah, doing good, man. Listening to you guys. Trying to make the world a better place. That's good.
I agree.
Yeah. I like what you said, with Machine, about the system. In my words, when saying not necessarily blaming people or what was it? Or institutions, maybe, but the system itself. It reminds me of this dude. I used to listen to a lot of his music and watch his videos. A. Rashid. He would always talk about like fuck necessarily like saying individual group, screw them. But no, what he hates is poverty. I know poverty is not a system, or is it a system? But I remember he would always say F poverty all the time, man. That kind of resonated with me in a sense, instead of like attacking a race or a religion or something like that,
I blame. It works really good.
Blames, yeah. Machine, what is the philosophy on blame? Is there any other great ones talk about blame in particular?
Oh yeah, it's all about ethics. I mean,
ethics.
Ethics is, like one way you could look at it is, it's what's the right thing to do, and the other way is who do we blame? Right?
Yes, pretty much.
It's the scapegoat philosophy. It's a scapegoat section of philosophy.
What's really weird is if you blame other people, that's like something you cannot change is other people. So
yeah, they gotta change themselves.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
So
actually, and actually, we're gonna be looking at this idea from Rene Girard, big time, because Thiel is hugely obsessed with Rene Girard. But this idea that the scapegoat, basically improves the situation because we need to find somebody to blame, and that's what improves society. Is that the guy that we all blamed for the problem becomes the hero? So it's a dual move. That first we blame somebody for all the society's problems, then we basically eulogize them as the hero that fixed everything, right? Because he's talking about this two move, and of course he's thinking of Jesus. When he's I'm saying this, he's combining Christianity and Nietzsche. This is the last thing in philosophy. People think that Nietzsche rejected Christianity and there lies philosophy. Because but actually I moved on to Girard, where he just combined Christianity and Nietzsche into a fucking two-headed beast.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the whole concept is like this guy, whoever the Neanderthal, or the last guy that we killed before moving to this phase of humanity. That was the dude. Right? That was the dude.
You see it represented in 2001: Space Odyssey, like when they kill that one homunculoid or whatever it is, and then they fast forward to technology, the bone, the first so-called tool, morphs into the space station. Yeah.
If it was that easy to scapegoat someone and solve all the world's problems, then fucking blame me. Go right ahead. Come on. Do it.
Well, it's a celebrity death cult. Where you create the person, and then and it's the it's tied to the whole adrenochrome, which is vampirism on the children. So it's the whole thing is the idea that we offer these people up as sacrifices, to the mass conscience, and then the mass conscience devours them and creates a spectacle out of them, and then of course in the Girardian form, and of course Thiel could be running this celebrity death cult. He is a vampire, of course, right? Drinking all types of blood and all that, blood smoothies.
Yeah, he fits the aesthetic, his look. Last time I saw him,
yeah, he's well moisturized, as you can tell. Good lord.
Yeah. And Noid, did you say? I mean, not Noid, Gorilla. Did you say you live in Texas or something like that?
Oh no, I live in PA, right? You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's where my wife's from. She's from Pittsburgh. I mean, she's born in Taiwan, but she was raised in Polish Hill, Pittsburgh.
Hank's from Pittsburgh, right? I told him to go to Texas, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because his attitude matches like Texas.
I see. Are you more Philly, towards Philly?
Yeah. I'm more.
Yeah, it seems like. Yeah. Dude, Philly fan, man, they're brutal. They booed Santa.
Steelers.
Yo, but they threw batteries at
That's Pittsburgh. Huh? Yeah, I know. Yeah, and they killed Disco that one night.
Yo, bro, listen, they had to grease the poles when they won the fucking Super Bowl, so they didn't climb the poles and rip the street lights and shit down on Columbus Avenue.
Look at that was recent, right? They're the last team to win. Yeah, that's right.
Well, I mean, also they won the first time they won. I was down there the night that they won. Right, man. Listen, the motherfuckers just setting shit on fire and being all types of ridiculous. They're crazy ass fucking people. Philly fans are insane. Philly as a whole is insane, bro. You want to watch something cool sometime? Check out the live cams on Kensington. Right?
Oh yeah, I got that. That's on my homepage, man.
Yeah, me too.
It's wild. That's the front line of America right now for the reality show. Front seat, Kensington. Yeah. What do you think though is a good attribute that of Philly culture, like resiliency or what, or just like the harsh reality, being able to communicate that?
Philly always has like the slickest mouths, right? You know what I mean? That's like what the New York dudes say, like them Philly dudes get the slickest mouths, right? You know what I mean? Like we'll hop out the car, like we're really laconic. We'll say like 3 words, you know what I mean? Just like devastate your whole body and shit, your whole fucking psyche, and then like fucking knock you the fuck out. But like, everybody died. Like the East Coast grinds, That's what like people don't really understand about the East Coast is like because winter's coming and there's too many fucking people, like you're gonna have to put like fucking coats on your kids' backs and fucking fuel oil in the tank and shit. You're gonna have to grind. And so like we've been getting it in forever. Like I've had so many offers to go out to the West Coast to work. And they're like, nobody out here works like y'all. Right. And I'm like, yeah, bro, like yo, we get it in, and that's what we do. And on top of that, there's like a lot of like the food shit, the culture, all that type of stuff. It's just you're not going to get that any other part of the country. You know what I mean?
You get a proper cheesesteak, not these other idiot places.
Based.
Geno's popping.
Geno's. Geno's is fucking disgusting. That's a fucking tourist trap.
Floppy bread. Like get out of here with that shit.
Not like bread. Yo, listen, out here where I live, because I live in Harrisburg, so like out here, every pizza shop makes their own bread in house all day long, right? Like there is no like nobody buys bread ever. You know what I'm saying, right? So like everything's in house. You know what I mean? Like every pizza shop makes their own sauce, right? There's nothing bought, and like you'll literally go to Italy and buy a recipe and then fucking make it here, right? In every different shop in the city. So it's a whole different animal. It's just a whole different thing altogether.
Yeah, I've been there once. I Harrisburg for just a stopover. Went to the Wawa, and then I was on my way to Pittsburgh. And it is definitely, I like it out there, man. It's a good vibe, and it seemed affordable, but it's different because I'm from Cali, Northern California, like Silicon Valley. But then I also spent time in Oakland, and Oakland kind of reminds me of that New York. Just like nose to the grind, physical city type of shit. Like, wash your mouth. People kind of if you're type of shit. Yeah. I'm sure Detroit's the same, like machine that area. I haven't been there yet though.
Detroit's a different animal altogether, right? Detroit, they're like just quiet, right? Like you won't even notice them coming up and shooting you in the back of the fucking head, bro. Like they're just quiet. They're just a different breed of animal. Like that Midwestern, like pierced, pierced fucking look on their face. Like they got the clenched lips, just come up and you can't see my face. I'm those like it just come up and just you see them just bam. It's like I'm
cold as ice out there, probably.
Yeah. It's like that. I don't know if you ever seen like Eminem in like an interview.
Great Lakes and shit.
Like you ever seen Eminem in an interview? Right.
He keeps pretty intense all the time.
Yeah, it's just very like monotone. Not a lot of like bullshit to him. Right. It's like all business all the fucking time. That's a lot of that type of Detroit vibe. Yeah. But that's that Midwest thing.
Minnesota.
That's a Fargo territory.
Yeah, then you got the down south. Down south's like Africa. It's just like a whole different thing altogether. It's like, like it's a whole like I don't even understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's a trip though when a southern person from the south, they have that twang, but then they're very cerebral and intellectual. When they speak, it's like I have that uncanny valley type shit going on. It's like, what? I can't believe that shit's coming out your mouth that way. Yeah.
The doctor comes in. He's like, "Oh, listen, we're gonna have to do a fucking corpus up. We're gonna have to do a corpus. We stand here and separate your two sides of your brain, sir." Like, yo, wait, nah, not you, doc, not you. Find me somebody that don't sound like Foghorn Leghorn, bro. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's the Waterboy shit.
It's going away in the cities though. The accent.
You think so? It's coming more the same everywhere, huh? Yeah.
Like, look at Hank. He's from PA. He has no accent whatsoever. He sounds like fucking What If Altus.
Yours to go away? Didn't you hear what he said?
He called you jack off. That's Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh, right? Jack off.
The fucking Yinses.
Yinses, that's it. Yeah, Yinses. Yeah. That's it. But it definitely did something to be said though about this like these countries and whatnot, because it wasn't until I moved out of America where I did feel a more affinity for being American, because there's not that many people where I live, from America. So when you see one, no matter what race, culture, religion, there's a type of kingsmanship straight off the bat.
Well, I talk about this. I have like there's like this idea that man, listen, the leftists fucking came up with it. It's like the idea of like where, you know, intersectionality, right? They're not wrong about this. You are different things to different people in different places, right? Like you have like this empirical, you have an imperial like label, right, which is an American, right? And then you have fucking like your economic label, right, which will be like white or black or fucking whatever the fuck it is, right? And then like you'll have like a local label, right, which is, you know what I mean, or yeah, you have your imperial label, your corporate label, your fucking, then you'll have like your local label, which is like what neighborhood you came from or like what's your ethnicity, that type of fucking thing, right? And then inside of like, you know, fucking inside the US, when you're talking to somebody from the other part of the US, right, you might be like, oh, I'm an Appalachian or I'm a Pennsylvanian or whatever the fuck it is, right? We all have these different things, and it just depends on who you're talking to and where you are as to what you are. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah. That's something that like I don't know. I think we kind of got to get into that a little bit. Like when we start like having these conversations about like how the system operates. And I like that whatchamacallit, who's that dude? Chronicles of Judah. Fucking Chronicles of Judah 1888. Right. There's this YouTube channel, right? He's fucking great. Yo, it's one of my favorite channels. He stands here and
yeah,
he goes,
I've never heard Chronicles of Judah 1888. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Yeah.
Yo, he's one of my favorite channels, dude. Like legit. All right, so he's like a black Hebrew Israelite, right? But he's super bright. He's like from Philly or New York or something, or Jersey, one of them. And like he stands here and he breaks down like he does like cultural shit, or like because he's been long gone for a few years now. But he'll sit here and he'll take out like sports shows or whatever it is, and then he'll break down. Like he's like, oh man, the so-called black man, right? And it's like, fuck, you know, he'll still say like Benjamin Franklin is a so-called black man, right? You know what I mean? Like one of these we was Kane type of motherfuckers, but it's great because he does the same thing, right? Where like, yo, he sits here and he goes, listen, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you're so-called black man, these so-called white men, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you're not actually this. This is just your corporate ideology. This is your corporate. Right, you know what I mean? That's something you got to talk about.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Do you think he goes by Chronicles of Judah 144 now because there's somebody with that has 130K?
Yeah, I think that's the original. Yep. Yeah.
I'll put it in the back chat. Yeah, there you go. I think I've seen that before. But no, that's right though. About, you know, these are all labels and layers of labels and whatnot. I mean, they're it's constructed, but then they're real enough when the situation pertains to it, and we want to make them real.
Well, you think about like, when are you labeled white or black, right? It's when like you're dealing with like a corporate entity. It's either like you're like when you put it on paperwork, it's when you're standing here like filling out paperwork for like a job, or when you're dealing with the government for a census or whatever it is. That's when, you know what I mean, like you actually use that label, right? So that's a corporate label.
Yeah, because when we're talking right now, shit doesn't matter, especially with people that have other avatars and whatnot.
Well, right now we're talking between two Americans, right? You know what I mean? Two people who come from inside of the same empire, and we're not dealing with money, right? So now it's like, I'm an Appalachian or I'm from PA or whatever, right? None of these, like that corporate shit stops mattering, right? Because now we're both already inside of the corporate structure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to this to this Kaczynski article, "The Techie's Wet Dream," and I may be reading it twice, you know, because it's I think it's an excerpt from Technological Slavery, if I don't mistake that, right? But yeah, I got two. I mean, a little music break here, so I could imbibe some of the cannabis here, and then we'll move back to the to Kaczynski and also the ideas of John C. Lilley, which we've been looking at for a few days now.
Oh yeah, that's the one I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I love that one.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy. I'm so glad I saved that one because
That was
you know,
good.
the shows are like not available anymore. It'd be really hard to find it. You know. So but yeah, Dr. Patrick Flanagan talking about Lily Wave, and of course there's another good show that we showed what's called the 5G Trojan Horse. You know, a gentleman made that. You know, he talks about frequencies, about how the Wi-Fi and the microwaves interact with the birds and the bees, and you know, their migration patterns and all of that type of stuff. So that's very important information that we'll be getting into. But yeah, here's some music, and we'll be back soon with some of that. Blessings.
A dragon which escaped from the underground lab. Physical and historical evidence of one of the most notorious figures of hip-hop blast. The spider web helps to solve a killing. You try to find who killed the MCs or why their bodies are mummified in my building. For 200 years, blood was spilled in the name of God. Is that a critical statement? Bomb shelters, jungle hideaways, underground missile bases. Professors murdered in their homes, memoirs decimating victims. There is a majestic death when a computer virus penetrates the radio operating systems. Warships and submarines lurking around. Deep combat conditions, battlefield photography. At night, something unusual falls from the sky in the distance. A time traveler is sentenced to death for violating laws against technology. An ex-convict in a swamp, nobody follow me. There have been the remnants of 1,000 explosions. Ghostly descendants arise from the ocean. Down from the mountains, I leave you broken. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. Where archaeologists tell of dangers they face. The sole survivor of a parallel world dies in an earth place. A military tactician thrift stores Hawaiian objects. Listen, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. You die on Christmas. A whale attacks an 1820 whaling ship and inspires Moby Dick. Beware sport. I've infiltrated and isolated an airport. I might write 161 books. I am the night like the glowing eyes of a wolf. At the urging of a dying author, there is a redemption. Serial killers, both real and fictional, consume their victims. 18 enemy soldiers die on this mission. I will be heard throughout the future span, seen on the computer scan. Arise with newer fans. I'll take a swing at Superman. A microchip with red numbers like an inmate with a murder conviction who slumbers and re-risen. A sword cut your eye with precision. A giant ocean eel preys on your henchmen. Some believe Satan roams the earth in the quest to destroy mankind, detested by a bishop. I ripped your vocal cord with my sentence. In the heart is true religion. I dance with a dead mistress. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The invention of death, the shrinking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The sound of 6 large explosions and sees bodies found in a helicopter crash. As I'm coasting, a series of bizarre deaths that coincide with strange astrological phenomena. Cherokee and Choctaw, you're poisoned to death by a tomahawk. Threat stories, the crowd treks through the Amazon rainforest. Night vision technology, the shot that started the Great War was probably seen. Thrown from a man that broke an MC's collar and spleen. Tank destroyers, elephant gun, dive bomber scream. I initiate psychoanalysis, where the uninvited die this year, the longest Halloween. After your battleship sinks, because of me, hundreds of fans survive in shark-infested waters. The sky strikes lightning, race to locate a device that will obliterate this Viking. A military plane and its crew disappear while investigating a UFO sighting. You are an incompetent commander who costs lives in your destruction. Incomparable war machines, a man is brutally attacked at night in his living quarters above his bar for dealing with corruption. The crowd investigates death cases on this production. I will give a king into the hands of his enemy if he can't be trusted.
Yes.
The invention of death. Let's take a look at this. Techie's wet dream. And I'll play some more music. I find this to be a fascinating article, especially the idea of technianity, as we've described technianity. That's right, not Christianity, technianity. And of course, we're looking at the technological consciousness and how it came to be, right? And, how man himself has become systematized, right? The systematization of man himself, right? Okay, let me actually zoom in on this if I can, right? And of course, this is widely available online on one of me and Pinoid's favorite websites, the anarchistlibrary.org.
Yo, Marxist.org is a shit, bro. I'll be real. Like, they got so
Yeah,
many
oh yeah,
things.
that's one of the greatest websites ever created. Is Marxist.org. That's where I found the Bakunin quote, where he said that Marx and Rothschild are the same thing. That's such a great quote. But yeah, Marx is in the family of the Rothschilds, folks. It's time to wake up. All right, it's
I mean, like, listen, like,
time to do some waking up.
I have a question for you. At what point do we stop giving a fuck about like who is what, and then just start examining ideas? You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's when logic wins over rhetoric, and that'll never happen. So
it happens with me and you.
Oh yeah, but I mean, in the closed groups, it could happen, and very controlled conversations, and yeah, you can have discussions. But
me and you can push the rhetoric, right? You know what I mean, for the proper logic.
That's right. That's right. That's how it should be.
That's what we do, me and you.
Yeah, I don't really care who anyone is either.
Well, of course you don't. You're you know what I mean, you're a Texan.
Exactly.
Manlet Texan.
Based.
I mean, people could do worse, so.
Well, I mean, the fact is that ideas have their origin in people, and it's just hard to avoid that. Their imperfections will always carry the day.
Nah, man, listen, your imperfections is what makes the beauty of humanity, son.
Oh yeah.
Like, ain't no man out here that don't like a chick that ain't a little broken. Let's keep it a bean.
Oh yeah. I mean, I like ugly bitches with style.
Yeah, I like fucking, pretty or cute chicks with, daddy issues. You know what I'm saying?
it's everybody likes those, but they're a problem. Everybody can agree.
Yeah, I feel you. But again, like, we all like some shit that's broken, dog. You know what I mean? Like, come on, let's keep it a buck.
Yeah.
Let's hear what you've got to say about this, man.
Well, this is just, I mean, it just is what I mean, it's self-explanatory. I mean, but yeah, there is a current, of course, the whole first 2 hours of this show will suffice to say anything about this, with Skolomowski's piece. But, we're just simply going back into it at this point. There's a current of thought that appears to be carrying many technophiles. And I love this terminology, right? They're not liberals, they're technophiles. Okay, this is exactly what they are, right? Liberal is such an imprecise term, right?
I mean, I don't know, dog. I think,
it describes a general sentiment. It describes a general sentiment of a modern and technological age. This is the problem: is that liberal has two meanings. It also means modern.
I mean,
right,
liberal also carries like the standard of, like all the economic shit that comes with it, right? And all the rights inferred to such things, right?
Yeah, but it's like I said, where did the concept of rights come from, right? They had to understand things from a mechanistic perspective, right? So this is what I was saying is that, the people who wanted to promote technology created the concept of rights. It's not that the people who created rights wanted to promote technology. It's actually the opposite of how it worked, right? So this is what I'm saying is that, if you look at the ideas on their own terms, as we were saying earlier, it goes to the main thing, technophiles, right? Who are the people that support modernism, that support liberalism, right? That support scientific progress, right? They're people who think that we can do no better than this technological age, right? They believe in progress because they believe that this is the best. See, in order to believe in progress, you have to believe this is the best age of all time, right? But also in order to believe in progress, where we're going to get to is never going to be good enough, right? So both things are true when you get to progress, right? But
I mean, ain't like that whole idea about like the commodification and shit, right? In the end of the day,
exactly,
right? I mean, it's like, listen, some motherfuckers who believe in like the commodification of like human beings and the fact that you're like being able to have more luxury, right, is what makes things better, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not like the fact that like, listen, the average peasant back in the day had better social relations with like their, their family and their community and the people around them, right? But like, the average king didn't have access to like the amount of fucking luxury and wealth that we do today.
yeah, definitely.
But
yeah, but it's also about, about what's possible, right? Like people today, right? Once they become dependent on technology, right? They don't understand what's possible, right? So that is another way of, looking at the situation that people are embroiled in today. And so I'm gonna just kind of continue, reading this. But yeah, it goes on to say the current runs through several channels. Not all techies think alike, right? What they have in common is that they take highly speculative ideas about the future of technology as near certainties. Now, this is another idea about, improving society or improving humanity, right? Is that, we could all agree that, in some senses, life is better than it was before, right? But we don't all agree in how good it can get, right? And that's the main problem, right? That's the main problem with progress, right? That's the main problem with utopias. Everybody has their own version of a utopia, right? Like I said, there's as many philosophies as there are philosophers.
Is it because the sky's the limit?
Well, it's see. This is the thing. There's is the sky the limit? That's one question, and then there's, some people believe it is, and some people believe it isn't, and that's the reality. And the people that believe there isn't a limit are inherently dangerous. They're taking humanity in a different direction than we'd all like to go. Okay. And that's one of the situations that we're facing here. And please, guys, interject whenever you like. Right now, this is just this free form here. I mean, so to speak. and yeah, it says what they have in common is that they take highly speculative ideas about the future of technology. The future. Okay, now obviously, all ideas about the future are speculative. Right, the only thing that's certain is death. Right, but as near certainties on that basis predict the arrival within a few decades of a kind of technological utopia. Now, we've heard this many times, right? We've heard many people talk about the notion of a technological utopia. And even we've had several people come on and promote it on this very show. even quite recently. Actually, we've had several people come on to this show and promote the notion of technological utopia. Okay, so this is a idea that has, okay, you know, if people think that this is some type of sci-fi idea that not many people hold to, actually, we looked at experts who hold to this idea. So that's very dangerous. That people who have a high amount of public influence, they write in academic journals, that they're promoting stuff like that. Okay, of technological utopia.
Yo,
Now you need to
I'd
ask
actually
yourself.
say most Americans believe this idea. You know what I'm saying?
That's yeah, that would be surprising, but yeah, I mean, in some sense, I think if you really pinned some of these people down, that, you know, that say, well, you know, the point of life is to gain material comforts, right? And for most people that they've been reduced to that, oh, of course, you know, like as we said before, the people that can be systematized can be predicted. I mean, so
Material comfort, so yeah, like we were saying earlier, their stomach is their brain.
Right.
It's like I want to excuse myself. Like right now, material comforts. I want to stay. I gotta go teach. Gotta go to work, man. I'll see you later, though, Machine. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Easy.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Gorilla. Good to see you, Red. Hanky. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, we'll be playing NPC the game later on the show. So, you know, we had a good discussion with Jack Talcott, and yeah, so we'll play some of that on the show, you know, and yeah, blessings, brother. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, brother. I'll catch you later, brother.
Yep.
I mean, but like, yo, ain't like all these Star Trek worshiping, you know what I mean, like, you know, totally gay or completely gay, fully automated space communism people, like, ain't that literally like what we're talking about?
That's Talcott.
What?
Yeah, I
This
think.
is Jack Talcott.
Yeah, I think there's some people who think that this is some type of conspiracy idea or science fiction idea. Or as to my mind, you know, usually when I go to people, you know, who have conversations with others and they may not be having, you know, highly ruminative conversations about world issues or anything like that. And yeah, they think that, you know, this is a subject for movies. Like, for example, my dad, where every time you say technology is going to take over or something like that, he says, you know, he starts talking about some movie or something, and he says that sounds stupid because it's in a movie.
No,
You know, so that's the kind of thing.
No,
You-
man.
you
Listen,
know,
everyone I talk to, bro, like online, like, because you know I run around Discord like all night, right? Like,
Yeah.
I spend my nights at work running around Discord. Everybody I talk to, right, they have the fully understand idea that, like, you know, they want AI, they want to go to Mars, they want to, like, you know, eat the fucking galaxy, right? They think that Star Trek's going to become a real thing.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Online, yeah, online, it's incredibly pervasive. Like, I was talking that, you know, basically talking about that before, that there's not going to be a lot of shows popping up like this because there's just not going to be too many critiques available, right? Because everybody online is of course supporter of technology. So, you know, we kind of take that for granted, you know, when we go, you know, online. But people who usually aren't online, what do they think about what most people think, right? That aren't really, you know, engaging in social media and stuff like that, right? You know, or on the expert levels, right? Most people don't think it's possible. Like, for example, right? Although, you know, we may agree that the idea of a technological utopia may not be possible. You know, many people don't understand that that people holding this belief is still extremely dangerous, right? So whether or not it's possible or not, you know, people holding the belief. So many people are ready to just poo-poo the fact that people hold this idea, as a matter of it's not possible, right? But, you know, people do all sorts of crazy shit for shit that's not possible. I mean, so that doesn't rule out people doing extremely crazy shit, in service of an idea that they firmly believe in. Like we said, in terms of, the atheist commentator, Breakfast Tacos. He literally said AI could eliminate humanity, and he doesn't care about the outcome. He doesn't care if it does or it doesn't.
Yo, I've had
Or
dudes stand here
ODS.
and tell me they will 100%, right? Yo, let the AI turn them into fucking robots, and like, yo, fucking just in order to like go and work. And like they said, if they could stand here and have a brain implant put into them, so that they could like be excited about working in an office all day, like, you know what I mean, like the AI made that like appealing to them, they would do it.
What the hell is even that?
Oh, come on. I think I said that a couple of days ago. No, yeah, 2 days ago in that talk, and I meant that as an insult. It was stupid.
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, people take that seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm really usually in technical circles, and they're pretty much technological dystopians because they don't think technology is all that good. They make fun of chatbots.
Yo, is it really any different than somebody taking, you know what I mean, like some psychotropic drug to make their day pass by better?
Thing. It's the
It's the same
thing.
shit. The motherfuckers will do this.
Chip
100%.
slaves.
Yeah. And people are excited about that prospect, by the way.
I just say, man, why would just actually try to fix something rather than say, we'll just wait for the AI to do it for us.
Well, that's what I'm trying to point out, is that so many people are ideologically contaminated, right? Whereas, they believe completely in the system and 0% in humanity, right, at this point. So, that is a sort of techno nihilism, to pair with the sort of scientific misanthropy, that has been building up too, because of the belief in in progress, and the belief that human beings can be totally re-engineered, right? So this goes to this. He says that what they have in common is that they take highly speculative ideas about the future of technology as near certainties on that predict the arrival of a kind of technological utopia. Some of the techies' fantasies are astonishingly grandiose. For example, Ray Kurzweil, and we read some of Ray Kurzweil's beliefs, right? He gave lots of grandiose predictions, but this is one of the wildest ones. He says, within a matter of centuries, human intelligence will have re-engineered and saturated all the matter in the universe. Right, possibly re-engineered by this idea of self-replicating nanomachines and human beings extending their consciousness through these microprocessors. All right. So then he says the writing of Kevin Kelly, another techie, is often so vague as to border on the meaningless. Let me check if we're still live, because there's such a low amount of people watching at this point. I'm actually wondering if I got struck on the main channel. Okay, let me see.
Nope.
4 people watching on the main channel. This is an all-time low, folks. 2 people watching on Cyber Caliphate. Let's fucking go! All right. Okay. What can we play?
Hang on a minute. Let me get some motherfuckers over here for you.
No. Don't even do it. Don't even do it. I like this.
Now listen. No.
I like this. I'm rocking out like this.
That's right.
It's fine. I'm rocking out like this. It's fine. I like it.
This is what happens when you catch a strike, bro. Like this is why my channel, like, I have like 3,000, 4,000 subscribers, something like that, and literally, like, I can't get more than like 20, 30 people to show the fuck up. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking go!
All the good looking women sing along. I can't hear y'all.
Many different things, and I mean, it seems like it's like it can mean several different things to different people. What does nice mean to one person?
Exactly.
According to their values, you know. Yeah.
Now, what do you got going on here, bro? You got that. What are you wearing, bro? You dressed like a Jew. Whoa. Sorry. Are you dressed like a Jew here? What's going on?
What? Why is this Jewish? I'm wearing a pea coat. We had church service earlier.
A tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
What's up, nigga? You want to talk some shit?
On the spot. Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit about you right now.
In a world of pure imagination.
Yeah, I said some shit. What? The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Asian niggas, white niggas,
Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you.
classic niggas, racist niggas, mystery niggas, psycho niggas, Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat on some little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish niggas come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
Oh yeah. All right, so where was I? The universe is mostly empty. Okay, Kurzweil. Wait, what? Okay, same thing that Kurzweil does about human conquest. About the universe. Okay, of the universe. The universe is mostly empty because it is waiting to be filled with the products of life and techium. Now, look at the product of Martine Rothblatt, right? Bina I forget, it's Bina 48 or something like that.
47.
48 or yeah, something like that, right? But literally said that the purpose of humanity is to create self-replicating machines so they could propagate the cosmos, right? But remember, I said, then what? Right? Then what are they going to do? Right? It's a circular process, right, in which we absorb resources, replicate, absorb resources, replicate, propagate, right? And
fight each other for entertainment. That's what their plan is.
It's a galaxy full of seeking those comforts we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. But yeah, that's exactly what it says here. The universe is mostly empty because it is waiting to be filled with the products of life and technium. The technium. Okay. It's like this fucking goo, right? It's like the black goo or something. The technium.
The machine lies, it's always predicted programming for this. It's every programming. There's games for self-replicating machines that all they fight each other. So that's the plan.
Can I holler at you real quick, Machine?
Yeah.
Man, listen. So like I was watching this fucking video the other day. They were talking about the island of Madeira, right? It's off of Portugal. And these Portuguese sailors found this island. And on this island, you know what I'm saying, was a whole bunch of like trees and shit, right? And it was uninhabited. And, you know, I mean, they ended up standing here, like chopping down the trees for like the lumber and whatever, right? And, you know, I mean, once they got like a bunch of the trees chopped down, they decided to grow sugarcane, right? But they needed somebody to like process the sugarcane for them, like pick it in the fields, all that type of stuff. So they went and they grabbed people from Africa and they put it there, right? And, you know, I mean, they sat here and they fucking took these slaves, you know what I mean? And they fucking brought them over and they fucking, you know, put them on a thing. And it takes 65 pounds of wood to process 1 pound of sugar. So they kept having to chop down trees in order to process more sugar, and then that fucking created more land to grow sugar. Then they chopped down the fucking trees to fucking process more sugar until the entire island was eaten up, right? And once it was all done with and the island was completely devoid of trees, right, they abandoned the fucking island and moved on, right, to another fucking abandoned island, or to the fucking South America, or to like to the coast of, or to like islands in, you know what I mean, Haiti and Jamaica, or to like Brazil, or whatever the case is. This is, you know what I'm saying, the ideology of like the people who we're talking about, right? They don't see it as like you're going to go someplace to live and like be in harmony. Like me and you, like we went to go live in a place, right? We would, you know what I mean, enjoy the land and try to maintain it and be good stewards of it. And this is the way we were taught as a people, right? Yeah, Isis, exactly, Dugini, right? Me and you, right, Machine, we have a different mentality of like life, because like we're not concerned with constantly eating and consuming things, right? And like just destroying it in order to like gain profit, right? This is the mentality of these people. They think that like if you're not expanding and profiting and eating, you're dying. That's their ideology. And that's what this is. That's the techium, right? That's the fucking the nanobots eating the galaxy shit. That's the we had to eat the galaxy before somebody else eats us. That's their idea, dog. It's where all this shit comes from.
Well, it's, you know, it's considerably worse than that, right? And I'll explain why.
Go ahead.
Right? It's because the Western man, having been brought up in technological society, it has the ability to critique it. Whereas the, you know, the man who hasn't been raised in technological society, hasn't been tempered by technological society, okay, they're simply very easily absorbed into it because they don't have the resistance to it at all. You know, and so I mean, I think ellul really explains this, you know, in an expert way. I mean, right? Let me open this up real quick, right, and read this because it ties exactly into the exact issue here, right? You know, that you're talking about, you know.
Right.
Right, because he talks about, you know, this idea of peasant migration. You know, and the effect of peasant migration. He says here, okay, and this is just a few paragraphs. He says, yet another element of economic life ought not to be neglected: agricultural production. In this case, too, the upheaval brought about by technique is a radical one. We have already noted the danger to the earth itself. As to the benefits and to the to the penetration of technique into farm labor, it suffices to refer the interested reader to Gideon's work, right? Giedion, right? But I must insist on this one point. As a result of the influence of technique, the modern world is faced with a kind of unblocking of peasant life and mentality. Check that out. Unblocking of peasant life and mentality. Okay, for a long time, peasant tradition resisted innovation, and the old agricultural systems preserved their stability. Today, technical transformation is an established fact. The peasant revolution is in the process or already completed, and everywhere in the same direction. The actual extent of the progress of this revolution is of small importance. Okay, but he says the first step, it permits the barriers of tradition to be hurdled. Okay, the peasant becomes conscious of the inferiority of his traditions. The usual justifications are held in contempt, and the peasant world passes from the irrational to the rational. Once again, we encounter the notion that technique destroys traditional forms of civilization and introduces instead a global unity. Then he says that peasant emigration, agricultural specialization, deforestation, and the growth of agricultural production in general. These events are of major importance in the view that the fact that agricultural production still remains on the basis of economic life. In the countries that most dependent on industry, Great Britain and Japan, have not reached
as high a standard of living as the United States because of the lack of sufficient cultivatable lands. Now, check this out. You know, the I mean, you could basically tell how Britain and Japan have used, colonialism and capitalism and technology in a very strategic way versus America and Russia, right? Who have so much land. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That they could do other shit. I mean, so yeah, it's just very fascinating, right? So
yeah, the whole thing's fascinating as fuck. You know, I mean,
yeah.
that's why we have to have like these conversations.
Yeah, and that goes to the idea of for example, Pakistanis, right, who develop things like nuclear weapons, right, where they're like, they believe that because they have the mentality of the East, and just by getting the technology of the West, because the Westerners don't have a mentality, right, that's that can be successful with technology. They believe that they will have a much more successful adaptation of technology because they're built to be docile and obedient and all that type of stuff, right? So they believe that if they master Western man's technology, they'll be more superior. But of course, what happens is it changes their traditional framework, and they become, they can't play the same game because they become, uprooted from their traditions, which they thought would preserve them.
Goddamn. Like, listen, there's a phrase to say there, bro. Like, legit. You know what I mean? Like, yo, you stare into the abyss enough and the abyss stares back into you. I think that's the mental. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stupid fucking thing. Like, you look deep enough into the abyss will stare into you. Just how it operates.
Yeah, that's Nietzsche.
Yeah. Right. So, I mean, this is, we gotta have like these conversations. Because like there's been a lot of propaganda put forward throughout like, the past probably 60 years, 70 years, something like that. Where like they've made this utopian ideology about tech become pervasive throughout the entirety of our society. Like,
like technology, like what you were saying, machine earlier. It's like, when you say like the different countries,
listen, like yo, this little black video because I like I like black chicks. How you doing, ma? Like yo, I'm Tom Peach.
Oh, I'm a super Nick. It's nice to meet you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, blessings.
So, like what you were saying earlier, you know what I'm saying? People in different countries feel like they can embody the nuclear weapon or sufficiate its consequences in more effective ways. Outside of its own psychology, but when you embody it within your own alchemization of experience, aka your own body, that's how you know you're the true experience of life. Because at the end of the day, we are elements of Earth. So if you can make a nuclear weapon with the elements of Earth, why can't you make it within your own body? You know what I'm saying? So when you embody the nuclear weapon through the frequency of your consciousness, you are the true weapon of God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that goes to the idea where, they're using too much of the resources for life to preserve life, and then they're using ideas that don't really belong to them, and not really judging how the people used to develop those ideas. They had to totally become ideologically transformed and totally basically alchemize it into their own experience. I mean, instead of
why though?
Well, I think it's because it's because certain ideas, they come from a long process of development, right? Like nuclear weapons, like the idea of atoms and nuclear weapons, like for example, right? Like these people don't really have a concept of atoms, for example, right? So where they think like you could unlock the energy of an electron or like a neutron. So they have to totally, it had to change their view of the world, to actually see it that way. You're right. And that's why, and that's why it wasn't really a Muslim guy who invented it, but it was an Ahmadiyya guy, because the Ahmadiyya, they sort of take in science and stuff, so they're a modern version of Islam. I mean, as it were, like they reinterpret the Quran and all that stuff. So as it were,
like he could have seen it, more in a modern way. And I'm talking about the guy who invented, Dr. Abdus Salam. He was actually responsible for helping discover electroweak unification. So it wasn't just the point of that they, also created nuclear weapons, but they actually helped discover them, which is pretty crazy, right?
Heck yeah.
Because
Heck
they're
yeah.
not, because
I
they're
feel what
not,
you're saying.
they're not like, they're not physicists, right? But why are they developing physics? It's to compete
Right.
with people. So that's
Right.
not really
Competition.
genuine, right?
Competition. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, they had the pink dragon. I forgot what Matera said earlier. The pink one with the cricket in her hand, and then the opposite of pink is green. Them light green, but it's like when you have like the dragons and the asteroids. Like I feel like the dragons were here to protect Mother Guy and her children, which are really the embodiment of the children of God. And it's like, why? So who are the dragons? And it's like, are they asteroids? But then when you see them fly in the sky, it's the pieces of the asteroid because it's the moons. You know what I mean? And then it's like, who is the true moon? It's like it gets so deep, machine, because what the fuck is really going on? We're going to total destruction of the conscious mind. Like we're at the bottom of the pit. It's like the end of the world type shit. But when you have like people like you and Sir that introduce themselves and just like us as a community that just come together to preserve the conscious mind. Because what you said with the humility shit, I was atomizing that shit all fucking day. You saved my life, machine. I was like, you know what I'm saying? It's like little simple shit like that. It's like,
Yeah, and that's why we got to be careful how we create things because
Right.
all technology, as we were talking about earlier, is reification of thought, and nature is intelligent. So you have to be careful when you choose to create something. But it goes back to what he's saying here. That the technium is the technological world system that humans have created here on Earth. So in terms of the technological utopia, he says that most versions of technological utopia include immortality. Okay,
That's
now
what
yeah.
That's what McDragon was saying earlier that he had like eons of, his
Oh yeah.
his I feel like his feminine, but his other it's like his divine consciousness was like doing witchcraft on him. Like the aspect of Jezebel. And he was just explaining how it was eons of this war. And then they were saying like Pluto to like I think they said 20 around 2014 or something like that to 2025, and then it was like 2557 when it will come back again in the atmosphere because it's like the new earth. What the fuck is the new earth? What is
Yeah,
this?
that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy because that's when Kurzweil predicts like all the technological singularity stuff too. It's like 2050 and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah,
say
right.
that for this too. So that's crazy because it's as I believe, they're trying to create a landing pad essentially for something else, and that is why these guys
Crazy.
believe in the AI system the way they believe in it. But then it goes to this. It says the immortality to which the techies believe themselves destined is conceived in any one of three forms. And this goes back to what they believe about transhumanism. And I'll reiterate the ideas of transhumanism because transhumanism can happen evolution, with technology, with humans or without humans, right? So it could be evolution on its own, it could be evolution with technology, and it could be evolution with technology with or without humans. So there's at least 4 different options on the table there, right? But here's the other 3. It says, any one of 3 forms: an indefinite preservation of the living human body as it exists today, right? The merging of human beings with machines, and the indefinite survival of the resulting man-made hybrids. And 3, the uploading of minds from human brains into robots or computers. after which the uploaded minds are to live forever within the machines. So, I think
What the hell, y'all? Like,
I think the fourth I think the fourth option, you know, and we call this the breakfast tacos option, you know, BTO, you know, is where technology just goes rogue without humans, right? As he was saying, right? So there's even fourth option there for the techies, right? So the techies have actually dreamed up a fourth option here. I mean, unbeknownst to, you know, this piece here, you know, but blessings.
Who are these people to just accept the calcification of the consciousness of an existence that was created before its existence on this earth? Who are you? You know, like I'm like, damn.
Yo, they're weak.
Yeah, like who do they think they are? For real.
Yo, they're weak. They don't like life. That's who
Right.
these people are. To them, life is suffering. Think about it like this, right? I love the way Nas said it back in the day. He said, "Inferior man became a monster."
Yeah.
Right? You know
Oh
what I mean?
yeah. The theory of man became a monster. Yes.
You know what I mean? No, inferior man.
In theory.
Inferior.
Inferior.
Oh, inferior.
Yeah, inferior man became a monster. Right? You know
Oh,
what I mean?
but
Like,
you know what's interesting? If he said the theory of man became a monster, that would be like this show. You know?
It's the same thing, but it's the same thing though. It's the same thing. Inferior and the theory of is the same thing, you know?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. True though.
Like,
because you're reducing man to a specific thing. Right?
No, it's not that.
There
Yo,
you
it's
go.
not that, bro. Like, yo, it's like these weak-built, frail motherfuckers, right? Who?
Right.
How do I put this? Let me put this way, okay? Jeff Bezos's kids, right, are probably the pool guy's motherfucking kids, right? Because like, yo, his wife doesn't want to fuck him, but she like has to sometimes because he has like billions of dollars. Well, she did anyway until she divorced him and took half that shit, right? This is the mentality, right? It's like these inferior men, right? Instead of standing here, you know what I mean? Like, yo, accepting their lot in life, they have created this, the robots and the machines and the technology, right? In order to be able to sit here and motherfucking like have the ability to have power and be able to have access, right? To like women and motherfucking like the future. That's what this is.
You know what's
That's
funny?
all this shit, bro.
You know what's funny? The thing is, you're not gonna worship the untouchable gender either. So it's all just gonna be might makes right, anyways. So you because there's no strong man other than your clan of men.
Yeah. The confusion within society, chaos. And it's like, you know, I can understand what you're saying, like, you know, they try to manipulate the concept of one's existence and, you know, like what's it called? Double gang or some shit, embodiment of one's true nature, like stealing the social security number or the codes of its acclimatization in the solar system, the atomic records or whatever. But this is where I'm saying, like, first of all, you know, God came on earth, said, like, make him an image. Where did we come from? Are we sand? What the fuck is my skin? You know, am I the condensed, is water condensed sunlight? The fuck, like, what are we? The fuck is going on?
I mean, like, yo, you're a mix of like carbon and all types of other atoms, right? You know, that's all that is.
Okay.
Right. But like, that's not the fucking point, right? And like us trying to stand here and figure out this is kind of the point, right? Understanding like, yo, you don't really have a purpose. Mankind doesn't have a purpose, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, you're not the end or the beginning of anything, right? You're like in the middle. We're all in the middle, right? All of us are in like the middle of a wall of bricks that like started like before time immemorial and will be fucking continue going after fucking, you know what I mean? Like long after we're gone. Our job is to be a good brick in that wall, right?
Thank you for that.
Too many, yeah, you know what I mean? That's
right, like
though,
you just low. No, it's not beautiful because you just made more nonsense. Because what the fuck? Oh, what is my purpose in life? It means to be nothing. The fuck? That's
no. Your purpose is
it means to die. Like fuck.
Your purpose is to continue. Your purpose is to continue.
It was a little plain though. I'm not gonna lie.
Your purpose is to
like the hell, no mayonnaise, no ketchup. Like the fuck.
I got, listen, my purpose is to raise my 8 kids so they like are in a good position to be good bricks later on. Right? That's my job. Right?
Well, congratulations.
But a brick in the wall of what though?
In the wall of your fucking ancestors, in the wall of your family's history.
How do you know who your ancestors are?
I'd rather be like, I'd rather be like a shrub on the garden or
yeah, I mean, like, you can say it however you want to say it, you know what I mean? Right? Like you're a branch on a tree, whatever it is, right? Like
right.
I have my family history going back to like the 10th century, right? And before.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Like
That's what's
written
up.
down. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know,
That's
so
beautiful.
that's kind of where it's at. So like again, like I know I'm part of something bigger than myself, right? You know
That's
what I mean?
amazing.
Like, yeah, I'm not me. You know what I mean? I'm not like an individual. I'm not the end of something, and I'm also not the beginning of anything. I'm not the
That's amazing. But that's amazing for you. That's amazing for you to endorse your ancestors as something greater than yourself. That's absolutely beautiful, my God. My king, that's amazing. Thank you.
Like who? Like
Thank you
what
for
are we
that.
then? Right? Like imagine having that. Imagine having that weight behind you. Like you'd be a proud brick in that wall because like that wall, I know the faces, I know the names, I know the people, I know their history, I know how they lived, I know their tales, I know their like fucking shit that they did to like help my fucking my other ancestors come about, right? I know the blood that they shed, right? Like I know all these things, right? I have this history leading up to me, so I'm proud to be a brick in that wall. It's just most motherfuckers don't have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't have simplicity. You know, they don't have origins. They don't have deep roots. And all those things, right?
Right.
I thought that
this is what again. So like,
pick better parents, right?
You said what?
Pick better parents. So pick better grandparents, right?
Pick better.
They're weak.
Yo, listen, bro. Like all you have to do is like fill out a good resume, put on a good cover letter, shake. You'll have a good handshake, look them in the eyes. You know what I'm saying? And pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You'll be all right, Hank. All right.
Oh my! I've heard that before. I mean, that didn't work for me because racism.
It's a meme,
yeah,
dog.
I heard that
It's a meme.
before,
It's a meme,
and
dog.
I gave up on it.
Yo,
no, the thing is that the grandpas.
My grandparents.
No, the grandpas and the grandmas, you know, they need to be brought back as an institution. You know, because foolish is the man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks. Right. So you know, instead of sending our you know, parents away, we need to learn from them, and there needs to be a society that can learn that teaches us to learn from them. You know, because right now there's not. Right. So that's a problem. I mean, is that, you know, people don't have origins. You know, they don't know where they came from. They don't know where they're going, and any road will take you there.
No, I should have picked better grandparents like P. Norton and Bill Gates. Otherwise, I'm just stupid. Even though you don't really get to pick that, but allegedly they did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that your specific grandpa Hank was not a dummy. I mean, because because you're a pretty smart guy. So, I mean, I probably think
both my grandpas were dead before I was born.
Right.
Yeah.
But like my dead grandma found me in the atmosphere because she's an Egyptian queen, and then I happened to be her dragon. Because we had you know what I'm saying, the remember there some of the optimization, something them the dragons there, but the dragons are the different planets or the asteroids that came onto Earth through magnetism. Then we had dragons and then the humanoids, and the humans were protected by the dragons, you know what I'm saying? And then when they say like the asteroids,
like, do me a favor, can you pass over whatever the fuck it is you're smoking, dog? I want some. Like 100%.
You're fucking kidding, my blood. Like, hey, no, but when the rise clock there, like for real, because you know, within the depiction of the pictures, when they say the asteroids and dinosaurs are running away, it's actually the asteroid are the dinosaurs with the webbed wings. We are the dinosaurs. So the dinosaurs are planets, they're dragons, and then what I'm trying to figure out is how the fuck did we get extinct? I don't know. You know, my grandma found me, so it's like I have no idea because I have no consciousness. When my consciousness was embodied through Christ, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like
I mean, they changed it like twice already because first they said there was dinosaurs, and then they said no, they were giant birds. So that's got to be a fucking hoax. That's a hoax and a half right there. Right? Yeah, exactly. So,
dinosaurs and birds are the same thing. You know
so but then if you go read the ancient literature, they all believed in dragons. So how did they go from dragons to dinosaurs? I think obviously dinosaurs is a hoax to cover up the dragon shit.
Dragons are
the most
dinosaurs.
dragons now, so they're not all gone.
Dragons are dinosaurs because because they have Enoch and
Right.
Song, but it's it's actually Egyptian text, and that's the most northern moon you can alchemize and atone. You know what I'm saying? And she was there. I went burning without the sun. I stood up and I cried in the congregation. I am a brother of the devil, aka the dragon, and a companion to earth, aka the owls. Deliver my soul from the sword, my darling from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, for I have been heard from the horn of the unicorn. And then when you go on to the other side, it says, I am the living moon who cried to the devil and anointed the earth. Keep me alive and away from sin, for I have been spotted by multiple jinn. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. It's in actually the Bible of Egyptian text. The Bible is Egyptian. It's the text, you know.
Yeah, I would
blessings. Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
That was beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
of course.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Pino's attitude is why Luigi has to exist in this world.
Luigi?
You said what?
Yeah, Pino's attitude is why Luigi has to exist in this world.
Nah, I agree with Luigi. Like, my patron saint is Luigi.
The fuck is Luigi?
Hold on.
You talking about Mario's son or him cousin?
Hang on. There we go. The patron saint Luigi Mangione right here. Right here, motherfucking Luigi.
Okay.
God bless.
Are you talking about Endurado? Okay.
Yes, the dude who shot that healthcare CEO.
She be crazy. But yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit, and I'm thanking for this. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't.
Yeah,
I
all
can't
of us are
into the door.
dumbstruck right now. We're all dumbstruck by what you said, but that was so beautiful. Like we could all just sit here for like 4 hours, like cross.
No, I'm just saying,
listen to more of your stuff.
Shit is crazy. It's like I
Your
came here with
accent's
no.
awesome too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's like I'm coming here with them consciousness, so I had to build my own consciousness because my consciousness is my grandmother. I had to create my own because I knew her concept before she created it to me and alchemized it within my own response. So I had to create my own. It was like I had to create my own North Node and sing to her. I am the embodiment of voice, of frequency, because in the stars and to live, I had to sing to her to actually embody the brightness. My consciousness had to sing to her consciousness to embody the concept of its own consciousness. It's like really weird. It's really weird. Like I come from nothing, I am the death angel. It's really.
You didn't come from nothing.
Yeah, I feel that. Thank you for that.
Your people track back millions of years, right? There's many people who came before you to create you. They gave blood to make you because that's how important you are. That's what you have value because others loved you before you were born.
Right. Like you said, your grandma. So.
Yeah, your grandmother loved you before she knew you.
Oh my God, it's gonna make me cry because like I never knew the embodiment of love. I had to alchemize it through her frequency.
Right. Just like you will, you love your grandkids and you ain't never met them yet.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Because they're part of you. That soul that's inside of you. Right? That soul that was inside of her and her mom, right, will be passed down to your children. And it will continue on.
Oh my God, thank you for that. Thank you for that, brother. You made me feel even more special.
Right?
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
the
so much.
beauty of life. This is what I'm saying. You're a brick in the wall, but that wall's important. All those souls that came before will come after, right? They'll be here again. This is not the first time through, nor the last.
Right. Exactly.
It's beautiful. You weren't nothing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That blood in your veins, those bones in your body, right?
Right.
Those eyes that look in the mirror every day. Those are the
Right.
eyes and bones and skin and body and blood of those who have been here before, of those who loved you before you came. You're more than yourself.
Man, I love you. Thank you for that.
I love you too.
that was amazing. Like,
That was actually soulful. That was very soulful.
so
Yeah, Pinoid got so
I'm collaborating.
so true.
yeah.
I'm Calabrese. You know what I mean? Like, yo.
I love y'all so much.
Let me... Yo, this dude right here look like my cousins. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's just like we the same peoples.
Right. Let me get out this thing. I love y'all so much. You know, Michelle, I love you always. You know.
Yeah, blessings. Thank you so much for being here with me.
Thank you.
Yep.
And thank you, Appalachian. Let me say, I'm gonna his name Edrado to me. You know, him look the same. You know. I love all of you, Lone Wolf. I love you, Hank of the Flame. Whatever I say, I'm love. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings. Thank you.
Easy.
Yeah, that's the homie. All suit. Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us. Let's move to this, to the John C. Lilley piece. We got 8 people in the house thanks to Pinoid. The
Trying, dog. We had 17 at one point last time I checked.
Yeah, that was because we must have been going off at that moment. Whatever we were talking about at that moment.
Well, now you listen. I dumped this fucking stream in like 8 different discords. like, come on, pussies.
Yeah. So we got another music thing, and then we'll come back with some with the tape. I mean, I believe we were like 30 minutes into that. Hopefully, otherwise we'll miss some of it. But I don't know. We'll figure it out together. John C. Lilley and the Lilley Wave. Real conspiracy stuff. So that's the last part of the show. But anyways, and then I got some replays for you guys. Blessings.
The death of all supervillains, blood spilling to their descendants, the Divergent series Allegiant Diligence. I take over Fry's Electronics, consumer electronics company. I kill rappers in the countryside comfortably. Up shook, the place looks while I shatter your install messenger on Facebook. The death of Ultron, but he rises again from one of the world's biggest brooks. Tourist attraction, contraction, lightning action, causing a brain extraction. I do the exaction with fractions at your side distraction. You're impenitent, that means unrepentant. Obdurate, recuse it. I murder you with all surgery inventions, abuse it. I harass, laugh, and kill with chloroplast. Animal cells do not have chloroplast. I blast like a cannonball and explode. Great World War is taking place fast. I'm sharp-sighted at night, it's the discomfiture of titans. A robot monster frightening. I sock you through a diving helmet and you start crying. Well, what happens when I start rapping? Rappers shit themselves. Peace to Celts who rock pelts. You scream for help. I cause your musculophrenic artery to melt. Strong advocate of human rights like Eleanor Roosevelt. The rhyme explodes Orion's belt. No stealth, I'm overfelt. Where I dwelt, Darth Vader knelt. From word spelt, collapse shelf. You wreck your car, crash dealt, and die in a seatbelt. I kill a couple MCs in a tunnel. You crumble, your interface is pummeled. Your girl stumbles. Rappers are troubled by heart attacks in a huddle. You're disgruntled, the ground conks out under you. An asteroid trudges your group. Galactus hovers above you and smothers you. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust is risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken. Dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust is risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken. Dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. Godzilla's the king of all monsters, great your bonkers, secret space launchers, boxers and daughters at my concert. I conquer doctors, gangsters haunter, dollars and honors, horror hunters ponder, prehistoric lobsters and rap rosters, robbers, flying saucers, stronger sponsors, kill imposters. I explode dishwashers, rhymes like armed Navy helicopters over foreign waters. Peace to Cookie Monster, I comatose watchers who don't moniker. Mr. Commodore 64, the monitor auditor, blockbuster, too popular for gossipers. Gobbler of astrologers, omnivore orbiter, gravity softener, explosion vomiter, an astronomer who used a barometer, binocular to kill a biographer, radio interferometer author, resistance thermometer, destruction cinematographer, vinyl polymer. I kill rappers with a magnetometer and mass spectrometer, the interlocular goniometer photographer. I electronically, chemically castrate MCs at kilometers, consular, foreigner, polar, forester, globular, mud wasp, sonar, heart donor. I colder solar explosion your molar. Because of Arnold Schoenberg, your soul hurt. Kids rap along as strollers. The comptroller controller that drops on soldiers is steamroller. You have an odor. Industry dozer with a cola. I've captured the Joker's broker. Photovoltaic, the wind blower. Archaic, the owner. Mosaic and truth beholder. Ribonucleic motor. I kilowatt shoulders. Come closer. I smolder the president's folder with a flamethrower. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in.
And welcome back. And it's going to be a fun hour to talk to Dr. Pat Flanagan, who has been on the program for quite a few years now, unfortunately. But he's back tonight. His website is 5 of Hearing Voices. In some cases, actually are hearing voices. By the way, the patents for voice-to-skull technology are up. Or I've got the truth and you don't. It's a way to divide and rule again. But how seriously competent and efficient is massed electronic mind control?
The entire public, for the most part, is under mind control from various drugs put in the water to drugs that they're taking to programming in school.
Well, SSRIs certainly have the potential, I'm not saying they do, to put the mind into an even more malleable state that it can be entered, penetrated, and manipulated.
Absolutely. No, there are so many drugs, and that's for the mass public, and then they have drugs and things that they can use on individuals that they've singled out that they wish to control more deeply. Various school programs looking for gifted children, looking for certain individuals that they might want to go deeper with. But the mass public itself, all of us, sit around and watch TV, and most of the programming comes through the TV set, and it's just very extensive. And then you've got, and this goes on, but you've got the fluoride in the water, and you've got the chemicals in Diet Cokes and, diet foods and so forth. It's very extensive. This goes very deep. And, when there was a program run by Andrea Puharich called the Star Child program, and they singled me out when I was in the third grade. Said that I was a problem child, and that back then they didn't have ADHD, that I was hyper, and that they could help me. And they singled me out and put me in what's called the Star Child Project. And the Star Child Project is one in which they take children who are extremely intelligent, and they want to make sure that these children work for them and not for anyone else, and certainly don't work against them. And so they worked on me extensively as a child and when I was a teenager and throughout my life, and some of the extent of which I didn't even know until, like I say, I'm 68 years old, and it was about a year ago that I finally was able to break through the compartmentalization of the mind and find out what some of the things that were done to me. And this is being done all over. Children, you know, are being put on ADHD drugs and so forth. And, you know, it's very extensive. All the, you know, various drugs that people are given for different problems are also part of that.
You've been observed, watched, utilized your entire life.
That is correct. Yes, that's because when I was 11 years old, I developed a device called a atomic bomb guided missile detector, and I won Houston All City Science Fair with it, which included all grades up through college. And in my science fair project, I built this device that could detect atomic bombs and missile firings. Back then, they were doing a lot of above-ground testings and also ICBM missile firings. And what I did is
Yeah, I think this is about the part where we left off, and it's extremely important to mention that, you know, I think several kids have developed, you know, basically, you know, I mean, they're able to gain a foundational knowledge of how to develop nuclear technology just by going online, right? So this idea was talked about by Kurzweil, right, about the idea of information, right, how it's altering society, right, and how you can't erase information even if it's extremely dangerous, right, and how we're living in a different sort of an environment because, you know, a kid could gain the information necessary to develop an atomic weapon, right, and there's nothing that anyone can do to stop it, right, because as Kurzweil said, the minute it was deleted, it was copied and pasted, and, you know, you could still find it today, right? But the fact is that to have the ability to develop such a technology as a private enterprise, right, would be extremely costly, right? So that's the reality behind it, that only a state can actually wield such a great level of power, right? So the technology has a centralizing effect, but then it also opens sort of Pandora's box, right? So it has an equalizing effect as well, right? And that goes to this idea of mind control, right? Where you could go back to the idea of the guy who, you know, what was the guy who's like the Indian guy on Facebook who's saying he doesn't let his kids use the Facebook. You know, well, I thought that was extremely interesting, right? Just a statement alone, right? That he developed something that he wouldn't let his family use, that he sells to the mass public. Interesting stuff. I mean, but yeah. And now we have 13 people listening, but nobody's saying anything.
Yeah, man, I
Interesting.
apologize, man. I was fucking doing smart shit. But shit.
No, no, I didn't mean on panel. I meant in the chat. It's fine if you guys, you guys are welcome to, chill or do whatever.
Yeah. I was just busy doing some other shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of technology out here that, like, we probably. And this is the original conversation, right? I wrote a piece on this today. Do you want to be an economic zone or do you want to be a nation, right? Because capitalism and nationalism don't mix. What up, Cyber Calfee? Right? You know what I mean? Like, you can't have both, like, nationalism and give a shit about each other, right? And, sit here and have, like fucking unfettered abilities just to make money. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do both. Like, you have to have limits and, like, fucking guardrails and bumpers on shit. We have to have these, like, conversations. And we're not willing to have these conversations because of money. And that's really all it is. Like, everybody thinks it's some crazy thing, when in reality, it's like everybody's operating in a system that we're supposed to operate in.
Yeah, and then this type of stuff, it really ramps up the quality, of the issue. Now he's gonna get in. Now he's so far gotten into just very, very, like, what most people will consider woo-woo type of stuff. But earlier, what he was talking about was about microwaves, right? And you could look at this. There's been many studies that have been done on this, right? Where, the microwave will increase the vibration of electrons, and you can observe this in food. When you put it inside of the microwave, you'll have little beads, like sweaty beads of the water, because the water vibrates outside of the food, right? Because the electrons are vibrating extremely fast. Now, you are made of 90% water, okay? And the water is used to conduct electricity, right? And the electrical aspect of your heart and your red blood cells, right, is basically the iron in the blood that's causing the red blood cells to move, right, by conducting water through the electricity. Right now, if you expose yourself to microwaves, the water in your body will be vibrating too fast, right? And it will actually affect, as far as I know, right, the cells and the RNA and all of that type of stuff, right? So it will cause, right, a lack of an ability for the cell to replicate another healthy cell and all of this type of stuff, right? Because the electrons are vibrating too fast, right? So for the type of blood to, like, coagulate or whatever, right? So, so you could actually, so the thing here is that the water molecules are being used to basically move around neurons and stuff too, right? So the neurons, right, can be fired off, right, and they could be affected by an electronic, frequency to stop firing, essentially, right? So you could stop the neurons from firing by hitting them with this signal, right? But now you can also piggyback on the signal a certain frequency.
Yeah.
So that is essentially what the technology he's referring to is, and it's a real technology, right? It's real stuff, right? So that's been shown, and essentially the scientist John C. Lilley, he was saying that you could basically put people in an isolation tank, right? Hit them with this beam, right? Sort of hit them with the rays and the the Lilley wave. Stop their neurons, and then you could piggyback frequencies of, like, love and harmony and affection on there. So put them in a blissful state while they're in this isolation tank. Right? So there they'd be floating, right, in a blissful state. Right? And obviously he added lots of different things to the ketamine and lots of different things to this. I mean, ketamine and LSD, I think, were his combination. Right? Favorite combination. Okay, so this is pretty hardcore there. I mean, but yeah. I mean, definitely probably felt happy. But essentially this is saying that, well, yeah, you could also broadcast the frequencies of fear and panic and anger. And move people into a cacophony of slavery and genocide, right?
Yeah.
Made a little list of every thing that I detected worldwide and where it was located, what time it was, and so forth. And I won the science fair. That was on the weekend, and on Monday I was in 7th grade in the study hall, and the principal came on and said, "Will Patrick Flanagan come to my office immediately? The Pentagon is on the telephone." And I went to his office, and there was a 5-star general on the telephone wanting to know how I knew all their secrets. And I told him about my missile detector, and they sent a team of scientists from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. But I had their attention way before that even, but that really got their attention. And I discovered later on that not only did they want all of my inventions, they wanted me to work for them. When I was 17, I received an award with Admiral Red Rayburn and Ed Teller and Murray Gell-Mann. We all got the same award together. It was called the Gold Plate Award from the American Academy of Achievement, and which was a wonderful event. And but basically, it was at that meeting that Admiral Red Rayburn, who was then director in charge of the CIA, offered me a scholarship. I could go anywhere in the world. They'd pay for it, give me a huge amount of money for my own use in addition to paying for all of my expenses. And all I had to do is work for them, he said, for 5 years after I graduated, and then they'd let me do what I wanted to do. And even back then, this is back in 1961, 1962, even back then I was told by some scientists and people that if I accepted the deal and I went to work for them for 5 years, that they'd never let me go, and that I'd never be able to do what I wanted to do. And by the time I was 17, I was making more money than my father was making, and didn't need money. And so I refused the scholarship offer, but Red Rayburn made me that deal of favors. And all I had to do when I wanted to reach him is I'd call the CIA main number and leave a message for him, and he'd call me back within 24 hours. And always when I'd call, they'd say, Red Rayburn, never heard of him. And I'd say, he was DCI of your own agency. What do you mean you never heard of him? The guy'd say, I still never heard of him. And I said, well, he told me I could leave a message here, and he'd call me back. And the guy said, well, you can leave a message for anyone you want here. I just won't guarantee you that they'll call you back. And I said, okay. And so forth and so on. And so the end result was that we developed quite a relationship. But what I didn't know until recently is that I had been subjected to hypnotic drugs and deep level pain drug hypnosis, and my mind had been compartmentalized, and certain things had been done that I didn't even know about. And I don't really want to go into the details of them. I don't hate these people for it. In fact, I've reached the point where I don't hate anyone for anything they've ever done to me, and it's all part of my life experience, and it's something that I needed to know. But I also understand how they work, and we're reaching a point right now where we're coming into a level where these people are actually losing their control.
Interesting.
And,
Let's pause right there and come back and pick that up. Losing their control. That's a very provocative statement. We'll be back with Dr. Pat right after this. Bad are we? And I asked Adam.
The hell?
Yeah, I hate his music. I'm trying to skip his music.
Oh.
Go ahead and do that. Just go ahead and mute that sucker.
I remember talking to Adam Trombley. Boy, it had to be 1994. And I asked Adam, I said, how bad is the environment on the planet? How bad are we? And he said the point of no return came and went in the mid-1980s. He said it's too late. Nuclear energy, nuclear fuel waste, what we've done to degrade the environment and the biosphere. He said it ended in terms of a chance to rehabilitate it in the mid-'80s. I don't know if you've talked to Adam lately or not, but
we talk all the time. He's a good friend.
What's he think now? How much time do we have before the whole thing really starts to noticeably?
I think it's interesting that right when they ran out of ability to control, industrial resources, because they figured out there's not enough stuff on the planet to fill up all the factories, then they just made computers. So like, we'll just introduce fake systems of value and have people just totally concerned in those, so that we could create a whole new economy, really. I mean, but yeah, it's wild. 85 is really when they started developing personal computers, right? For people who don't know.
Implode.
Well, we need ET help. ET phone home. We don't know what's going to happen because I think, we're the 2012 scenario and all that. We are coming into the photon belt where we're going to be intensely cleansed by this energy coming off the center of the galaxy. And I do believe that it's changing all of our consciousness for the better.
Do you know about this, Reddington?
It's not really, but it's just an interesting word he said there.
Yeah, but I have no idea what he's talking about with this galactic energy or whatever.
And I'm not afraid of it. It doesn't bother me. And Adam, we in addition to worrying about the planet and all these things, we have things that we have to worry about, in our own lives, our own consciousness, and so forth. And we've got to put all of it into perspective. None of us really know what's going to happen. But yeah, no, it reached the point of no return a long time ago. No matter what we do right now, we can't do anything to bring it back. So that there's either the Earth is going to cleanse itself, the Gaia, or not, or we're going to get extraterrestrial help. There's just no other way around it.
E.T., that's another issue. Some people announced that they had been appointed an ambassador from one star system or another to try to save the planet, wake people up. And you get a lot of charlatans working out there.
Sure.
What about E.T. and the control of this planet? Have you any ideas on what may or may not be going on?
Well, I've had my own visitations that are very clear. And also my son, when he was a child, he kept telling me that the movies, he'd run in and want to climb in bed with my wife and I because he'd said the movie stars are visiting him. Mm-hmm. And later on, he told me that the movie stars were ETs, that the only thing he compare it with is when he was in movies and the actors on the screen had these great big heads, right? And so these visitations would occur in the middle of the night, and they always had these great big heads. And so he called them movie stars. And so I believe that the negative ETs are gone. I think that they're gone now, and I don't think that they're negatively affecting us anymore. That's my belief based on a number of things. But I believe that we are getting help now from, let's say, the positive races, because there are all kinds out there, and we can't dismiss it. I know it's absolutely true. I've had my own experiences, like I say, and but I'm no ambassador for the ETs, and I haven't been told to tell anybody anything that I'm consciously aware of.
Right.
And,
Pat, what are they telling us? What might they tell us to do that we obviously can't figure out on our own? I mean, look at Fukushima. We don't need nuclear power. It's absurd. If they don't intervene, much along the lines of the day the Earth stood still in 1951, where they sent an emissary here and he gave the planet an ultimatum. You either disarm and cut it out, or you're toast. And it seems to me that's the only kind of thing that this species is going to heed, if it'll heed anything.
Yeah. Well, the biggest answer to Fukushima is sulfur. Did you know that sulfur forms 146 compounds of 92 elements, and sulfates cannot stay in the body more than 12 hours? And if they dumped huge amounts of sulfur on Fukushima and into the ocean, it would sulfate all the radioactive elements except for iodine, and that these would then pass through the bodies of the fish and everything in sulfate form and would not stay in the body. And then we have to work on damages to the cells, and those can be done with antioxidants. I mean, there are ways to take care of our bodies and to neutralize the radioactivity. And no one's talking about sulfating the ions. And organic sulfur in our bodies is of supreme importance in the form, we call it MSM, methyl sulfonylmethane, which is a form of organic sulfur. But we can do things to help the environment ourselves. And one of the things I do believe the ETs are saying is that we have to want them to help. We have to ask for help. And not only that, but we have to help ourselves. People have to wake up from their sleep. And
did I just hear methyl sulfonic methane? Is that methylene blue? That'd be hilarious. I mean, if he's talking about that on this show here.
Nah, I don't think that's related.
That sounds like something similar to it. I mean, to be honest, right? But yeah.
And start doing their best. And just like the 100th monkey, when a certain number of us wake up, then I think we're going to get the help we want and the help we need. And I think we're almost there.
Well, the idea is a good one, but you see stories like the one I ran yesterday, Liberia in Africa. Everybody's looking at Africa now to plunder it. Liberia has sold off almost 1/4 of the entire country to logging companies. They don't. They just sold it off. They don't care, and they're destroying the rainforest at record rates to put in genetically modified soybean crops, which are going to go around the world poisoning animals and humans in various forms. This whole GMO revolution is out of control, and there's no way to recall that. You can't, as you said earlier, you can't go backwards. Wherever we're going forward and out the other side, wherever that is.
Well, in the first place, I can take any genetically modified seed, I can treat it, and it'll go back to prehistoric times, return to its previous genetics, and all that genetic modification will be neutralized.
What do you think about the seed vault? What's the significance of that up in Norway?
Well, the significance of that is that they want to have the original seeds because they're creating these seeds that that can't replicate, and they want to control the food, control the seeds, so that everyone on the planet is under control by food, and so the seed vault's there just in case, because the idea if some catastrophic event does hit the earth, these seeds will be preserved, and but these guys are doing their best, and I don't, like I said, I don't hate them for it. There are answers to it. I'm not going out and telling people how to reverse genetic modifications. I'd be dead in very quickly if I were to do that, and I have no intention of doing that. I mean, I'm not. I might be strange, but I'm not crazy.
So you're saying for sure you do know.
Yeah, this picture right here looks like one of my thumbnails for sure, right?
Of a technology to reverse runaway GMO.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It can be reversed. Yeah. And it's really quite simple.
Well,
and I can't tell about it. If I were to talk about it, that'd be it. I'd be gone. And a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, they don't care because they tell us what they're doing. These guys. And,
they don't care. They're in complete control, or virtually controlling everything to the extent that it doesn't matter what they tell us anymore, and they're just telling it to us right in our faces. And most of the people, of course, don't register anything.
Right. And they're proud of it. They want to brag. And, see, the thing about me is I see both sides of everything completely and totally. And I understand where they're going and so forth. But I also, I know how to reverse it. I know how to do all these things. But, and someday that we'll need that technology. And it could be sooner than later. So we bide our time and we see what happens. I'm kind of observing.
Well, I say let's roll it out sooner rather than later. I remember Morris Berman's amazing book. He's got a new book out, by the way. It was called Twilight of American Culture. And it had to be 10, 12 years ago or more that the book came out. And it was one of the most prescient, remarkable books I've ever seen in terms of what was coming. He said, we're losing our values so fast that they're going to have to be cloistered somehow and recorded and protected for such time that when a normalcy comes back over the masses, that these values will be again available to be remembered and taught to young people. So It was quite an interesting book.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Pat, really nice to talk to you again, friend. You take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Hello.
Greetings. So as I said, now a fourth option here. Of SNGTOW, sand ninjas going their own way. But also technology going its own way without humanity. Okay, so one, indefinite preservation of the living human body as it exists today, unlikely. As I said, there's only one certainty, and that is death. The merging of humans with machines, and indefinite survival of the resulting man-made hybrids. How likely is that?
I mean, with like CRISPR and all the technology and bullshit they're doing today, pretty likely.
So 2 we'll put a little pin in 2 because 2 seems. I've always thought 2 was the most likely option myself. And I've used Gibson to explain it. Where it's not a singularity or some type of evolution or anything like that. It's just, human beings just create a world where, there's a synthesis between man and machines, and, they propagate into the future, and they have tech cities, and that's it. So that could go on for a while, right? That could definitely go on for maybe 20, 30 years at least.
See, this is why Sparta, you should just throw the runts off the fucking side of a mountain. You know what I'm saying? You avoid these type of problems when you just get rid of the goddamn runts. You know what I mean? For fuck's sake. Why can't we just throw runts off the side of a mountain? I don't understand.
Punt the runt?
Yeah.
That's your solution?
Yeah. Legit. Like, we were talking about the other night. We're like, why don't we just like every time a kid's 18, he ain't hit 5'10" yet, just like, yo, give him the Kurt Cobain treatment. You know what I mean? Like,
the runts are gonna merge with the machines, and they're gonna be punting us around. That's the likely.
That's the problem.
That's the likely. That's a likely. Conclusion here.
That's the issue. That's the problem that I'm having.
Of 2 there, right?
You know what I mean?
It's gonna be the weak ones that combine with technology and become better than the humans.
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. You're not understanding me? That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm hearing you. I get but see, I'm saying that 2 is likely, but 2 is no better than 1. Right?
All right, Reddington. Listen. All right, so like I have 5 sons. I have 1 runt. I'm all right with it. You know what I mean? Like my oldest 2 right now, one's 6'2", the other one's 6'3", right? And then, I have a runt, and is what it is. Then I got 2 more, who are both going to be monsters too, right? Like, I'm okay with this mentality. Like 4 out of 5 ain't bad. Ain't that like a Meatloaf song or some shit? You know what I mean? Like 4 out of 5 ain't bad. I'm pretty sure that's a Meatloaf song.
Yeah, Meatloaf. I mean, if that's a standard.
Like nobody should live if they're under like 5'10", because it's like we were talking about this the other night, because we were like, half the problem with our society is simps. You know what I mean? And like, how do you deal with like a whole bunch of people who have no choice but to like just suck up the broads because they're tiny little manlets. You know what I mean?
So what about all the ethnicities that are short, that are runts?
Oh, listen, I already want to like Pol Pot is my idol. You know what I mean? Like, but like I don't think he went far enough. He should have finished himself. You know what I mean? You got to like do all of them, right? Like if it was up to me, I'd just drown that entire area and get rid of all of them. You know what I mean? Like I don't really care. I don't like them just as a species. Like I'll never buy a Japanese car. Like I'll never nah, bro. I'm cool. You know what I mean? I'm good. Like legit. Fuck them.
Uh-oh. We got a serious conflict with Eurasian futurism. But there's some floating around about Eurasian futurism, Duganism. I mean, who knows? But yeah. What about 3? The uploading of minds. Now, this is basically the Kurzweil thing, right? Into robots or computers, right? Also, popular portrayals, Ghost in the Shell, right? Where they ripped it off from the Matrix. They basically ripped off Ghost in the Shell and Gibson and stuff like that to make the Matrix. And then they also ripped off.
Let me say this. I think this is the least likely of the options.
The uploading minds.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's many people who, prove that that's minds. What is mind? Right. See, that third one is
no. Here's the actual. That's not even really the issue, right? The real issue is like the computing power that would take, right? So, like right now, we still don't have a computer that's capable of downloading a human consciousness because, like, you know what a flop is by chance?
I mean, they said that. I mean, I know people who disagree with you right now. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, but they're dumb, right? So, like, all right. So here's the thing, right? It's like a flop is.
Like, we got to get Duvid in here. Like, Duvid would definitely disagree. You know what I mean?
I feel you. Yeah, but he's dumb, right? So, like, all right. So, like,
Kurzweil would definitely disagree because we heard Kurzweil say that the processors are more efficient than the human brains already. So,
no, they're not. All right, so I'm gonna explain this to you, right? So, basically, what you have is you have this thing called a flop, and basically, it's like it's a fucking 0 or a 1, right? This is how computers operate, right? So it's like 1, it's 0 or 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And like there are options that they have in order to like basically get switches back and forth. In order to like have like enough flops that you could sit here and like contain like the consciousness of a human being, right? The machines would need to be like fucking like, I don't know, like 10 or 12 or 15 orders of magnitude like more efficient than they are today and larger, right? It's not an option, right? And it's not going to be an option, and there's no reason to do it. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense is where we are. You know what I mean? It'd be different if there was like a reason, like an actual logical fucking ecological region. Like the merging of humans and machines makes sense, right? Like, yeah, you know, we want to do like instead of having massive AI where you're going to have to like stand here and have like this computer looking at something and then determining what is on it, you're like using only an energy for that transmission, all the shit or whatever it is. You just have a human being do it and then give the human being like the ability to lift fucking like, you know, like 8 tons or whatever it is, because like the human being has that, you know what I mean? It doesn't have the strength, but it has a physical capability that it's autonomous on its own already. That makes sense, right? The indefinite preservation of a human living body, again, that makes sense because like motherfuckers are scared to death and they're bitches, right? But the uploading of a human mind makes absolutely zero sense because it doesn't give any real capability for a human being to actually extend its life.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like 1 and 3 are complete, like maybe just fantasy. I think 2 is a huge danger and possible. I mean,
3 is definitely a fantasy.
3 is a fantasy. 1 is. I don't think 1's a fantasy.
2 is hopium.
2's right now. We have 2 at the moment
because you know we have it, but it's nowhere near what people want it to be.
Yeah. I mean, what is 1? Is that just cryogenics or basically? I mean,
1 is the shit they're working on right now to like, you know, basically be able to like change the DNA structure and the telomeres in a human being to like extend them so like they continue to replenish themselves.
Yeah, but I think that might lead to more. Like, I think that'll just lead to like designer babies. Like, it'll just more be in line with 2 then. I mean,
and like, what's to say there isn't going to be mutations that you would have to keep deleting the mutations to keep it preserved or some shit?
Yeah, like 100%. Like 1 is something that I think is it's possible, and it's possible soon. 2's already happening and will continue to happen and like expand. 3's fucking retarded.
Then there's 4 because 4 has been said by many people. So 4 is now coming into the frame, and that's the breakfast tacos option, BTO. It's where humanity gets bound, tied, and orificed into just becoming wiped out by the artificial intelligence or whatever, and then the evolution continues with technology without humans, right? So that option is 4 option. I mean, but there's going to be many intelligent people who believe in all 4 options. I mean, that's the key point.
Number 2 sounds like it's on its way to the Borg.
Yeah, and the reason is yeah.
Number 2 has been going on since like fucking the steam engine, right? Like we have all like that's everything that we've done since the Industrial Revolution is number 2.
I mean, if you want to say like, what was it, Musk saying like your cell phone is like an extension of you, since you're like married to it, basically.
Are we not talking on microphones that amplify our voices across the internet right now?
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, like number two, like again, this has been happening since the steam engine allowed you to be able to like carry goods and sell them elsewhere. Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah, and then if we go to Kurzweil, he said genetics and Pino had mentioned genetics, then nano machines and robotics, right? So any one of those could be seen as, because he said that most likely, right, a lot of the advances in nano machines would be put towards genetics. And then when he went into saying how it may be applied to the environment, right, to solve environmental problems, and the idea of self-replicating technologies, right, that should be the place where we draw the line, according to some of the people who are talking about relinquishment. But obviously, that is a dangerous game of chicken, obviously, because you don't decide or predict or plan the speed and pace of innovation within a technological system exactly, right? Or who gets to invent something, or you don't get to suppress technology in that way, right? So as we've seen,
we have though.
The AI is gonna make an Optimus Prime of androids into a giant Nazi Pepe robot and take over the world.
I agree.
Yeah. First of all, who's the we, and how have we suppressed the technology, right?
Have you heard about black patents?
Explain.
All right. Basically, there's a bunch of shit that's patented that like they're not allowed to make, right? Like basically, like the U.S. government comes in and snatches up all the shit. I mean, it tells you no, we're not doing that.
Oh yeah. The state is part of the technological system. It's part of the thing that guides innovation.
Yeah.
How does that?
You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't have both of them. Right.
They hide that shit, so you can't look up the patent either.
Yeah, but what's to stop them from making it on their own?
I mean,
nothing.
Like
nothing.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? Is like you can suppress technology.
Yeah, but it hasn't been. Yeah, but then they've suppressed it on a local level, but it's grown as a whole. So they have not suppressed anything.
No, they have suppressed them.
Right. They've suppressed individual inventors, right?
No. They've suppressed, right, whole technologies.
Like, for example,
0 point energy. Like, listen, I'm not.
0 point energy. Okay, so I thought that was theoretical. Now, obviously, we do have people on the show that come out like I'm like Ezra Mindful Exposure. She's a friend of the show. She believes in 0 point energy. So you believe in 0 point energy?
I don't.
He also believes in Cherokee hair tampons.
Yeah, I do, bro. Listen, you got to put them into like the fucking. You gotta soak them in turpentine and stick them directly into the asshole, and that gets rid of the butt worms. You know what I'm saying? But you got to drink.
Yeah, this is an interesting. Yeah, this is an interesting line of questioning, and I think I'll.
All right, hold up, bro. Like, let me work this out. Okay, so, patents that are suppressed.
You're not thinking of like Pais, are you?
Hang on. Okay,
No, we're talking about whole technologies.
Yeah, whole technologies that are fucking just straight no.
Right, but what is a whole technology? See, that is the thing I'm struggling to understand.
Okay, all right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, bro, I'm doing it right now. Give me a second.
Yo, it's like you got the computer, dog. And you take out the motherboard, bro.
All right,
That's a
from
piece of technology, dog.
1951, the Invention Secrecy Act.
Here, hold on. Here, hold on. Here, hold on. Start again, please. I was.
Yo, you put the PC together, bro, and that's a whole technology, dog.
Yeah. All
You
right.
need
So
the
the
monitor, the
invention.
keyboard, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen, bro, I missed you, Mike. I missed you. I love you, buddy. Right. All right. So, like, fucking Paisano. The Invention Secrecy Act of 1951, enacted February 1st, 1952, codified at US 35 USC into the body the United States federal law designed to prevent disclosure of new inventions and technology that, in the opinion of selected federal agencies, present an alleged threat to the economic stability or national security of the United States. The Invention Secrecy Act allows the United States government to classify ideas and patents under secrecy orders, which indefinitely restrict public knowledge of them. This law applies to all inventions in the United States, regardless of what the idea of the invention is. If a patent is applied for or granted, all patents filed within the United States are required to be reviewed, and thousands of ideas and inventions are manually reviewed each year. Any federal government agency with classifying powers may request any patent be restricted under the Invention Secrecy Act. All right, so hang on. Let's go down here. Types of secrecy orders. Secrecy order and permit of foreign filing and certain companies typically used to restrict ideas or materials derived from government funding, which may not be themselves secret or classified prior to receiving a secrecy order. Known examples: James Conson, the California radar tracking invention, secrecy order 1969-71, damage claim denied by the courts in 82. James Greer, Alabama anti-stealth tracking concept, secrecy order 2000-2008. Robert Gold, wireless communications improvement, placed under secrecy order in 2002. Ferris Phasor phone inventors, NSA imposed a secrecy order in 1978. The phaser phone, a voice obfuscation device, order rescinded under after media coverage later that year. Budimir and Desanke, some shit, anti-heat-seeking missile counting measure, spraying liquid from the back of an airplane, secrecy order in 2009. 5-year appeal failed, filed a First and Fifth Amendment lawsuit. Air Force looked at both orders in a pretrial settlement. But like, yeah, there's a bunch of these things that they've done this. Right? Where, like, you know, I mean, they just go, no, you're not gonna fucking do this. And just
No, right. I get that, right? They snatched away the little codes from like David Bohm. And he's like, all right, I'm going to go be like a student of Krishnamurti now because, like, you know, but
motherfuckers ended up dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. You know what I mean? What is stopping either them from developing it themselves, A, B, somebody from stealing the information and developing it like a foreign country, or C, another person from inventing it and secretly developing it on their own?
Okay, because like
let's
there's some.
Stop that.
All right, so let's put it like this, right?
You know what I'm saying?
There's some technology that no country wants.
And then another thing. Oh yeah, and then another thing. There's one more thing. Just one more tiny little thing. And that's this. It says on the White House website, it says our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow and improve productivity. As Vice President Vance said in a recent speech, the tradition of American innovation has been one of the increasing the capabilities of America's workers, of extending human ability so that more people can do more and more meaningful work. But unrestricted immigration, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, look at that technology thing, right? But yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say? I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, man. You're good. Right. Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, there's some technologies, right, that no country wants developed, right? Where they go like, yeah, listen, this is probably bad if anybody has it. So like, you'll just have agreements between countries that are like, no, right, we don't want to do this shit because if the people get a hold of this, it'll fucking destroy everything, right? Or it'll fuck up like everything that we have. It'll destroy our fucking economy, whatever it is. It'll fuck up orders. It'll fuck up our like fucking state. Doesn't matter, right? And so you'll have things like that you just go, we're not going to do it nation like globally. You know what I mean? Just as a whole, like every country in the world will just agree and say no, right? And so it'll never be developed.
Well, let me put it this way. Right? Like in America, they created the internet, right? and in like Germany, right? Like Fritz Haber, right? He created like pesticides, right? So like, okay, so like pesticides and computers, right? It's like basically like they control 90% of how we eat and I mean all that type of stuff, right?
True. Okay.
So and that's adopted into you know, had to be established into a worldwide system so that other countries have to adopt the internet, they have to adopt pesticides, you know what I'm saying, to compete.
All right,
Right?
let me ask you something.
Like
all right?
like you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, let me ask you something.
Right. So who decided, like, did the world decide at some point that all right, we're gonna adopt these things? Or nobody decided anything.
It's not it's not that.
You know, that's the point.
This is a different thing. There's a difference between novel inventions, right, and improvements, right? Like the computer isn't anything but like an improved abacus. That's what the computer is. Right? When it comes like, fuck the video games and all the bullshit. Like, we're talking about like, how it actually like affects like society, logistics. You know what I mean? We're talking about like pesticides with farming, right? None of these things are novel. Computer's not novel. Pesticide isn't novel. We've always had things that we've used to keep bugs off of plants, right? This dates back to like fucking 5000 BC, right? This is not new.
No, that's not new, but synthetic nitrogen,
Yeah,
so
again,
that you could fertilize crops.
It's an improvement.
No, it's definitely like synthetic nitrogen, right? And
You
pesticides, right?
understand that like it's just an improvement on what we already have. Right. It's like going from
That
like
makes that makes monoculture possible.
Literally we had monoculture before nitrogen. Egypt just grew wheat.
At the same scale.
Yeah. I mean,
No,
not at the same scale.
No, that's not right. Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, listen, of course not.
That's not right. I gotta cut you off. I got you going too crazy. You're going too crazy.
If I farted in your Cheerios, could you consider that an improvement?
I mean, like, legit though, like, fucking, like, we're again. I said it's an improvement, but it's
No,
not new.
it's not just an improvement. It's a change in scale and in methods, right?
Okay.
So like if I just put a bunch of poison in the drinking water, is that an improvement?
I mean, that's not an improvement. That is a like a negative thing. You know what I mean? That's not an improvement. It's a destruction.
Guess what, bro? They did it, and they told like, look, it's an improvement because it makes your teeth better, but it's not true. It's just poison.
Allegedly trying to get rid of it.
So like I'm gonna crap in somebody's Cheerios and I'm gonna say, listen, that's not a piece of shit. That's actually an organic protein shake. It's an improvement.
All right, so like let me say this, machine, right? Like there's a difference between going from like you have different propulsion methods in water, right? You have a jet, right? You have
if I fart in the water though, it's a jet.
If that's technically a jet. Right. Yo, have you ever farted on like leather in the car and like you wear like basketball shorts and it lifted you up like an air hockey table? You shifted a little bit.
Yeah, it was like a hoverboard, bro.
Yeah. It was weird, right? But like, yeah. So when you're moving inside of water, you have like propellers, you have jets. You know what I'm saying? And then you have fans, right? And each of these are different ways to move through the fucking water, right? And one is not an improvement upon the other. Right, like each of these are novel ways of moving through the water. One uses water to move the water. One uses like a fucking prop to push the water behind you. One uses the air to push like the fucking shit to go through the water. Right, like each of these are their own novel ways of moving through things. Right, and so if you came up with a new way of moving through the water, where like I don't know, you were like using like fucking magnetism, right, and like you had like an ion drive motor pushing you through. This will be a novel invention, right? And if if it had super negative effects on, like, say, fish or people or whatever the case is, we would all have a conversation about like fucking restricting that technology.
No, they don't do that. They just let it kill the fish.
Sometimes, but a lot of times they don't though. They'll go, yeah, nah, like listen, we can't do this. Like they ban shit all the fucking time.
Nah, bro, they only ban shit because they make money.
I mean, sometimes you're not
They're
wrong.
like, you can't use this because I want you to buy this thing that I own.
I agree. Like, yo, but like it's like autonomous trucks and like electric trucks, right? It's retarded. We have trains, right? Like just build a fucking train. I don't know why it is that we're not like just trains. Like they fucking do the fucking job the proper way. Like, why are you even using trucks? It's fucking stupid. Like, yeah, but
It's
like
they want to keep the roads fucked up so that they could charge taxpayers more money to fix
no,
them.
it's just about money. It's about like you listen.
And then
if
you
a
can't go
corporation
anywhere
can
'cause
make
it's all
money,
traffic.
yeah,
And it
it's
kills
just about the
more
corporation
people.
want to make money.
They want people to crash. It's part of the deal.
They don't even give a fuck about the
They
crashing
need
thing.
trailers constantly smashing people to death on the highways to keep the population down.
I feel like not enough people die that way in order
Listen,
to keep the
Swift is
population
in
down.
business for one reason. Okay. It's because they're part of Bill Gates' worldly population agenda
Swift just
secretly.
shows up. You're like, I
Low-key.
came here to be gay and chew bubblegum, and I'm fresh out of bubblegum.
All
Like,
they
yo,
do is depopulate the planet.
Swift's holds one time Swift had like a night here, bro. Like 6 of these motherfuckers just took on the city, right? Like they one hit a building, another one like rode over off of a bridge, right? Like another one fucking smashed like
Low-key.
5 cars, right?
Whenever
We
a
were
company
having a
wants
night.
to get rid of a truck, they give it to Swift for like 2 days, and Swift's like, "That's it, it's toast. Get the insurance money."
Nah. Listen, if you want to get rid of a truck, all you got to do is tell your driver, like, listen, just go drive right next to the Swift truck and just wait. He'll fuck this shit up in a minute.
He will hit you.
Know what I mean? He will, 100%.
You know what I mean?
Oh, fuck. But yeah, man, like, yeah, that's the whole thing. They will restrict technology, right? If the technology fucks shit up too goddamn badly, you know what I mean? But like usually when things are like super disruptive and it makes money and it's not like a completely novel thing, it's literally just like an improvement or like a way of just making more money or more profit off of like shit, or just, I don't know, like Uber was a giant pump and dump fucking scheme. Uber, Lyft, these things, they're pump and dumps. You know what I mean?
Would be a worse driver? AI with a malfunctioning code or Swift employee?
Did you say 2 different things? It sounded the same.
At least the AI won't get high on crack.
With a malfunctioning
Passed out
code,
behind the
it
wheel.
might.
But
I mean, it depends on how fucked up that code is.
The AI might just drive trucks into people, like directly, just to get rid of them. Just start running people over, like in their house and shit. Just like the attack of the autonomous trucks. It's just, bro, they'll just kamikaze you, bro.
The truck just shows up like, I'm here. Just pops in the
Almost
front. It goes to the front wall. It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, like the
Just take
Kool-Aid guy.
Just an 18-wheeler coming through your front living room. You know what I mean? That's what they're all about.
I mean, I feel like, you know what I mean? They don't want to just like smash your house. You know what I mean?
Totally do, bro.
Yeah, like again, because like insurance rates go up, paperwork has to be filed, it costs money, it's a pain in the dick, you know.
People don't realize this. Like, what
They'll
happens?
make
when
a
you have
bunch
an
of
AI
kill
toast
dozers.
that kills you. You know what I mean? You go to get that toast, it turns itself on, pulls your hand in, cranks the power up. Okay, get fucked by your own toaster. Okay.
I mean, the real problem is, you know what I mean, like, the motherfuckers who don't know that, you know what I mean, like I try to explain to people who really like Star Trek and anime that the best tasting toast is always made in the bathtub, you know?
I think the
Like,
first man that's going to be killed by an AI android is going to be some dude that like gets an AI girlfriend. and has like a humanoid, a robotoid girlfriend, bro, it's gonna be your first murder, bro.
Yo, do you think
Smoke
that
that.
AI like will like end up with like, you know what I mean, post-traumatic stress disorder from like being raped by a bunch of incels?
Technological domestic violence.
Yo, what if two AI girlfriends get in a relationship? Will it be like super violent the same
Yeah,
way
and
as
they're
humans?
gonna take half your money too.
Yo, if there's like lesbian AI relationships,
Only half.
Yeah, they're just gonna take half your money, bro. You're gonna have AI like robots living in their own houses and shit, and like evicting people. Like, I am your landlord. Get the fuck out.
listen, yo, what happens? Like, yo, will there be like gay AI robots?
Probably. I mean, they probably already exist.
Lone Wolf, what up, man? Sorry, I didn't see you there, bro. Like, yo, I didn't mean to talk about you like that.
What?
What? Yo, listen,
I think
don't.
he collects stamps.
Lone Wolf collects stamps.
Probably.
Okay.
No.
You should have been here earlier, bro. Like, yo, like I came in swinging at Hank, bro. Like, Hank informed us all that he's
I
only
was
5'7".
there.
No, I was talking to Mike.
Hank's retarded, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yo, he's 5'7", and I was like, oh, no wonder you like computers and all the things. Like, legit, like, yo, you're a fucking manlet. I get it. You know what I mean?
Hank's a fun size bootleg Walmart version of Morpheus.
Yo, listen, yo, can't do that shit, bro. Like, yo.
Did you know he's a gay wizard?
Is he a gay wizard?
Yeah, yo, like that's not even a joke.
Yo, is he like Wizrud?
Yeah, bro.
Did he talk to like Thor and shit and all that type of stuff?
Yeah, he's almost in league of like Floyd level, like weirdness.
Yo, you hear Floyd got arrested again?
For what?
DUI and meth possession, and he ran his dog over, right, on purpose.
What?
Yeah. Okay, so like he had a dog he had to put down and didn't have the money. So like he hung the dog outside of like the car window and put it on the ground and held the leash and then ran the dog's head over. Right. Not named the dog was sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it is what it is. But like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, he got arrested for all these things. And now he's in jail. You know what I mean? He's in jail as a gay furry, right? After catching a DUI. He has a great little whatchamacallit. What are those things called? He has a mugshot. His mugshot's amazing.
Couldn't think to try to figure out a more humane way
How
to.
long is he in jail for, bro?
I don't know.
It might be good for him.
I feel he'll get clean a little bit. You know what I mean? And he might get his teeth fixed.
He might get his teeth fixed. They might like beat the stupid out of him.
Doubtful. That's a lot of beating.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't think Floyd's going to be able to get away with being who he is in jail. He's going to have to change who he is if he wants to live in that jail, probably.
I don't think so. Floyd's going to be Floyd, right? You know what I mean? And like, he'll fit in. You know what I mean? He will be somebody's pet.
You think so?
Yeah. Somebody will adopt him, you know what I mean, and put a diaper on him and shit and a leash, you know what I mean, give him a little accordion and then put him in a little suit. You know what I mean? They'll have him like dancing out in front of the fucking bleachers and shit, and you know what I mean? He'll fucking, you know, he'll have a little cup out in front of him, people can drop change in.
That might happen.
Yeah, you know. Nobody's gonna beat him, right? It's not necessary to beat him because he's fucking, you know what I mean, he's too retarded to beat.
No, they'll totally beat him up though for the shit that he'd be saying sometimes.
They won't beat him up. Like, yo, there's no. You feel bad. I don't care like how tough of a criminal you are. You'll feel bad for beating on somebody who's obviously, mentally retarded.
Like I would have to beat Floyd up a couple times.
I
mean,
I feel you.
Just
I don't know. Like Floyd's
like
not
in
abrasive.
line, bro.
What, would you just beat him, or would you just backhand him with a closed fist?
No, I'd probably beat him up.
I just backhand him. I
He
promise you.
pisses me off, bro. He's got a few coming.
You know what I mean? Like I just backhand him, just bow.
I might.
Floyd. What are you doing?
I might lock him in a broom closet with Rambo though, like, and just let Rambo take care of it.
He's like, I ate his liver with some fava beans. Right? You know what I mean?
I can't believe Floyd went to jail, bro. He's toast.
Yeah, I can't believe he went to jail. That is normal.
For running his dog over, like that was sick. 'Cause he's stupid.
Yo, and the DUI and the crystal meth.
Why was he drunk and on meth at the same time while running over a dog?
I'm like, listen, if you figure out the answer to that, you probably also know the answer to what the sound is of one hand clapping.
It could happen.
I mean, it can, but does it?
It could.
I mean,
I can tell you what, if I seen Floyd, bro, in jail, bro, I would show him one hand clapping real fast.
I don't know that could be taken as a homosexual like comment.
It could be.
Yo, but like, I feel like you shouldn't make homosexual comments about Floyd.
It's not though. I'm gonna slap him in the face.
Yeah. What did the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap.
That's all you clap with one hand, bro.
Yeah, I can't, bro. I can't with Floyd. Yeah, I feel bad for the guy. You know what I mean? Like fucking, he's had a hard fucking life and whatnot.
I think he makes it hard.
Maybe. Like, listen, I don't know, man. I've been like fucking getting on this ideology. Like, the longer you sit still, the harder it is to get moving. Right. And he's been sitting still a long time. And it's not like he's at like the top of a hill. He's at the bottom of a valley is the problem. So it's not like he has like potential kinetic energy. Like, if you just kick him, he'll roll downhill and he'll get moving. I mean, it's more along the line. He's got to drag his carcass to fuck up the goddamn fucking mountain to get to the other side. Like, he's fucked. I think he knows that too, because like after that dude used him as a weapon to beat the other dude up, you know what I mean? He broke his hip, right? What?
Broke his hip, bro.
Yeah. You didn't know about this?
This fucking guy is so retarded. Somebody used him as a weapon to beat somebody up.
Yeah, dude picked him up by his ankles and like he used him as like a nunchuck to beat another dude up.
What did they do?
What do you mean?
Like, why did he use this as a nunchuck?
Like, because he's there and he's Floyd. Like, why would you not use him as a nunchuck? Like,
All right.
You know what I mean?
So if you got all right, but why did the guy get beat with a Floyd?
that one is an unknown. That is an unknown unknown.
Like, you really do need a reason to beat someone with a Floyd.
Yo, listen, you gotta stop, bro. Like, listen, I've been sick, okay? Because, like, no, you don't need a reason to beat somebody with a Floyd. Right?
I think you do.
I don't think you do. Right? It's like sometimes you just, grab the closest object and crack a motherfucker with it. And if that closest object is a Floyd, you know what I mean?
My boy beat up a dude's car with the dude, but he was mad at the dude, so he wanted to fuck his car up.
Yeah. But not like this is more like, like two guys got in a bar fight, right? And like Floyd was just there, and the guy just grabbed a hold of Floyd and used him as like a mace, right? To beat the other guy. It's just like a mace was sitting there, you know what I mean?
So dude looked over at Floyd, and all he saw, like the guy was drunk, and he thought he was a mace.
Yeah. He just saw a weapon, you know what I mean? Like
He was like, "Oh, this guy looks light and dangerous to hit people with."
No, like this guy looks like he is, built properly for swinging at other humans, right? You know. What?
Upper build. He's aerodynamic.
Remember, I turned him into a YIF missile in a one episode. Like, this was not like, understand, most of what I do is based on truth, right? Like it's retarded, but it is the truth. Somebody used him as a mace at a bar to beat another guy up, right? And it broke Floyd's hips when it did so, right? And Floyd ain't never been the right since.
How did it break? How did he break his hips?
I don't listen. Okay, you're asking me questions about things that
You know how hard it is to break a hip as like a healthy, like. How old is Floyd? 30-ish.
40. He's 41, right now.
40. He still shouldn't be breaking hips.
No. This happened when he was like 28, right?
Shouldn't have broke a hip.
Listen. Did the average healthy human isn't also used as a mace? You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying.
Like, how often is a healthy human used as a weapon to beat another healthy human up?
I've seen it once, but not to beat a person. I seen a person beat a car with a person, like a bat.
Yeah. But like, how often is it that another human is just like,
I've only seen it once.
Yeah, it's rare. It's very rare, right? And if you use a human as a bat to beat up a car, that human's not going to be okay afterwards. Ribs are going to be all fucked up. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. It was an old car too. It was like one of the metal caddies, bro. He was beating the shit out of that caddy with that kid. We knew the dude too, bro. But he shouldn't have been talking shit driving in a car thinking that shit was sweet, because he got pulled out of his driver's window. He got turned into a bat.
Yo, could you imagine like a 6'5" dude just grabbing a hold of like a 5'8" fucking 110-pound Floyd and just, you know what I mean, just literally like using him as a goddamn mace, like he was just he was like a bar stool there to swing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what my boy did. My boy was like a huge gorilla-looking type of dude. Pulled this dude out of his car. The dude was probably like 5'10", 11, and swung him around like by his ankles like a bat. Just a fucking, you know what I mean? Beat his car up.
Yeah, I mean, well, this dude beat up another dude. You know what I mean, with a Floyd.
I didn't know you could do that.
How did you not know you can do that?
I mean, I seen this guy swinging a dude at a car, but I never thought someone could swing somebody at someone. Because it feels like you can't get enough speed behind the swing to really do a lot of damage to whatever you're hitting. You know what I mean? If it moves. I don't know.
Why?
It'd be like hitting somebody with like a wet noodle or something.
Nah, man. Like, it's literally like you're grabbing a whole, like that. There's an end of like that.
If you like shot put them, if you shot put them, right? Like if you start getting some momentum with like a shot put, start windmilling around and get the gravity going and get all the person extended like a bat, maybe. But like when you first try to swing someone, they're gonna go like a noodle. They're not stiff like a board. They're segmented. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, like if you grab them by their ankle, right? You know what I'm saying? And you grab, like you whip them. You know what I'm saying? What you're doing is you're like whipping it. And like at the end of that, the end of that whip is a fucking big ass like 8-10 pound head. You know what I'm saying?
But why did they choose Floyd, bro?
Because he was there and he's Floyd.
He's just there drinking at the bar. Some guy just decides to use him as a weapon. There's so many better weapons.
Maybe the guy like who got beat with the Floyd was being annoying with Floyd. You know what I mean?
That
right?
could be.
And the other guy was like, listen, I'm going to use him to beat your fucking ass if you don't shut the fuck up. Right. And then, like, you know what I mean? The guy's like, shut up. You're not going to do shit. Right. And then the dude proceeded to pick up Floyd by the ankles and beat the brakes off of this guy. Like,
What
he
happened
was
to the
not
other guy,
playing.
bro?
You know what I mean?
Was the other guy all right?
I don't know. I don't know any of these things.
It'd be
All I know
pretty
is he got beat. He got beat half to death with the Floyd. And
It'd be
Floyd
pretty
ended up with a
funny if the
broken
guy
hip.
was
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Floyd got hurt. Like the guy that got beat up with Floyd was completely fine. Floyd comes out of it with a broken hip.
I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
where do you find these people?
Yo, listen, we have found. You know who Neurojack is?
Yeah.
Listen, okay. I thought that like somebody called me recently the Tard Wrangler, right? You know what I mean? Which, you know, I mean, it's not a terrible name for a guy like me, right? But Neurojack has surpassed me, right, by leaps and bounds, and I'm not sure how the fuck he did it. Like, you go to his Discord, and there's a special pack of fucking guys on there that you just go, wow, that's amazing. I don't know how he did that shit. But, like, they're on the internet. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of, like, socially isolated weirdos who got beat to death or use as weapons to beat somebody else half to death. You know what I mean?
I suppose so.
I mean, look, Hank's on this fucking channel on a regular basis, you know?
Hank is a character.
Hank is not a character. Hank is a fucking tragedy.
He lives in the Matrix, okay?
He jerks off to the Matrix, all right? He doesn't even live in it.
No, he's in it.
He wishes he could be fucking Cypher and climb his ass the fuck back into the goddamn fucking thing and have them re-upload his brain.
He bought his sunglasses in the Matrix.
No. He bought his sunglasses from a guy, right, who had seen the Matrix one time.
Possibly.
Yeah. You know, this is just how things are. All right. You have people who worship, you know what I mean, like the machine world and whatnot. Right. And they think it's a good idea to like be a part of it and contribute to it. And you know what I mean? Like they're not how you doing? Right. They're not living to like stand here and you know what I mean, like fucking enjoy themselves and like do the shit. You know what I mean? Right. They don't enjoy life. They're just like they're fucking miserable. And they want to go climb in the Matrix. They're like, please put me in the place that I'm better. You know what I mean? And I'm not some tiny little manlet who everybody hates and makes fun of.
I mean, I guess.
Only you guess.
I guess there's a couple of those people out there. Like, I don't think everybody's in like computers like that.
I mean, your average internet denizen, yes, they are, right? Because this is the internet. This is literally like what they do, right?
But yo, before internet denizens, you had like people that would hang out at the mall and be weird.
Yeah.
Like,
but like that
Floyd
was
would
just
hang out at Hot Topic if he wasn't on the internet.
no. If Floyd wasn't on the internet, Floyd would, you know what I'm saying, like probably be in like a pool hall or a bowling alley, right?
Something.
He wouldn't be accepted at the mall. Like somebody would kick the shit out of him and use him to beat somebody else.
Yeah, bro, he'd hang out at the food court, right? At Hot Topic.
Look, Digital Denizen says Hot Topic is for queers. See, listen, this is the problem.
Exactly.
This guy's name is Digital Denizen, and he's making fun of motherfuckers who go to Hot Topic, right? I bet you also think Nickelback is terrible and like fucking, what are some
Digital
popular ways of
Denizen
shitting on things?
only knows about Hot Topic because they shop there.
I was at a Hot Topic recently. I went in and it smelled like fucking flop sweat and like fucking
plastic,
like teenage fucking angst.
Just plastic and angst.
Just straight body odor and like angst. Right, it was terrible.
Fucking Cheetos.
Yeah, it was awful.
Farts.
Right, listen, is your entire Twitter just like fucking digital drawings of titties?
Yeah.
Your name is Zeldar and you shop at Walmart. You should not be shopping at Walmart. You know what I'm saying? You should try shopping elsewhere. Like I go to the butcher shop. It's a great place to go to get like meat and stuff and food. But look, these motherfuckers feel bad for AI. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like rings.
That's great.
Yeah, listen, Justin, I agree. You should grow your own shit, but we don't have that ability anymore. I feel you. Listen, Mike, deal. Hit me up. I'm gonna be around. I gotta go to the fucking store. I'll be back in a little bit. Peace.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, blessings. I'm gonna shut this show down. So thank you guys for being here. If you guys want to say anything before you guys leave, and you already left. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
This is a good show.
Yeah, thank you, homie. Yeah, I appreciate that, especially coming from you.
But this is a good show.
Yeah, for sure, homie.
Best show on the internet right now. There's not a better show on right now.
For sure, homie.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this big ass swords, bro? Look at that shit.
Yeah, that's some. Let's do this. Norway. Zverd if Joe. Yeah, this some dope shit. Need to make more of these.
So, like, what would wield something like that, maybe?
Yeah, right. Yeah, hopefully they don't strike this those girlies as prawn because they're drawings. I mean, so I don't know. It's kind of dancing on the razor's edge there. But yeah, those were drawings. So for the AI there, I'm pretty sure it knows that. But yeah. All right, folks. I think this Ghostbusters one, yeah, that'll do it.
Later, doggy dog.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, thank you for being here. And all you guys, yeah, Digital Denizen, Love Tits, Justin, people talking out of their rears. Yeah, I mean, rewind the show, go to the first 2 hours. That's where I was very composed. Actually, the first 4 or 5 hours of the show, there was actually nobody else except for me and Reddington. You know, I feel like the people showed up a little bit later. But yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Bless you guys. I appreciate the 10 people that are here watching at this time. 4 a.m. Wow. You guys stuck around that long, huh? Well, I greatly appreciate you guys. You know, you can't kill what you can't see. Right? But you know, God is heard and not seen. Okay? And yeah, there is a world of the unseen. But yeah, blessings to all the people here. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. Okay, we got a lot more show for you guys. In terms of reflections that we've offered. Right. And yeah. We'll play a little bit of I guess music for you guys. And we'll close this one out. Thank you guys for being here. Blessings. And we're obviously doing a series on ellul. Right? And we've done a lot of explanations of ellul's work, including looking at an interview. Okay, we have actually looked at several interviews of ellul, and we'll be procuring more content on his readings and on his talks that he gives. There's a lot of recordings of ellul as well. Right? So we'll obviously be working through 3 of the books there, right? Technological System, The Technological Bluff, and also the Technological Society, which we're now working through, right? Where he actually had some of his primary reflections on the issue, right? Talking about technique, right? And yeah, we got some other things coming up on Eastern philosophy, right? We're doing a little series on Eastern philosophy as well, right? So we've went through Confucius, right? A lot of the intellects of Confucius. We've looked at some of the translations of the Avestas and the Zoroastrian scriptures, right? We've talked to our friend Annapurna about Hinduism, right? And we're developing a series on the foundations of the Buddhist doctrine, right? So Buddhism, as we know, is going to go from Asia, right, inside of Asia, right, from India to China, right, and then spread all the way to Japan, right? So we're going to trace the spread of Buddhism and its morphing into Zen Buddhism when it combines with the Taoist philosophy, right? So it's going to combine with Taoism, right? So there's going to be exciting reflections on a lot of the Buddhist ideas and especially those of Zen philosophy, right? We sort of catalyze a lot of those concepts, right? And teachings, right? And of course, it's a philosophical system that's unique to the East, but it also has some of the same reflections as Western philosophy, right? Okay. Like, for example, the ideas of, relativity and, atoms, right? The notion of the self, right? And its relationship to nature and etc., right? So yeah, there's a lot of concepts that they share there, right, as we'll see. And obviously, Buddhism shares an ascetic practice, with the Christian idea, with the monks. So, there's many reasons why Christianity and Buddhism are sort of more adapted to modern ideas than other religions are, right? And why they've been, especially because of this notion of the self, right? And because of the ascetic practice, right? But also, we're looking at different ideas, in terms of transhumanism. So we're doing a little series on transhumanism as well, right? So so we got a bunch of different things coming up now. We also have made some powerful reflections. We did an entire series with Unseen Warfare, right? On Zionism, right? So we have both Orthodox Christian and different historical ideas, right? Okay, that contribute to those segments, right? And of course, we took both a historical look and a modern view of the situation, right? And we reflected heavily on that, right? And we'll continue to bring forth more reflections there. We haven't got back around to it, and we are planning to do another series there on Made by Machine Bob, right? Try to get in contact with our friend Truther Cop, but I believe he's busy at the moment. He's doing like some work and stuff. We may wait for him to return, but if he's busy for a long time, we may go ahead and do it on our own. We'll figure out what is going on with the Made by Machine Bob series, right? But there is already 3 powerful episodes there, breaking down a lot of the dynamics within these panel communities. Right, of course, we had a bunch of extra ideas on the Truther Cop channel. Right, usually I have mods and stuff. It's too late now, right? But usually we'd have mods dropping links for Truther Cop and all this stuff, right? We'll figure it out later, right? But yeah, we're trying to grow the community and stuff. But yeah, Truther Cop, we had some powerful reflections and shows on the Truther Cop channel, where we broke down and exposed different internet creators, online creators, WYSIWYG TV, made by Jim Bob, right? And other content creators, right? That we broke down there, right? Okay, we put some hard questions to some people. I'd say. Okay, we exposed lots of characters in the online community already over there, right? Now, yeah, so, it's a multifaceted show. Obviously, the show is going to remain open, right? And it's a open sort of format, right? Breakdown of different topics and issues. Right, and sometimes we go off and just have open discussions, right? So it's an experimental type of program. But I appreciate you guys. Obviously all the contributions in the chat. Okay, thank you so much for being here with you guys, right? And yeah, there's a lot more show here where we'll show a lot of different things. Okay, we got Truther Cop, blessings, yeah. So Truther Cop, go ahead and check out our various presentations that we recently did over there. Right, we're in like 10 of the recent streams there, right? So it's worth mentioning that we interviewed lots of people over there, right? And yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna play some music and also have some pretty interesting replays here. We did one with Jack Talcott and some other people. So yeah. But yeah. Yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. And of course, we'll have a spooky Saturday here for you guys. Right, we'll figure out some things together. About Ellul, Techie's Wet Dream by Uncle Teddy. Right, of course, we got Christ the Eternal Down. We got more readings from the Crowley. Right, so we got some interesting things going on. Right, multifaceted show. Right, blessings.
Head full of fire and a belly full of hunger pain. Uncontained rage takes hold till I'm numb again. Clear the air like summer rain. It's just another day seen through the eye of the hurricane. Run away, train of thought, my sore knuckles say. Love and hate, puffing shake straight till I suffocate. B-boy, running J's till my brain's buzzing. Ain't nothing changed. Decorate grey skies with colour spray paint. Tornadoes, fallen angel with a horned halo. Moonwalk on a rainbow, multiverse space ghost writer. Spit a day glow, one line of the tongue tied. Long timer, invisible ink specialist. I think devilish, sipping on the alcoholic beverage. Living with benefit cheats and no hopers. Stoners, deadbeats who sleep on their sofas. Socialite soldiers, glued to the Motorola. Worldwide like Coca-Cola. We network, exert energy, their head not expert. Trench foot putting in legwork. The wordsmith, still lifted off the first spliff. I levitate in space, let the earth drift. It's sickening, instinct without discipline. Living in a world where everybody hears but nobody's listening. It's like Mission Impossible, trying to hopscotch every obstacle. Death's never optional. It's the epilogue to the first chronicle. The black comic doing. Blow up on my jacks, phone roll like a wristband. Contents under pressure. Carry chopper, walk aggy with a soldiers hold the coast there like they never been scared, but live life like they know their time's precious and scarce. Beef could be hell on earth, better settle it there. And if our sins are forgiven, heaven better prepare. I'll bring a breath of fresh air, bless polluted lungs. Bunged up from the years running zoots a skunk. I lounge in blues and clubs with abusive bugs. Useless drunks, junkies abusing drugs, and young bloods with the loosest tongue. It's too much. Old cats act up like they're losing touch and get past. I'm a
Whoops. Looks like we crashed out there. Now let's start this again. Let me just go with a different song. Fuck it. All right. Blessings.
What's going on? The Mike Lebanon, Teflon Dawn. Back, baby. The year of the nines. And I'ma have to make these motherfuckers an offer they can't refuse. You know? What's going on? Yo, come on, you know what's on. I roll a song, that's my flow on the older one. Make sure the force is right. I floss all night, get off the mic, get it smoke like an exhaust pipe. Keep them in the library, studying my theory. My theory get translated to Swahili. From the lands as far as Zanzibar. They understand the art, the man, the law. It's obvious why the copy is. They copy this. Soon as my data processes Y2K, they floppy this. Now who the hottest is? How can it not be this? Baby, who the cocky is? Poppy is, Grassy is. Hey yo, it's me so magnifico. Even my typical style difficult. Make the crowd go wild when I rip a show. Better stand back, this a blow you didn't know. They show me love when I come through. Yo, in the club that I come to. In the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. Ever witness rapport like this before? It's Major, kiss the floor, say bitch, my lord. It's the chosen one with the golden tongue. Flow for the old and young when I'm holding one. In the front row city, we show no pity. When kids get tiggy, girls are so pretty. The wanderer, back from Casablanca. The stomp bar, what next, Barada Conquer. So let dress code, the best show will explode. No dress code, they just posing their best clothes. Girls get exposed when I show my rap exposed. Will it be a next episode? I guess so. Those that have doubt wanted a hag clout. What they mad about must be a cash route. MC switch they style from their last route, and I bet soon as they hear this, they spaz out. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hit a microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hit a microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. Wherever I can go, it's the God tempo. It's simple. My MO, no problemo. Been all over the map, even know where hell is at. I get the welcome mat and then welcome back. My flow is raw, they treat me like Mr. Know-It-All. They want me to show them all my brand new protocol. Excuse them why, I make a move for raw. You ain't super raw, say the who for law. Let me find out, you rhymed out, designed out, pulling dimes out, climb out, with time out, I'm at the free throw, playing ball or CeeLo. I keep though, reloaded like Carlito, incognito. I be so low-key, women get nosy. I do a show they wanna go see, they get to know me in the front row seat. They cozy, thinking I'm giving them the Bobo B until they OG. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hit a microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hit a microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hit a microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hit a microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever.
Hey yo, scientific, my hand kissing, robotic, listic, optimistic. You probably missed it. Watch me dolly dick and Scotty Waddy competent me. Big microphone, hippie, Poughkeepsie, crispy chicken burst, fuck up a stone ritual. Chop the O, sprinkle a little snow inside of Optimo. Swing the John McEnroe, rap rock and roll, tidy bow, gun hole pro. Starsky with the gum show, hit the rum slow, parole kids, live Rapunzel, Patone stizzy really high. The vivid laser eye guy, jump in a Harley ride, box, I freak a lemon pie, got it. Lord forgive me, Miss Sally shot it. Tracy got shot in the face. My house was overcrowded. You fake cats done heard it first. When the house sitting on your turf that time. Cupid Link first show. Check out the rap kingpin. Summertime fine jury dripping. Face in the box. I seen your ear twitching as soon as I drove off. Cap came to me with 3 photos. Did one array. That season they raw. Lighting raw fever heaters. Knock neither Shiva for Heva. Diva got rock on the receiver bleeder. Portfolio looking fancy in the pantry. My man got bigger dime, son. Your shit is scampy. Base that. Throw it to your mouth. Don't waste that. See gold slamping in the throne with King Tut hat straight off. Yeah. Yeah. Just one shot niggas. Smack all y'all niggas. Nigga rats. Universal death threats. Yeah. This be the God body. Yeah, no doubt. Judge Wise. Yo, spiced out Calvin Coolers, lounging with 7 duelists. The great adventures of Slick, licking with 6 Rugies. Rock those big boy Pilates out of Woodbridge. Porch for the biggest beer. Seasoned giraffe frizz, rotisserie roast, chicory, cinnamon, scented glaze, perfected fine chew with itself. Let's smoke. All hell to my hands. 50 down praise you. Dirty notes, the nasal drip, click, flipped on fam. Dancing with Blanche and them bitches, flicking deuce pitches. Kick down the ace's face, snatch Jack Riches. Also compulsive lies, flies with my name on it. Dick made the cover, now count how many veins on
on it, Scooby Snack, Jurassic, plastic gas, movie track. 10 years working for me, you wanna tab shit? Bong, 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 your bell went wrong, wrong, wrong. Staple lands where the ambulance don't come. Yeah, you see what I mean? You see what I mean, you motherfucking crybabies? Get in line, punk. You should be studying your arts instead of studying me. That's how you lost your first job, punk. Now get in line when you get your little thick ass tossed up. Shit, I study on the Bruce Lee, nigga. He was on the 4th, I was on the 3rd.
Honey, just flip, black men to cause continental drift. One whip of pound, you gets my divine stiff. Big rock, late night, hit the tick-tock on my clock. I used to run up and pit, a crab lock, hit his stash. Dip back to the left, make him flip, uptown. Now we back on your ass, cognito, fatal Hakido flow. Pop a needle, dick a knock knee hole. Bust out a fetal, 9-inch long, strong. Probably pop the bitch stomp, spit on her. Spin out veins on my chest like Kong King. Comes to the fling, point the killer bee sting, wing things. Right through your head, bing. Snap the wing off her backs. My battle axe, tongue hacks tracks. Once the ball drop, I'ma snatch 10 jacks. Pass the track to a niggerette. Puff a loosely cigarette while your man search the internet for Bob Digitech. In stereo, crazy as Shapiro. Hold upon myself 10 times, standing next to zero. And snap my fingers like the Fonz. And back.
So important to him. Now I can see if he was like your good friend or something. Yeah, I'd be like, get off your fucking ass, man. But if you're just a detractor, what?
That's it.
You're lucky you're not a block party. Like most of the homies that I grew up with online and stuff, we'll just block your ass like the Kembe Mutombo. Block, 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 block. Yeah, man. I had no worries on that. But that was a weird experience. But he is a weird guy.
I attract that type.
Yeah.
I do. In my opinion, it's a young man who lacks clear purpose in his life, who wants to be insulting and diminishing to someone who does have clear purpose in his life. I found many critics like that. And it used to really piss me off because I don't like being disrespected. I know the type of man I am.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, you could take a lot of shite, but to be disrespectful is like, come on, that's all we have. My best friend for years is Brian the Leo, the Marine, and that's the one thing he feels like it's his duty to right wrong for God, especially if you disrespect him. Now that's got him arrested. It's got him broken people's bones and giving them concussions, but that's just the way he is, man. And some people are lucky that this is just online, because yeah, man, it can get ugly. And I see how you handle shit with grace, and then people trip out and go, he's getting angry. The damn right he's angry sometimes.
Right.
Like, yeah.
This is what's so funny.
God gets angry, dog. Not saying you're God, but like,
right.
Read the Old Testament, my friend.
It's been inexcusable and unacceptable for me to get angry with some of these people. But you said something else I wanted to hit back on.
Okay. Wait, oh, you didn't have world peace. You didn't achieve world peace yet. That was one of them. I don't know if that was
it's
something else.
Yeah. This life is a learning experience. Oh, something about the Leo, I think. Fighting for justice.
Okay.
That's the lesson I've had.
That's it. Yeah, Brian the Leo, my friend. He needs to right wrongs, that unjust shit.
This is what I've been learning. A lesson I've been faced with is surrendering my battles, because I love to engage, man. I love to fucking fight. That's how I grew up, right? Fighting. That's how people showed they love each other in my house. You fucking fight with each other.
That's how they showed love. To remind you you're still alive.
Yeah.
They ignore you usually.
Yeah.
Not when they're fighting it.
That's what's funny is in my family, in my life, people who love each other, they yell at each other. They swear at each other. Hell, sometimes they, at least when I was growing up, they even punched each other, you know?
Yeah.
But when I yelled at people, apparently it was too much for them to accept. So
Yeah.
I've been learning how to stop fighting, stop myself from fighting.
Yeah.
And truly, I do believe in justice, but I believe in peace priority, because without peace, how is there justice?
Yeah. Peace makes the space for parameters for justice.
There
Sure.
we go.
You need
Yeah.
rules to the game in order for the game to be played. And boundaries and whatnot. Yeah.
But learning how to fight, I've been learning lessons on the truth as well. The truth, we don't need to fight over what is true. The truth must be offered, shared, and presented in a way that it can be accepted. But this arguing, the stuff we do online, man, it's just a lot of the debates and stuff. It's just mental masturbation.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, but you know what?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, in your whole time on streaming, live streaming, what is the biggest takeaway that keeps you streaming, though? Even through all that.
The first thought was the people.
Like this man, real quick. I got to bring him up. Yeah, our brother, the machine lies, the people.
Absolutely.
What's up, big dog?
Yeah, blessings.
Blessings, man.
Greetings and welcome.
Yeah.
People like that, man. And like you, NPC, you know?
Thank you.
These people are what drives me. And then the second answer that came up is also true. I keep doing the online thing because I haven't found better options.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have faith it's all going to come together. We're part of some amazing story. The tales that will be told by the time we are done.
Yeah, exactly. Because these are interesting times we're living in right now. It's just we're in the middle of it. It's hard to. It can be difficult to see through the forest, as they say, right? Like, but this is uncharted waters, especially like what all three of us represent in our own unique way. You know, but what's the commonality? I guess the truth, in my opinion,
and love.
We love God. We love, we also
faith.
Love. Yeah.
And through those, that's where the moral character shines. And I think that's what's strong there too.
Yeah. And I'll ask this to Machine Lies after maybe Machine can answer this one after you do give your take, Jack. So we just said about like what's the biggest takeaway that keeps you streaming, but what about, is there any reason to make you want to quit streaming?
Yeah. It's been frustrating as hell. I've been publicly mocked and ridiculed. And yeah, I don't know. I'm all in though. Why do you keep going, Machine Lies?
I think the number one, I think the number one reason is the 400. You can't pay it back, so you have to just keep on recording. You know what I mean? So it may be a trivial reason, but I think the number one reason is it's a yearly subscription. so there's no backing out. Yeah, so there's no backing out. Yeah, and then I'm not exactly a video editor. So there's no way for me to procure videos other than to turn the StreamYard on and then to talk into the microphone, because it's very easy, right? Because the video is created through the StreamYard, right? So it's a very sort of trivial reason. It may not sound very attractive, right? But but on the other end, I don't feel like there's a show or the capacity to have the kind of conversations, on a regular basis because, as you may or may not know, we collude with several minds, and they're rather astute minds. Like for example, Unseen Warfare and Annapurna, and Neurojack, and some of these other commentators. And I don't regularly get to collude or hear their commentary unless we turn the computer on. So we can't just do that in the Discord, and it's just as good if we do it in the Discord by ourselves than if we have an audience. So it really doesn't matter if I bring the audience into the conversation, right? Or if it's just me and my friends talking. It's really the same conversation, But on the whole, I think that, like for example, reading ellul and then commentating on ellul, and then 20 people watching that commentary, right? I think that's rather rare to have that kind of a connection with other people, especially because or at least I've never seen a book length breakdown, of like a book where they have commentary included in the breakdown. I think there should be more of that, because we have the ability to read and break down and commentate on books, and read out our marginal rejoinders in the books that we read. And I think it could inspire many conversations, although I don't see that happening. Usually it's a drama show or a debate show. And I think those are manufactured personally, but but I try to stay away from the manufactured content. Because it will rot your brain, as they say.
Oh my God, that reminds me, dude. I got one of the topics for one of our next collabs: Italian brain rot machine. That's a new thing now.
Yeah. Yeah. Today I started a show. I said I'll just start reading Nietzsche. So we'll just start reading Nietzsche.
Oh, yeah, I was listening. I love that. I love that. That was great. Yeah. Yeah. My thing is like what you had on the last week or this weekend when you were talking about John Lilley, which I thought I knew a little bit about him, but I was like, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, we got into a lot.
Yeah, like about the whole this sentientness to the machine consciousness. Evil almost seemed like that he was talking about. I was like, woo.
Yeah.
It sounds like a science fiction version of what the Bible talks about.
Yeah, it's like demiurgic influence of the machine that he's sort of going into. Yeah, very solid references there. Yeah,
yeah.
That's an OG documentary on YouTube. I think that channel got taken down, but I refound that documentary. That's such a great documentary.
You found it again. I was gonna DM you, say like you drop the link or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll send it to you. Oh yeah, it's called Solid State Documentary. John C. Lilley. Yeah, it's great.
That's awesome. No, Jack, since we're gonna go there, like, what are the because Machine is a music guy. He produces music. He plays on his show. He has a good taste. What about your music? Like, who's some of your favorite artists and songs?
There's a real variety. I'm open to a lot of different ones, but the last couple of years, my favorites have been Grizz. And Marlon Craft. Marlon Craft and Loki, those are kind of R&B rap a little bit. Grizz is he's got a funk and his real variety to their stuff. But
yeah,
growing up, here, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Growing up, what was that? That's what I want to know that one too.
My involvement and my connection to media, whether it's actors, sports, music, I've never had that big connection. I appreciate all the things, but as far as knowing who people are or who's popular, I don't usually know.
Yeah, not too much of a movie guy.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah. Yeah. That's one thing I did growing up, is like programmed in my mind movies, because didn't have much money, but mom would always take me to the Century Theaters right next to the Winchester Mystery House, and every Saturdays we watch movies. And But I'm into this whole narrative theory and the fact that like our lives are narratives. One continuous narrative, and then when we share, it's like we're one meta narrative, what we're doing now, and I just think that's so fascinating. That's why I love movies and reading novels and stuff like that, even biographies too. That's why Machine got me onto Uncle Teddy. Like I always knew who he was, but reading his book and giving commentary on it, Machine really opened up another chamber for me. Yeah. So yeah, I love movies, and right now I'm into music wise, like classical music, and of course hip hop, but I definitely like psychedelic rock from the 60s and 70s. But also too I keep going. I like all types, like 70s fucking easy listening. Good too. But yeah. Machine, what's your favorite movie? Favorite movies?
I think it'd be really hard to pick. Probably maybe Walt Disney Alice in Wonderland or something like that. Something on that level, or maybe yeah, I think that one really resonates with me because I saw it when I was a really small kid. And I remember the Cheshire Cat. That Cheshire Cat was a really interesting character for me, right? So I really thought, I thought that was for me. It couldn't get any better than that guy, So
you kind of look like it in my intro when you're smiling at Andrew Wilson. big smile.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah. Yeah. Why the Cheshire Cat? He reminds me of the Cosmic Cat from the 80s cartoon, Dr. Snuggles. Why did that resonate with you?
Yeah, I just thought that
aesthetics.
Yeah, not only the aesthetics, but that one line where she's lost and she doesn't know where to go. And he says if you don't know where to go, then it doesn't matter. Any road will take you there. And then right before he just disappears.
That sounds Talcadian.
Yeah. Then he goes, all roads are the queen roads.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter what road you're on, she owns all the roads. So
right.
So yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, so I really thought that was an interesting line, right? And I really I kind of it's interesting. It kind of it reminds me of this right to travel situation as well. It's like all roads are the Queen's roads. So
there you go. Yeah,
it's interesting.
That's interesting because it's that surprises me. Machine said that. I was thinking of course you say quintessential Matrix and all that, but that surprised me. But it doesn't surprise me the more I get to know him like that. So that's cool, man. We got Hand Banana back. Maybe we can ask him what his favorite movie is. Hand Banana.
Hand Bandana.
That's still not working. Hold on.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Finally.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. You've been working at it, man.
Hand
Banana, what's your favorite?
I fucking went on a whole 15-minute thing of fucking trying to fix it. It was echo cancellation.
Okay. I gotta ask you.
Yeah, that's a good movie. Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie. That's a great movie.
The Fantasia one or whatever.
Oh, Fantasia. Yeah.
Was that what it was called?
I never saw that one, but you're talking about with Mickey Mouse where he's a wizard?
No,
that's what I thought you were gonna say, Michelle.
I thought you were talking about the Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie.
Oh.
No, he was talking about Alice in Wonderland, and then that's why I thought you brought up Fantasia.
No, because Hand Banana is a character from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
That's right.
Yep.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
I remember that.
That's why I based my persona off of for YouTube.
Yeah, that's a funny show.
That's how I like
Carl.
Yeah, like
Jack's and Carl, man.
Jack's Sparrow, and I'm Hand Banana.
Yeah, I think
I thought that was some type
Meatwad
of
or something
keto
like that.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, he's graping Meatwad. So he's
what?
But it's also an imaginary character.
He doesn't grape Meatwad. He grapes Carl.
Oh, is it Carl? But it's Meatwad that imagines him, right?
Meatwad and Frylock make him in Carl's pool with some DNA making machine. So he's a real creature, and he really does rape Carl.
Well, you can't say the R word. You gotta say grape.
Oh, sorry.
Or no, let's get back to the negativity, head banana. No, I was kidding.
okay.
No, what's no?
Jack's
No,
so
I'm saying
damn
not
lazy.
negativity, but what did you have? You got cut off when you were. Sorry to interrupt, machine, but head banana was putting in the ones and twos.
Oh, I was just telling Jack he needs to go do what he says he's gonna do.
Is it? Yeah. I think he's. I not think he needs to be speak for him, but isn't he
But I
doing that?
think
He's
he
actually
is.
in DC.
I know he is doing it though.
What
crazy.
did he say he was gonna do? Go talk to politicians, go make connections, and go. He didn't say
But-
I'm gonna go drive to DC and just sit there and grift for fucking.
No, but
money."
that could be the same. part
Grift.
of the
I never
same
even seen
thing.
him make a fucking donate super chat.
Yeah, I think.
Me
I
and
think
Flo State are
grifting-
mad at him for not grifting more.
Yeah, I personally think grifting is a little different because if you see the level of grift that's out there, you know, you got to
Asking for a donation is not a
Well,
grift.
he's
by the
no
way.
Chili de Castro. He's not Chili. You know.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not very
so you-
familiar with that. Yeah, chili guy.
So, Jack, have you made connections to address that point?
I've been reaching out, making phone calls, sending emails. I've gone out and about. I went into DC to try and connect with an event when I thought there was something going on. So I'm pursuing the ideas that I find. But here, there's something I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, banana, keep it copacetic in the chat, please.
Oh,
I know you're
well,
defending yourself, but no
yeah,
cursing like that.
I was just firing back.
Appreciate
So
it,
no
man.
cuss words at all. Dang. All right. I was gonna see.
Just
I
you
would
know cuss
normally
words.
have said like, damn there, but I toned it down to damn.
I see that.
I'm gonna do hokily dokilies.
Yeah. Your father, right? Because this channel is part of it is for my son as a record when he gets older. But I think that's a commonality we have. I heard that you have a child, banana, right?
You cut out when you were talking, or at least I'm.
Do you have a child? I think that's a commonality we have.
I have somebody's child.
Oh, so you're not a father, okay?
I have a couple people's kids actually.
Can I offer?
Hey, Jack.
Hand banana reminded me of that quote from Theodore Roosevelt, "The man in the arena." You guys remember that? You familiar with that quote?
Can you refresh my memory? I've heard of it. I think.
Yeah. This is one I used to have. I have had it printed out and on the cubicle wall for the union. When I was a shop steward, I used this as motivation for me. And it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Bam. In the arena.
So who
In
said
the
that?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah.
See that guy from those movies?
Come on, bro. You know, show some respect. That's one of the greatest presidents of all
Teddy
time.
Roosevelt. That's the president. That's the prez.
Oh, he's that guy
Prez,
that
man.
played the president.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah. No, he's Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh, I don't know. Didn't one of them like die and the wife was like the president the whole time or something?
Nah, bro.
No,
Just know he has some
hold
clout.
on.
Yeah,
Hold on. There was never a wife president. That's
But the guy was basically Joe Biden, where he was just out of commission and somebody was pulling the strings for him before Joe Biden.
What is this? You know, debate machine. What is this when you try to divert the conversation away from the actual content that a point Jack was trying to make? You know, did you hear any of the words that he was sharing?
Yeah, he took a quote
What
from
did you think?
some old president guy, and he's like, "Yeah, that's you, banana. That's you." That's what I think
No,
about
I don't
it.
think
That's
so.
it.
I
didn't
think
really
he
take the
misread
words.
it.
I didn't take his words into consideration. What I considered is the fact that he found something and directed it at me, and then was like, "That's you." But
I don't think it was necessarily. I don't think it was necessarily
not-
directed at you at all, though.
No.
He said
He was talking about himself,
he,
actually.
He said, "Hey, this banana made me think of this quote."
Banana,
Literally,
yeah.
we started.
You reminded me of that quote. You portray the critic described there, and I actually portray. See, you don't listen to me, and that's why you don't have.
I'm not your
respect.
fucking son. Why would I listen to you? I'm not your fucking son. Your son don't even listen to you because you beat up his mom.
That's irrelevant. That's a
No,
lie.
it's very
That's
relevant.
a lie.
No, that is an
Wait, hold on.
absolute
Wait, hold on. What?
lie.
This guy's crazy.
Right. This guy's fucking nuts.
This guy's fucking nuts.
Okay, why does your son
guy's
not talk to
fucking
you,
nuts.
Jack? Why does he not talk to you?
Let's
Wait,
come
hold on.
back-
Wait, hold on.
Because
Wait, hold on. Let's go back a
dealing
little
with
bit.
his mother, isn't
Let's
that
go back a
correct,
little
Jack?
bit. Wait, how do you know about his relationship?
Because he
with
told us. He told us on his live stream.
I've never,
He never
made
said-
the claim
I've watched
you
a lot
just
of his-
said. You're
Yeah, I
a
don't
liar, banana.
So what did you say? You
Wait,
did
before you go
something.
there,
What did
banana,
you do
hold your
then?
question for a second. Everyone, can you please respect real quick? Hold on. Now you said, why should I listen to you, Jack? You're not my son. Here's the thing, bro. In this forum right here, if somebody's gonna talk, you gotta listen to him, bro, or you shouldn't even be here. Now,
well, let's
like,
go
why
back
are you
to
here
the
if you're not
lie.
gonna?
Because the
Yeah.
dude just made up some
Well,
shit.
I mean, we just
on
had a
panel.
long ass conversation. You know, obviously, I'm listening to the parts that are relevant to the conversation, not his nonsense about fucking Theodore Roosevelt.
I'm going with your words. You said I don't have to listen to you, so
Yeah,
why
first-
even be here?
I don't have
Yeah,
to.
first you said you were like his son or some shit, and then you were
What?
like,
What?
And
I
then,
said-
and then you insinuated
You
that
did,
he
didn't
beat
you?
his wife or something. I don't understand.
He
Yeah, so-
did. Well,
that's where I got totally confused. That's where I was like, what
that's
the
why
fuck are you?
his wife left him, cheated
No,
on him, and that's
you're
why
a
his
liar.
why
Wait,
You're a liar.
You explain it then. You explain.
No, here, let's come back to you and your inappropriate behavior right
Oh
here
yeah,
and
let's
now.
just turn it around. Yeah.
No, let
Yeah,
me call you out.
This is one of those gay dudes that's like a tabloid on
Well-
the internet or whatever.
Somebody called him a cross-dresser or something like that.
I think that's what it is. It's one of those like gay dudes that's a drama farm or whatever.
He's in his
with the wrist action.
He's
That's
in
funny.
his ego. He's been one of the belligerent ones online. I'd actually love a chance to help him wake the hell up,
Because
because
he has balls to come up here, though. I'll
What do
give
you
him
want
that.
me to
Yeah.
do, Jack?
I'd love for you to listen. Okay.
Tell me.
So
Crack an egg of knowledge on me. I'm waiting. Crack an egg.
Okay.
Come on.
back to your comment, right? First of all, let me clarify the record. I did not beat my wife. So I'd actually appreciate you correcting the record for yourself. Unless you have evidence to the contrary, you should realize that you are acting as a false witness and you are creating more confusion and false narratives about me, an innocent man.
Why is your son afraid of you, and why won't he
Let's
talk
come
to you?
back.
Wait. We
to
want you
you.
to address you. Wait, we got to clear this up because
The
that's a
son-
very, excuse me, sir. That's a very bold accusation you're making on another man that he beats his wife. Now, are you going to apologize? Because that's not true.
Why do you think it's not true? Because Jack said
He
it
just told
wasn't
you it's
true?
not.
Oh, so that means it's not true when the
No, but wait. Earlier you
and
said that he
attested
said
to
it. But wait, earlier you said he said it on his
He
camera.
said he
or
was
something.
smashing walls and fucking going mad in the
But-
house.
but wait,
and
but
that
wait,
his
you
son-
said-
he was
No,
gonna
but
kill
you
his
said-
girlfriend. He said he
You
was
are
gonna kill
so
her, and that's why your
confused.
son's afraid of you because you were gonna kill her.
But
Banana.
you said
you're
something different. You said something
Yeah,
different
he
earlier.
was beating the shit out of her. That's what he does.
Banana, you are confused. And if you shut your mouth more often,
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, he's trying to talk over people because he got caught lying. Because
Well, you know
essentially
what?
he's trying to talk really loud because essentially
Prove
he
I'm
said
lying. Prove I'm lying.
No, you just now lied because you said earlier that he said it, and then you said that he alluded to it, and then later you said he only alluded to it. So you never. So
he said he
your
was gonna
claim
kill
shifted.
her.
Okay.
See, now you're talking
Okay,
again.
guys.
Your claim shifted. Your claim shifted in the very same time you insinuated that. See, he keeps talking over me. See,
Chill out, Banana. Hold on. Hold on.
Chill.
Machine's gonna go, then Jack's
This
gonna
dude
go. Then
can't
if you,
chill
ever,
for a
if
fucking
you want to
second.
say something, go ahead, bro.
You can't chill for a second. The thing is
Yeah.
that he accused him of saying it earlier, and then he said, and then later he said he only insinuated it. That's all I want to say. So you changed the claim within the very same, when you said he said it, and then you said he only alluded to it later. So you changed, you shifted. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can just ask Jack. How many times have you hit your wife? Well,
No,
your ex-wife. Ask him. Just ask him. It's a direct.
Let Jack respond real quick. Go ahead. Not real quick. Take your time, man. Excuse me, Machine.
Yeah, actually, the amount of disrespect from this irrelevant clown banana wanting to come forth and make these false claims about me. Let me answer your question clearly. How many times did I hit my ex-wife? 0. Because I don't do that shit. I don't put up with that shit. I grew up watching it my whole childhood. So fuck you for your ignorance.
Your dad and mom used to fight?
None of your fucking business.
You just
say
said
you
it. I just
listened
wanted to
me.
clarify.
Take that as yes. You understand accurately. Okay?
Yeah.
So how about
who
this?
was the,
Back
abuser?
to you.
Hold on, Banana.
Let me calm down. Because I really want to get back to you.
Okay.
No, hold on, Banana. I'm after Jack.
Oh, wait. All right.
What you don't realize is the amount of disrespect you're offering to me is preventing you from learning. Okay?
I don't agree with that.
You don't know what you're disagreeing with. You're just creating these patterns of disagreement. You're trapped in your ego. What you witnessed and called out, Machine Lies, moving the goalpost, the exaggerations, the false claims. It's the evasive, insecure ego.
But we learned something about you, Jack.
No, why don't you learn from me?
That's good.
Oh, okay. Now, Ham Banana, I was just wondering, we had like a 2-hour and 30-minute conversation that's pretty positive. There was a little bit some difficult questions, a little bit, but mostly positive, like men talking and positive, right? But why do you feel that when people are being kind to each other, that you have to come up here and make these accusations and true or untrue or whatever you think? But why do you have to disrupt that shit?
I didn't.
What's your motivation here?
Well, you asked me what I had, and I just gave you what I had. And if you guys are just chilling, talking, I don't mind chilling and talking about what you're talking about.
That's what we're doing, man.
The first thing you said you wanted to ask me was what was my favorite movie.
Well, I'm not about the first time you came up here. That's what I meant, man. Because it was like right out the box, you're all this pushback, like he's this and that.
Oh yeah,
and this.
I thought you were asking
because the first we were speaking, it was pretty positive, man. So that's one of your motivation.
Well, are you guys Christians? Like that's kind of my thing. I'm a Christian. Do you guys like talking about religion?
I asked you a question though. You're asking me a question. Hold on, guys. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Like, why did you feel like you have to come up here and cause I guess chaos, bro?
I didn't feel like I had to. I mean, I just did it. I guess. It didn't.
Oh yeah,
like
when I see that means that there might be some type of parasite on you, like energy parasite that you can't even control. So that makes sense, maybe.
Oh, maybe
that makes sense. Yeah.
I might have the Houdini spirit or whatever it's called, the Sheeny spirit. What's it called?
Yeah. Personally, I'm not really impressed with like people saying they're Christians and stuff like that. Like I don't know why that should matter at all. I mean, like why does that matter? Like what type of Christian are you?
I just
like,
asked
what does
if
it matter?
you wanted to talk about Christianity.
Yeah, but what type of Christian are you?
The kind that believes in Christ. That's what Christians.
What type of Christian are you?
Christians believe in Christ. That's what.
What church do you go to?
Christians believe in Christ, sir.
What?
Here, can I please?
What religion are you, Machine Lie? Since you asked me
Banana?
like 9 times.
Hey,
What?
Shut
No,
the fuck
no,
up, Jack.
no.
Grown men are talking.
No, you
Hey,
talking about
yo. We're not the guest of honor,
no,
bro.
wait,
We're not talking like that.
no, wait. He talked about Christianity. He's
I know, but bro, show some decor, man.
I forgot.
Dude,
I forgot about
dude,
the
I
word.
teach
I'm sorry.
the children and high schoolers, and they're have a little bit more decorum than you, bro.
Jack
It's just
just doesn't
respect,
have
bro.
Jack didn't have respect.
Yeah.
Me and him were talking, and Jack interrupted. Jack needs to have some respect.
No,
he was gonna say something.
But look,
but
Jack,
Machine Lies was talking.
Jack says
Go,
he's a
Mishima.
Christian. Jack says he's a Christian that believes in Christ too.
Oracle.
Jack says wait.
Oh,
No, wait.
hello.
Jack says he's a Christian that believes
Hello.
in Christ.
He also
what
says he
makes-
isn't a Christian, and he also says the Bible doesn't matter. So, I mean, you can ask Jack any day, and one day.
Yeah, but
okay, let's let Jack say what he's gonna say. But let me welcome Happy Mother's Day
Oh, thank
weekend
you.
to the Oracle.
I appreciate it.
But just
It
to
was really
clarify,
good.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, but just to clarify, there's Christians who say the Bible doesn't matter either. I mean, right? They say all you need is faith. You know, but anyways, you could go
Faith
on.
and works,
with it.
right?
Yeah.
Where's
exactly.
Banana from?
Compton.
Compton.
Yeah,
He's
right.
Compton,
My ass.
Yeah, no,
My
you're not
ass.
from Compton.
Dude, I don't fucking go outside, dude. It's like fucking Chicago out here.
You are
My
not
ass.
Compton.
Compton.
No, I've been to Compton.
Maybe you can say
You are
like
not in Compton.
Glendale or something.
Glendale, Compton. Same thing.
It's not Compton. No, it's not.
Riverside.
Malibu, whatever. I'm in Malibu.
Anyway,
right?
yeah, okay, he's from the hood. Okay, let's go. He's hood banana.
We're
Go ahead,
hitting
Jack.
bananas today. I got my AK. I'm going to spray.
Hey,
I've never been on panel with Jack before.
Oh, this is big. Yeah.
You better watch out.
She's a friend of ours, Jack. She's good people.
Compton,
Oracle.
Arizona,
Good.
born and raised.
I'm getting better than I used to be, so hopefully this will be fun.
Machine like the backdrop. Go ahead.
I want to press back on Banana though, please, with honesty.
Talk to
When you
Misha, bro.
When
Hey,
you make
hey, hold on.
when you make the claim that you're a Christian, just as Machine Lies pointed out, that's a claim that I also make. I follow Christ.
You
But
say
please-
you're not a Christian.
Please,
Dude, chill out, bro.
Yeah.
Please, I don't want to have to kick you, man. I like having you up here.
It doesn't matter. He
Line
could
up.
have converted an hour ago. It doesn't matter. I mean, right? What's the
You
problem?
can put him backstage. That's
Yeah.
what.
You do a piss poor job of representing Christ, a follower of Christ, when
Is that why you don't believe?
when you portray the critic, right? You were the subject that reminded me of that quote from one of our presidents from long ago. The critic doesn't count. He missed the point. He dismissed what I offered because it came from me. He wants to disrespect the messenger and miss the message.
Yeah, well, he's gone.
Yeah.
Sorry for the rudeness
Sorry.
on my broadcast.
No, thank you. Thank you. You're a perfect teacher, man. Because you're right. His behavior is that of an adolescent.
We
He
should-
lacks emotional maturity.
I mean, with all due respect, we should have asked him to prove that lie or just leave. I mean, that's how.
Yeah, you're right.
Because that is too.
Yeah, that's bold, man.
This is my life, dude. I've been accused of all
Yeah, you're not the only one, huh?
stuff, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but she knows all that shit. That's stupid shit. Somebody said that in the chat, man. Fuck that, man. So, Oracle, what you have any thoughts? I don't know how long you've been listening.
Well, no,
You're actually pretty
I just,
copacetic.
I just tuned in. I've been doing, I think I told you the other day about, like a kid from my kid's school. I've been
Oh,
connecting
yeah.
with that mom tonight and sending her pictures of her.
And
of
then
her
they don't know
kid.
about that.
Yeah,
Jack
there
and
was
the machine might not
there
know.
there was a kid at my kid's school that took their own life on Friday night, and so it's just been like it's a rough weekend for my kids and stuff. But I reached out to the mom today, and I had some pictures from last summer that I sent her. But mainly, it's just kind of that's why I wasn't online till just I think in the last 10-15 minutes. But Jack, are you in DC?
I'm outside of it. I'm in the Baltimore area.
Oh,
But
okay. And what was the reason you were going up there again? I kind of vaguely heard something because I knew you moved from California, right?
I moved from Spokane, Washington.
Oh, okay. I knew it was West Coast.
Well, I know how it sounds, but the mission of Veterans for Peace, ending wars, if that's my prayer, my mission, my goal is to find a way to help that to happen. And I think Washington, D.C. is a good place to be for that goal.
Yeah. That is, I mean, you're making, that's what I mean. It's like he's literally doing what he said. It's not like you can snap your fingers and like, oh, like Thanos and like, hey, it's world peace, but he's in the motion. You know, he's literally.
I'm trying, but admittedly, you know, it's been, today's what day is this? Monday?
Today's the 13th of May over here, 12th for you guys.
So I think I've been here just about 2 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
A little over 2 weeks. I pulled into the DC area, and I've got all these critics saying, you haven't done it yet. You haven't done anything yet. Well, what the fuck do? I don't have all the answers. I'm trying to do this, and I didn't expect I'd have to do it all alone, but
Jesus, these people in the chat.
No, I was just
exactly
curious,
what they
like,
said.
I was just curious what the goal was. Like, I've been to DC, but I mean, I wasn't for political activism, though I've done political and spiritual activism both. But I'm just curious what, like, do you have like a movement you're joining, or what? I guess I don't understand. I just heard you were going to DC to try to make change or something.
I've attempted to, I carry the mission statements of many organizations, many groups have inspired me and helped educate me. I met people who represent those groups, Veterans for Peace. I'm a lifetime member. When I got to DC, I reached out to some other national organizations like World Beyond War, Code Pink.
That's cool.
Democracy at Work was a new one I just reached out to. So I'm trying to get connections, but seriously, there's something unique happening in my life and everyone else's. This thought came up for me. Do you think God does this to teach us a lesson? And I'm pretty sure that's what happens. We get misunderstood. Those who find themselves called and, you know, devoting themselves to the way of spirituality and love, we get tested. And the same thing that happened to me is what's happened with God. People blame me for what others say. People blame God for what others say, right? It's an interesting paradox. And the thing is, I know I'm the same as everyone else. We all have these patterns of misunderstanding and I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think it matters like what you're aiming for, and then just go for whatever you're aiming for. If it's world peace, I mean, we've probably only had about 70 years inside the entire humanity where we've been without war. So that's kind of a really lofty goal. I don't know if it's attainable, but you know, I've kind of always said, yeah, that's my goal too, but I don't find it attainable. I just try to live with peace inside myself.
I found that, and I'm convinced the world is ready for it, because the first casualty of war is the truth. The rest are mostly civilians. That's the quote from one of my favorite shirts, right? And so the solution is to get mankind to stop fighting each other. We align with the truth. That's as simple as that. Honesty and lies. We can overcome the disagreements. We can overcome the divisions. But we've got to be willing to be honest. And that's what I want to communicate to the men and women in Congress.
Yeah.
It's time for some righteous changes.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
dope,
You're
man.
joining a movement. You know, I wasn't sure if you were in a movement or not. I mean, because it's kind of hard to get a lot done just by yourself. But
So we got people like Joe Cool to help. What's up, Joe Cool? How's it going, OG?
Awesome.
It's good, guys.
Good to
Hey,
see you.
Joe.
Rock stars showing up. All stars showing up.
Joe Cool's got
Yeah.
the best laugh in the Panelverse.
Oh, definitely.
Alex is close. Alexandria, she's got a
Oh, yeah.
second. She got a close
yeah.
second. When
When
you
she
and
gets
her were
started,
going off, on Wrestlers was last week. That was hilarious.
Dude, you cannot
man,
forget OTW though. Don't leave OTW out there.
Oh yeah, he's got a
laugh.
great laugh too. Yeah.
I heard you
What's
say
up?
something. I just got here. I heard. I think that was Gizmo said something about. We've been at war. Everything for like 80 years or something.
Yeah, she said 70.
Yeah, it's like only 80 or 70 or 80 years we haven't been at war. It's somewhere, someplace on the planet.
We're due then, huh?
The
To stop.
U.S. Well, that's very
Maybe.
optimistic of you. I would have went the other route, meaning we're at war. The creatures, the United States since its inception has been at war 90-something% since it began. 95% of the time, we've been at war since we were conceived alone. Yeah,
Born into it, man.
Believe it.
It's fucked up. I guess
Is there a
that
war,
was to
small
say.
war as human being that's in that innate?
Excuse me.
Sorry, Joe.
No, I think you're. I was gonna say. I guess that was. Jack must have been saying something about ending wars, which is why she gave that stat that she gave about the 80 years to show that
Correct.
it would be difficult.
Correct,
I wasn't
Joe.
here for that part.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sure Jack is well aware he has a difficult task. I know he knows. What you say was something inherent.
Well,
What'd you say?
I'll say that, but I'll say this it's just fucking strange how, and I'm like this too, I guess. It's like when he says that, like a lot of us, our first gut reaction is like, hell no, bro, you crazy. You crazy, you know what I mean? What are you doing? But then there's another one where it goes like, oh, that's so cute, type of shit, like pat you on the head, like, nah, man, don't be condescending about it. Like,
two reactions.
it's like, fuck, no, good.
I don't want to discourage.
I think it's a good thing though.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But
Can you imagine if he said, wait, hold on, Joe.
Okay,
OG, real quick, respectfully.
No, you're right.
Can you imagine if he said, like, I'm going to DC to try to end peace?
To end peace?
Yeah, like, so I'm just like, but why is everyone, like, a lot of people were like, oh, war? No, how dare you want to get rid of war? Is it that, or is it we don't want to, we feel like we don't want him to waste his time? Is that what people are thinking? Or
it's the latter, right? It's
okay. But it's up to him what he does with his time.
Yes, which is the
absolutely
the part of it.
You like that part, Joe?
Why you don't want to discourage him and sit as cute as fuck, right?
Yeah.
And it's a worthy cause, and it's all about love and peace. Of course, you're gonna root for him, but it's like, motherfucker. But the plan is, when I get there, I'm gonna wish on a lucky snowflake, and they're gonna give me one of Jack's magic beans. It's like that, man. You like, the ending probably won't go well.
Yeah. I see you, Joe. I hear you.
Are you saying he's like Jack and the Beanstalk?
I am saying, as much
Jack
as I
Telcott,
root for
motherfucker,
him,
recognize.
right?
World peace.
Right.
Put some respect on that name.
I need
that
him
mission.
to do this, right? To check all of us who think we're so fucking smart. If this happens, it would be the best thing that ever happened to me to check my goof ass 100%. But that doesn't change it, and it doesn't. I don't know. You want jeez, it still looks like fucking wishing on a star, right? Because here,
I wish on a star every time I see one falling. I think that's cool.
It is. That's the awe shit. But I don't know how often is it effective.
I know. I hate that though. Like when I started making art and movies and stuff, and the girlfriends would be like, "Oh, that's cute." You're like, basically, I'm like, "Nah, man, don't say that shit. I'd rather you say nothing." They're like, "Oh, that's cute." Like, yeah, either.
And they all tune to the same frequency, because if it's 8 chicks in the room and a moment happened, they all do it at the same time.
Yes.
Like,
yes. Yeah. But I guess that's better than like cursing you.
It
And
is.
yeah.
Yeah, NPC, I'll say this. It's in a woman's nature to awe. It's in a man's nature to, I don't know, whatever the opposite is, to do the stringent shit, right? I don't know if it's
Thumb
good or
down.
bad. It's to, kill a nigga dreams in this aspect, to kill a nigga dreams and say, nigga ain't no Santa Claus. It's in our nature to say no Santa Claus.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
Because
I
you've been,
wasn't
you know,
saying
Joe.
like, "Oh, that's a cute bunny." I wasn't like that. I was just
Right.
wondering if he was with a movement, and that's what if he
Mhm.
had like people there he's meeting up with, because that makes more sense. But if you're doing it just by
I
yourself,
think he said something that was interesting earlier. He said that the way he was going to pull it off is to deliver the message, and then hopefully he'll get a following and they can pull it off together. I think he gave a blueprint, a bit of his blueprint earlier.
well, he said
He's
he
right
was
here.
joining
Let's ask him.
Veterans
Why don't we
for
just ask
Peace,
him?
right?
Act like
I
he's
was
right
waiting
here.
for him to respond. I
He's
wanted
right
Jack
here.
to respond to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Flip Jack.
Yeah, the likelihood of someone like me accomplishing this on my own, it's impossible. Facts prove that.
Right.
I have faith that eventually I'll create some connections. I thought I'd find connections. I thought I'd find support from Veterans for Peace, but I thought I'd find support from my union. I thought I'd find support from my friends, my family, but that wasn't the path for me. So the path for me brought me to walking away from, losing everything, trying to pick up what I'm still trying to stop losing things from my life, and I'm trying to figure out how to move forward. But
You're straying a bit. We were talking about your plan to get there. Now you're going into something a little different. On your plan to get there, you said that you thought that it would be with help. You've come to realize that you'll probably do it alone. Do you think that the only thing you needed help with is getting in touch, right? Once you get there, you feel like you're good. Once you're in the presence of that person, then you're good. You're just trying to get there with help to get there. All right, I figured that. All right, now here's my Debbie Downer shit.
Wait, that wasn't Debbie Downer? Damn.
That was not. That was a setup for the Debbie Downer.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh hell.
When you get there, what you're gonna do is talk a guy into seeing things your way, becoming the guy who sees the error in his ways and he could do something good, blah blah blah. So you got to look at past. What happened in the past is the best indicator of what would happen in the future. And I look at all the people who you've tried to fix our broken asses. I don't think none of us is broken as Trump. And you haven't had the magic words to turn one of us around. So it makes me think that the odds when you get in front of that one particular person, suddenly something's going to click, are less.
I'll say this. So like he's made a big impact on my life. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm not just trying to glaze him up. But like
no,
things
I'm
that
not
he said
knocking. Yes, I
as
agree
actually
and all that shit. Well, I'm sorry.
I'm just
what you
saying,
say,
bro.
but no, I don't want to divert because
No, that's exactly right. Joe doesn't want to give me credit. He doesn't want to accept that people can learn from me. He wants to assume that everyone's just like him, that knows everything I know and knows everything I'm doing wrong.
No, not what I was going to say. I know you love it when you feel like people are attacking
Joe,
you.
I've
You're
listened
comfortable
to
there.
you for years,
You're not
buddy.
listening to me now. You're cutting me off, right? You in my opinion, you like it over there when people are attacking you. You're used to it, and it's useful in some sort of way. What I was trying to say is that
land the plane. Let's go, Hoji.
Yeah. I might not even be able to land this motherfucker anymore.
Come on, O'Hara's coming up right here.
O'Hara's coming up. Midway's coming up.
Cheeseburger.
If I don't want to divert from to Jack's good shit, because I could talk about Jack's good shit all day. In fact, I've known him longer. I can outdo you. I don't want to divert to that. I wanted to stick with the topic because to me that's something he does intentionally. Because he's more comfortable there. I wanted to stick with a topic for a moment. Jack, I want to know if you have a response. You don't have to. If you Can't Talk Machine Lies and Tommy and all of these, me and all these other broken motherfuckers into something changing and flowing your students, why do you think you'll have success?
Well, if I could, I think
Yeah.
that Jack Talcott actually has a comparable philosophy if you actually take a look at it seriously, because the reason is because it is one of the competing views that's on the table, right? And the reason I say that is because you could blame different things for the problems of humanity, right? Like, for example, right? People have said that the number one killer is war. They've said the number one killer is governments, right? Or they've said that the number one killer is technology. But either way you slice the pie, right? It's all about, you know, who has responsibility, right? And where do we put the you know, who of the objective factor of power, right? So I mean,
you meaning
you know,
that it's honorable that he's going after Trump directly? Is that what it goes?
well, no. I just think that if you look at it in a way, you know, he's proposing. You know, if I could simplify what I'm saying, you know, into you know, the most personable terms, you know, he's proposing that there be a immediate change, but he's not saying that there needs to be a new organization to accomplish it. But it's a personal change, but it also has to happen together with everyone, right? So it's not to be forced in any way, right? So that's also part of if I'm to understand, you know, his basic you know, plight here. You're in but yeah, I think it's I think there's other there's other notable thinkers that have espoused such a viewpoint.
I was trying to avoid that, but it looks like we're going to go there. I didn't get a comment on the whether it's Bright going after Trump directly. Anyway, that's what I wanted to focus
Okay, wait.
on.
Okay, let's go, Jack. What do you think about that? Hey, your take.
I kind of want to go back to something Joe said earlier about the failures. He's absolutely right. Who am I to think that even if given a chance with Donald Trump, after my repeated failures, what makes me think it would be different?
Yeah.
Well, Joe, this is an honest question, and it's fair to some degree, but this is where it's a burden that I'm just stuck with. I've said honestly, for whatever reason, nobody's been willing to work with me as a coach and teacher. I mean, people have learned from me. People are growing with me, but Joe, no one's tested my knowledge. They've been testing my patience, right? And I'm telling you,
that Trump will be different somehow.
What's up, Monster?
I'm not sure where you're going yet.
The thing is it's not one person as well. Even if I get Trump, that's just one person. That still doesn't solve the fucking problem.
That's all we're talking about right now is, can you get Trump? I'm trying to keep it to that. Is it logical to assume that you can sway a man?
How about this, Joe?
With one conversation as opposed to all the conversation you have with us.
Let's think this through, right? Obviously, I would be much more well received if I came forward with support, right? If it was Veterans for Peace or lots of viewers or whatever way, if there was support with me getting the attention, yeah, I do a lot better.
That's why I kicked them out first. The support shit, remember? I kicked that out and said, wait, the support thing. I asked you, you said I gave up on the idea of others supporting me. I know I have to do it myself. So taking out the support and the help of others, you doing it yourself, is that likely?
Well, Joe, I'm sorry if you heard me say that, because I'm quite confident the message that God wants us to realize is we need to unite together. So when people allow me to lead, when people join me with the goal, the intention of ending wars, guess what? The shit will get done. So I'm hoping to recruit the 600 men and women who are paid in Congress and the United States corporation. I'm hoping to get them to join us. But on my own, you're right, Joe. there's no chance.
Ah, you said the opposite a little while ago. Even with motherfuckers, I'll take that and consider it. With motherfuckers, you do have a better fucking chance. Then I'd have to examine your record of with motherfuckers. How many people have you been successfully able to recruit to your side? Now, we all believe the philosophy, and all of us in our weird, twisted way think that we help. Whether it be Snafu making a phone call or me giving you this advice, we think that we help. We fall woefully short. How successful have you been at recruiting motherfuckers who actually have been able to help you and are assisting you?
Oh, I've recruited a lot of people who could.
Who are.
Their willingness? Nope. I found no others to support me in the direction of my goals, the directions I hope to go.
I'm done being a Debbie Downer, then. I'll say this and end being a Debbie Downer part. The same thing applies then. If you weren't able to win, hold on, let me finish.
You can change it. You could change it,
or
literally.
You could yell over
You
me
could
and
break
just
the
say
pattern.
what you want to say. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, Joe, but
He said that you could break the pattern, Joe. You could be the one.
Yeah,
if you want.
you can
Yeah, and
change
that's what
it
I was.
for-
See, that's what I was saying. It's about where we believe who has the responsibility, and you could blame. You could say a person could change it, right? You could say a group could change it, or you could say everybody has to change it all at the same time. And that's the only way it'll change.
I think it's the person. Everybody acting individually, doing a thing is what we is. Every man must carry his own weight.
And that's
the
possibly
idea
that's possibly the most radical, because the easy way out is that there's an organization that takes over the world and it implements a change. But of course, the best way is that everybody does it on their own. I mean,
that is not Jack's what he's saying. He is saying
it is my way,
I'm
Joe.
sorry. Why you only gonna interrupt me or other people too?
You're misrepresenting me, dude.
Do I get to
I'm
talk or
not
no?
talking.
That is not what Jack is proposing. He is saying follow him. He wants to lead us. He is not saying everybody do individual.
God.
We need a leader, and it's him. That's what
Hey,
he's
Joe.
proposing.
Okay.
What's wrong with saying that, man? Yeah, I don't think
you obviously.
I want a movement myself. Yeah, so even if we did say that, like, what does that matter to?
Well, I'm just saying. Let's say
you?
what it is. Let's say what it is.
Goal?
What Machine Line
Joe,
said is something different than what.
Think about the goal,
okay,
dude.
Hey, why are you raising your voice?
You're right.
Interrupting.
You're right. I guess I'm tired of listening to it because it accomplishes nothing. I know it satisfies Joe's ego. He feels better.
That's why I do it. It's ego.
Well, I mean, like, Jack, like we can't really assume, even though it may seem like that to you, like, but
we're not
true. But like, this is okay. And you too, Joe. Like, you gave me good questions and stuff like that, but have some spaces where we can have a dialogue.
If I could just interject, there's this idea with Huey Long, like every man a king, or you know what I mean, like 1930s.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, the guy that got shot.
Yeah,
Louisiana. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's kind of what Jack. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's kind of Jack's thing. I mean, that's kind of how I see Jack. You know what I mean, right? So that's more of a thing that's like it's a legitimate platform. I mean, is all I'll say. I mean, that has been offered possibly since the 1600s, right? And then moving forward from there, they propose it in different ways. But
go ahead, Jack, then Joe, or whoever.
No, Jack, you go.
Let's let him go, bro, for a second.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
If he wants to.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but
it's all right.
Holy shit, dude.
Thanks, Joe.
So you wanted to criticize, and clearly you viewed it as a bad thing. That how dare Jack invite people to, and my words, Joe, are join me, follow Jesus. But I repeatedly, clearly say join me. But you presented it as though I'm saying follow me, And what is wrong with that when what the goal I'm saying is let's end fucking wars?
You literally said you want to lead them, Jack. I am not coming out the blue.
Fuck.
Stop accusing me of saying
Get a
crazy
different
shit.
leader then and quit bitching.
Hey, you want peace? It starts within. Just chill and talk civilly.
See,
Okay?
she is making my point. I will not follow you, man. You can't even control
You're
your fucking temper here.
disrespectful, Joe.
The
You're
next nigga will be
disrespectful. And I'm
disrespectful.
sorry I returned your disrespect.
You're raising your voice too much, though. No, I'm just saying, don't raise your voice. Yeah, you can be passionate, but you don't have to start a fight with someone if you're on behalf of peace. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's a tactic.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think
peace. You got to make wars sometimes.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily.
I'm not arguing for peace, but I'm just saying if you want peace, it starts within and talk
Right.
respectfully to people.
Right, but I don't think necessarily. Yeah, I don't think necessarily he needs to be tone policed either. But you know, let's let him talk freely, as well, because he's allowed to get passionate as well.
He is, but he was also reframing what Joe was saying, and I wasn't hearing that Joe was actually saying the things that he's saying. And I would, if I'm in Joe's place, I'm going to be offended that someone's trying to say what I'm thinking and telling me what I'm thinking when it's not even kind. It's not even the right kind of interpretation for what Joe's probably even thinking. I don't know. I err on the side of charity when I don't know.
What was the topic? What are they talking about here?
I'm not sure what the topic was. I turned
going
it to
to
how
DC.
successful could Jack be? That's what I turned it to.
And I thought we were venturing out into ways that he could join with like Veterans for Peace.
Yes,
and
I was
different
trying
groups.
to change it.
And
NPC
He is
has
part of
me
that already, I
change it.
think.
I was trying
Yeah.
to change it, and I'm willing to change it, Jack. We
I
don't have
see
to
it.
talk about my criticisms of you. At least we can give it a rest for a while.
Well, what about I think the way that another way to look at it is what would you guys want to see changed about the government or the world
Same
or,
shit Jack
or about
does.
people? I
think
like
Jack's onto something, right? The way, and this is his strong point we've just slipped into. The way to do it will be peaceful. You can't kill hate with hate, right? It will be under God. Whatever it is, it will be mercy, forgiving. It will be the people who follow in that direction. He's 90% of the way there with that shit, in my opinion.
Okay.
so what would you say? Do you think democracy is good, or do you think communism is good, or what would you say?
All that shit's evil. Democracy, if it's 51% versus 49, then there's a tyrannical 51%. It doesn't work like that. Every 4 years you get someone else in, and all your progress is killed. That shit doesn't work. And maybe it's an amalgamation of these things. I think we're at some point though, everybody's gonna have to grow up, get and do his own. You can't get your own off of another person. That's in the Bible. Every motherfucker's got to do his own. And when we all grow up and take accountability, responsibility, and go out there and doing it, you'll find if I show up at a rally because I'm showing up, there and other people have my attitude, then there's 1,000 people there. If I say, oh, I'm showing up at this rally, I want 1,000 of you niggas to show up with me, and they don't show up, the failing is on me. Motherfuckers, just be a leader and do you, and people will come. If they don't, motherfuckers, your message is probably even your shitty message will get followers.
Joe, have you actually led any movements, just political activism? I think you have.
Oh
haven't
my
you?
God,
I'm just
I've been
curious.
an activist since I was a kid. I was out there, the only kid out there with a sign when they was closing the grocery store among adults, and I've been continuing.
do you know what Joe Cool actually does? Like why he's Joe Cool or whatever? Like his own
He cop watches, right?
Yeah, right.
And I was one of the top 20 activists in the country in the 90s or something. I've been at this a long time.
Yeah, I
In
used
terms
to
of
do it. I was
in terms of
raised.
YouTube points on the board, he got the most. He got the most on the panel versus most subs, 100+ K, all that. Whoop de whoop.
And then YouTube shit is
Easy to do.
recent. I've been an activist.
Yeah.
I've taken busloads of
But,
motherfuckers to Congress.
But you've
I'm
done that,
telling you
Joe.
what
But
Jack is talking about.
is
Yeah.
that why you're so hard on him? Because it's like damn,
think
bro.
so.
It's like you like pressing them hard, and my thing is sometimes, especially when something's new, like you're gonna like crush the dude sometimes the way you're coming at him.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know my tact sucks. I am not good at tax. I am not. I'm too direct, and a lot of my
So we're
friends
learning, I guess, huh?
can't take it. And my friends who
I'm gonna
stay
say
with me,
you can't take it.
I thank them. I thank them because I know the type of person I am. I bless. Thank God for my girl. You know, she has to hit us at 4 o'clock in the morning, me speaking direct to her, and she's just, you know, being there giggling and cracking up. Yeah, what am I gonna do with you type shit? I appreciate that shit. But I might be in my character. I don't know if I can change. All I know is directness.
I get it.
Maybe this could happen
yeah.
someday. Lizard
I
Tree
get it.
says, I love Joe and Jack, and I wish they could hug it out.
We will 100%. I've seen everybody 100%. I'm gonna
We're
fucking
making
see
peace
Jack
here.
one day. There is
think
no
so?
need to make peace. There's from my side, there is nothing but fucking love and so on. So if you're interpreting me downing his plan or saying grow up or whatever the shit, none of it's coming from a place of hate ever.
No, I know that. I actually
didn't
feel
think
that,
that.
Joe. Listen, I do though a little bit. Not the hate part. Like I know it's coming from love. I don't think Joe Cool's a vengeful, or at least he's more love than hate. I'll say that definitely. I don't see that in him. I wouldn't fuck with him if he wasn't. But my thing is, especially being a teacher, I always bring it back to what I'm actually doing. I want these kids to succeed and get off this damn island so bad that sometimes I don't even I'm a fucking bastard to them. I have to sit back sometimes and be like, dude, you need to chill, Gabriel, a little bit, man.
You're right.
But it's because I do want the best for them and know that they're powerful and they have a lot of opportunities.
I think.
Okay,
also,
I got a question after all that, and
maybe you can ask a
because I've done
question for Jack too, because he's the man of the hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of advice and stuff would you have with leading movements, and how do you get them started? I mean, I've done one inadvertently, you know, with like exposing, and I had lots of people protest and whatever. But how do you get the movement started? What's the game plan for that, and how do you go about it?
How should I know? I don't.
Well,
I fail. I know lots of ways to fail. I don't fucking know. Okay, and you know what? If I can, just for a moment, I've sat here and shut up for a while. The last time you spoke to me, you wanted to point out how I'm lacking peace, therefore I'm failing in my mission. I don't know if you recognize, but prior to Joe's criticisms, which have been polite, but it's still doubt. He wants to hold his doubt and his criticism over me. But hey, he said I'm 90% there. So eventually maybe I'll get past his fucking judgment and maybe get some support. But so far, I get doubts. And so I'm sorry if I'm not as peaceful as Jesus. Okay? I'm still breaking through some of my old patterns, and I don't know if anyone knows, but I'm not living a life of luxury and love and fun. I'm on my own.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait. Let's let him get it out. And bro, this is can you read the room? Read the room for a second, everyone. Bro, the motherfucker is pissed. Like he's fucking. The tension
He was
is high.
on something. Yeah, he was going somewhere. Let's go with that.
Let's just and then just let it. Positive shit right now, bro. I'm tired of this. I'm about to shut this shit down, and I'm not gonna be like, you need to give me $50 right now to keep this on. Nah, if the fucking negativity shit, and I get it, we need negativity sometimes, but I'm kind of done with it right now, and I'm not the only one. I'm about to shut this shit down in a second, bro. Let's just chill out, man.
Thank you, Joe. Sincerely, honestly,
go ahead.
This is a pattern for you, please. Okay, you judge people for their weakness. You've been judging me because you find weakness in me, but I'm a strong motherfucker. And the fact that you don't see that, Almza, I never in my life thought I would have to defend myself against so many attacks because I believe that wars should end. Okay, so I'm sorry if I lashed out. Sincerely to all of you. Thank you for tonight. Okay, this has been.
No, this has been great. I mean, it's been eye-opening. I've never, like I said, I've never been on panel with you before. I don't know what all your backstory is. I just heard you were going to DC. So this is my first encounter with you. So I appreciate you clarifying that with because it did seem more defensive than, but obviously there's some backstory that I don't know. But it's all good. I mean, I kind of believe like Joe that you know your heart's in the right place and you've got 90% of it down. I just was wondering, like where to go next for like making the movement happen, because I like things to happen and I like people to get their goals fulfilled and dreams lived, especially when they're noble ones. You know what I mean? If they're ones that I can get behind, I want to see that person happy and living the dream.
I have so many plans, so many conversations that I've rehearsed, so many presentations I've made. What I've been learning is how to live day by day, moment by moment. Okay, so what's the plan? I don't know. I know
That's
my
great.
why. My why is to end wars. And I'm literally inviting anyone who's willing to brainstorm with me, right? With me, not just make me listen to nonsense. We are living at an incredible time. I'm quite confident God is with me. So far, I've learned that because I've been completely alone. But I trust eventually things are going to change and people will actually want me around. And when they want me around again, well, I'll have different options. I don't know how to do it. I've been calling messages. I'm doing what I can online. I don't know where to go. How do I go and get the attention of people who don't know me, right? Who don't want to pay attention to me? That's what I'm thinking of with Congress. They don't know me. They don't want to listen to me. But ending wars is pretty important to all of us. And if we're alive, that means there's a chance for us to do it. I just don't know if we're alive.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's pretty deep.
I've been asking, is this real? Because it blew my mind that people who loved me threw me away. And then no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get accepted. The union organizations, so many places I've tried. And I haven't found my tribe.
People love you though. That's the thing, man.
Yes,
It's happening.
I know.
Joe Cool, not to speak for him.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll say something again. But like, I think he loves you.
He does.
I love you like a machine. He does. And probably Ashima will if she doesn't already. But the thing is, it's like maybe you do have a tribe. It's not. It's just not in the way.
Watched a lot. I haven't watched him a lot. I don't know. I do love him. I have love for him, of course.
For sure.
I'm up
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's the thing. And I'm saying, like, maybe you do have your tribe is forming. It's definitely forming. It's just not in the way you think it is, man. I didn't mean to be rude to you, Joe Cool, if I came across like that too.
No,
I definitely
you
don't
are
want you
absolutely
to. I love
right.
knowledge and everything.
You're good. And I'm sitting up here thinking that I gotta get a second gear here. I got one fucking gear with fucking speed. I gotta do better.
Look what you dude, look where you're at, bro. Not to make excuses, but I was talking about you earlier, Jack. I was like, Joe Cool, man. I only got a taste of the hood in my late 20s and 30s living in the deep East Oakland. And it fucking shook me to the core. And you were sharing about where you grew up, and you're still trying in your own way, trying to get out of that place, even though you're helping the community, giving everything you can. So that's why your word carries a lot of fucking weight around here. It does.
I'm glad. I think that, and I've been fortunate, man. I'd say I'm the last 5 years I've probably been in Chicago 1, 2, 3 months of the year. The rest of it been traveling.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good.
I got a chance to get away and see stuff and all of that shit, and You know, and I'm still doing it here. Last night I was out there filming them bastards and editing the vid all day long. Yesterday I'm still an active son bitch, and I got up and spent all day with my brother in the hospital because
That's
just got
right.
out of surgery.
That's right. Shout out to your brother. I meant to say, man, that's a great thing you're doing, helping them heal up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I offer, Joe?
What's up, Lady Flo?
Your demonstration, your awareness, your recognition, the demonstration of awareness and humility you showed, man.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
The image of you, I felt it grow. My respect for
Appreciate it. I appreciate that, man. I swear under everything holy, man.
I know.
And I got no ill intent, especially for you, someone of God's kid, someone who I know is God's kid. I'd be this hard on my own child. It is not, I would not have any negative intentions if it came off, or if it did, it was a failing, but it was not intentional.
Shit. Joe, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was done.
Brother, you have the same lesson to learn that I did. And I do.
Go ahead.
Especially us men, I think. We need to become more gentle.
That temper is my issue too. You may be my mirror, and I'm supposed to learn a lesson here as opposed to you. Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. I am very happy to be part of this panel now.
It probably wouldn't have happened if you weren't. I'm telling you, that strong feminine energy you have, Oracle.
All the energy.
Kind of like
it would be all
kind of mediating shit, bro.
You don't know, and
it's the mama bear.
Lies too. It's the ripples, right?
Yeah, it is.
Fucking legend.
Machine Light is
all
awesome.
our energies create together. It's whatever frequency we create together. Without Machine Lies,
for sure.
I don't want to be too crazy, but without what Machine Lies, it was timely when he did what he did. And you had to step in and be big brother. It's like, Joe's not listening. Calm your ass down. Everything had to happen the way it did.
Cool.
Respectfully.
This is the divine. There is perfection in the way that things unfold. Especially if we pay attention, we can notice the perfection. We can notice the order and the patterns. And I've been learning how to have more comfort and more faith. Joe, admittedly, I know how I sound.
Nice, Jack. Now, that's very fucking humble for Jack to say that. The Leo King.
That's awesome.
I know. Good for him.
Believe it, though.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say what I want to say differently than I do. And that's a lesson that I've been trying to recognize with others too. We all misspeak. We all, I don't know. I see a lot of damn good people trying to figure out life and family and all this crazy stuff.
I know, Jack, the way I talk when I first came in, people couldn't even understand me because, I just that street niggas talk. Yo, man, I've never rolled down them niggas bent on that nigga. Yeah, yo, let them peeps. Yo, ooh, they don't understand what the fuck I'm talking.
Talk fast, bro.
Yeah, so,
Four corner hustlers, baby.
Yeah, I have a four corner hustlers since I was 10 years old. And so I've been this is hard for me to articulate my thoughts and being here. And I've always been a smart kid. That was looked down upon. I couldn't use big words and shit. I've been curbing my intellect and shit all my life. So just recently, so I'm having difficulty formulating words, opinions.
You sound like a professor. I was thinking about that the other day, Joe. Like the motherfucker, seriously, very articulate and yeah, definitely. But you can mix the real life, street shit with it. That's unstoppable shit.
That's high praise. I feel like I'll be stumbling over my words and never articulate my thoughts properly. And Jack's probably going through a little of that shit himself today.
Tell you this moon is. What do you think, Oracle? Tell us about the moon, please.
Oh, the moon is
Scorpio.
in.
What we're doing right now.
I looked at it a little bit ago. It's in Vishaka, which is your actual one too. It's the particular part of Scorpio, and it's really good for partnerships. It's good for making grounds, because Scorpio likes to fight, but this particular part of Scorpio actually does really well with partnering with others and making connections so that it builds friendships. So I like this particular one, which is why I jumped up, because I figured it's going to go somewhere eventually.
Yeah.
But I
They
mean, I
needed
think
you
that's
too.
really good because, you know, sometimes peace, you have to go through the war to get to the peace. And the war, to
Yes.
me, always starts with the person in the mirror. And something I think that
Yeah.
Jack was talking about earlier with feeling alone, and my empathy was just going up, because I mean, and losing so much stuff. I understand that, because there were points of my own spiritual journey before, you know, I was called to help that one person. That one person turned into a ripple effect of a wave with a movement, with you know, cleaning up the clergy sex abuse in the Catholic Church. That was back in 2012.
Mhm.
But from 2007 till then, it was a very alone journey where it was just me and God. And all I could think of at that point, if you are a Christian, is that he had all of his friends betray him. He had everyone turn against him. And if he went through that, who am I to question how alone I
He
feel?
thought they were
And I
knuckleheads.
was like that for years. And I was like, wow, I really need to work on what it is I think I need and just focus on that upward relationship. And it literally took years, but
Where does it
eventually it
start
came
though?
around.
Where does it
It
start
ca-
when you say you focus on, you know, you need to change yourself? Do you remember your early things that you worked on?
Yeah, I worked on my relationship upward with God. I was like, what is
That's
it that I'm
number
not
one.
seeing that you want me to see?
Jack
Because
got
this
that one right.
feels
He's done that
alone.
one.
It feels awful. It feels like you're
Yeah.
just taking everything away from me. And it was
Mm-hmm.
horrible. And it went on for several years. And I'm like, okay, I have to just rely upon you and trust when it's going to happen. And then finally, once I felt stripped away of all my false pretenses of who I am and who everybody else says I am, then I had to muster the courage to reach out to this other person. And I'm like, dude, yeah, that priest was a total freak. I believe you when you tell me that your son was abused by him. I don't even know. But it was like having to go to the depths of hell first before I could get to that other side to offer a cold glass of water to someone else in the
Again,
desert.
you sound like Jack's story a bit here, right?
Yeah,
He's
she
been through the
fought. She
depths
literally
of
did
hell.
fought the Catholic Church. Yeah, I'll get that
Yeah.
corrected. Put some respect on it. You're right,
Well,
Orko.
thank
You
you.
have, bro. That's your story.
And then in
Definitely, definitely.
2015, I met this other woman that I knew online from other groups of friends who was in Buffalo, New York at the time. And she was under that bishop, and she ended up being best friends with the major whistleblower of 2018. Simon O'Connor, I believe her name was. But anyways, she and I worked in a nationwide movement, but it was completely inadvertently. So the movement was starting, but I didn't really realize my own part, because at that point, I had stripped so much of my ego away. I've been like,
Very
okay,
good.
here I am. What do you want from me? You know,
It's all activists on this line right now, man. In
Jack,
our
we
own,
can't
our
hear
own
you.
lanes
If
and
I
stuff.
dig it.
If you're
Shameless.
talking, Jack, we can't hear you.
I'm in amazement.
Oh,
that testimony. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome, of course.
It confirms me. We're tested, and we got a panel of wise, spiritual, heart-led, caring, fearless people here.
Except for NBC, right?
The whole panel.
Even 80% of the chat, 85%.
Yes, it is, right? Our God is good. There are great things about to come forth through us, with us, for us, because we're all chosen to be here, but we chose to be here, and we chose to be who we are. And I think we are all leaders at
Before
this time.
the internet, you had to physically show up to places, right? The
Right.
most you could do was
Right.
call a motherfucker, then you physically had to show up. And the people, everybody, and Jack, this might be good advice for you. everybody, because I was like doing magazines and I was active, newspapers and shit. Everybody wanted to be a part, but when they got there and didn't get results quick enough, when they go to a meeting and a miracle didn't happen that led into something, so they dropped out, every fucking single one. I told them, you're gonna go to a dozen boring meetings, and you never know when that one person is sitting in a room who you're gonna meet that's gonna affect you later. That's the way this shit works. Motherfuckers didn't want to hear that, and they all dropped out.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's good because you don't want the wrong people following you.
Yes.
If you're going through hell, you want someone who's actually got your back.
I ended up going through that shit. We started magazines for other people. We traveled the country, gave speeches and all of that shit. And them original motherfuckers, I don't know if any of them, maybe one of them was there when we did a series of fucking magazines, and I was written in every fucking newspaper around.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's something to be said about the motivation, like seeing the wins, even if they're small, keeps you going. A lot of people going. That's why people stop working out and losing weight, because they don't see the big, the drop off so as they want to see, so they give up, right? But you just got to keep pushing through. What did you say earlier, Jack? You said we're talking. You said like you don't give up, man. You don't give up. You don't give up. Everyone on the panel doesn't really give up.
I think it's part of a perfect design, and it makes sense. For life, you need strength. For strength, you need resistance. For resistance, you need some goals and direction and opposition. And so as we try to change ourselves, the universe and life and our subconscious, it will test us. If you want to improve your health and you start a new diet regimen, there's going to be a party and some temptation for you, right?
You stop getting high is the day your best friend offer you a free bag of
Exactly.
dope.
I know, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
I
part
tell
of
my kids
life.
that,
The devil come out, man. Whenever you try to do something positive, I don't give a fuck if it's meditating. Motherfuckers call you who ain't called you in 9 months. The devil hops in those weak people, and then they hop up on a panel and they want to fucking talk about other shit.
Yeah,
Talk
banana.
about Trump or something.
But here's the thing, though. Like Oracle is like the last degrees of a sign, which is like at the end of the month, for example, guys. Like I noticed, like old tests. It's like a mini retrograde. Old tests come up for the theme of the month.
Interesting.
You notice that?
Yeah. It's critical degree is what it's called, but yeah, that's a soul test. But yeah, I tell my kids when you have a until you learn it. Yeah, I tell my kids that if it's a good goal, then you're automatically going to face some resistance from God, the universe, whatever you want to call it. Because if you're not resolved for it, then you're not going to be tested. It's going to be easy breezy. But the way that you think about something matters as much as that something you're going after. If you think it's going to be easy, if you think it's supposed to be easy, then when it's hard, you're not going to have the perseverance to power through it.
They say if you pray to God for patience, he's going to give you an asshole that tests your patience.
God.
Right?
I stopped praying for patience when I had kids. I said, God, I don't want patience anymore because every single day you test my patience. So I'm going to just ask for humility. No, I'm going to ask for humbleness. I'm going to ask for humility. I'm going to let go of my ego and say, okay, I deserve all this shit that you're throwing at me. I'm fine with it. I'm not better than the problems. I'm going to take it and roll with it. And once I started doing that and saying, okay, I do deserve this, or I don't, just, like that with testing my patience. And I realized it was about my ego. I was like, oh, this is way easier now. Okay, I can roll with this. I can roll with this.
Yeah. Jack, do you mind? And I'll ask the panel too. Do you mind if we go a list a little deeper? Can I ask you something? Don't worry, it won't be that bad.
I feel bad now.
There you go. Yeah.
I've been jumping on Jack all day.
Here we go. Now, what's your greatest fear, and how do you manage it?
Oh, that's a great question for the man whose theme is to live without fear. Great question.
Good question. Yeah.
I think it's regret, because it's one I've lived with a lot in my life, and it's one I'm committed to avoiding. You know, when we pay attention, we usually don't have as many regrets.
That's
but,
dope, Jack. That's dope.
but I think that
Mine
is
too.
my
That is.
Yeah. How do you manage it?
I remind myself faith.
Stupid.
I'd rather have faith than doubt. And so I trust that God's with me, that and I pay attention, and I do that to try and make sure I don't miss things, but faith is how I overcome it. And what you said, ask God for patience. I did that. That was holy shit, man. Yeah.
Can we get a holy shit, man?
Gotta get a holy shit.
Yeah, that's for humbleness.
We will earn that which we seek, but that which we seek will be given. I wanted.
Let me give y'all a secret. I want to drop a jewel. At least I think it's been a jewel for me. I haven't prayed for myself in years. All my prayers, and I pray every day, are for other people. Right. And he seems to look out for me. He knows what I need before I need it, where I need to be, where I need to go. I just say yes when opportunities arrive, and I get off my ass when I have to go. I make no excuses. I get up and go no matter what it is, even if I don't like a motherfucker particularly. I don't know what's going to happen that day. God's calling me outdoors that day. I think I always tell motherfuckers, spend 6 months praying for other people. You know, because every motherfucker, God didn't answer my prayers, man. I'm fucking whining. Spend 6 months. After that, you're gonna spend another 6 months because you're gonna get to enjoy it, and you're gonna this shit's gonna work for you. God has you. He knows what you need before you do.
You're right.
That is the truth. But a lesson I've learned, and I'm not saying you're doing it, but I know it's easy to do. You're saying yes to life, and that was a lesson I had to learn. It took me a long time to figure that out. Saying yes to life when opportunities come up.
Do you remember I pushed you on that too, Jack? I got yelled at a little bit. I got in your skin a little bit, trying to push you out the crib. And then one day I was like downtown filming somewhere, and
hey, lady, look.
And you had went somewhere to a meeting and all that shit. I made sure to catch you and tell you how proud I was of you. First, I'm a doubter, so I was like, did you really go somewhere? Someone told me, yeah, man, I went to the meeting and so and so. Yeah, I hope that my nagging, got him out the door a little bit.
Yeah. I like how you called him after. That's cool, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the important part. Like, I'm gonna say a name. I saw Paul was in here earlier, and I'm only saying his name because
he was. I didn't even see him.
I did too. I
Shout
saw
out to
him
Paul.
too.
I'm slave, man.
He's the most prolific with this. I think that this chastising shit that I do, I think everybody should do it, especially men. That's how we teach the boys to be men. But there should be 7 times more love. If I'm giving Jack this shit, you can be sure that I'm going to give him 7 times more on the other end.
Oh yeah,
right.
Definitely.
So
Definitely.
That's another
I know what
thing.
that
You
is.
could tell if a motherfucker's sincere, or if they're just fixed. If I'm healed, I'm doing a balance, and that balance is not 50-50. You don't give a motherfucker shit 50-50. You hold your tongue, as NPC, made sure I did today. And you make sure that when a motherfucker does good, you praise him for that.
Yes, sir.
When he's
Mercy.
down, you're there to help at those moments. Those are the I don't give a fuck if a person's going through some really horrible shit on the internet. I'm gonna be that one motherfucker who call you and tell you, even if you look bad, guilty of some fucked up shit, I'm gonna be like, hey, keep your head up.
That's why I'm happy that we can do this, because I would have hated to not liked it like with on salty terms. Even though I know in the end you guys would always be cool.
There's zero chance. Me and Jack have argued literally 792 times.
But I don't need that drama thinking about me and worry forever. Like fucking whatever you guys think of me, how I am, like this shit does stick with me sometimes. But I do give it my
that's
all.
what I think of you, motherfucker,
You know?
as that guy who just is not meant for that negative energy. All right,
I like that.
I can give it.
I
Though.
like that.
That's why I try to be. What it is I can do it, and I'm. Oracle seen me. Other people have seen me on this channel the last couple of months when it comes out. I don't want to go there
I think
because it's like all or nothing.
Somebody, I ain't gonna say her name, but I remember you said in the second.
Oh yeah,
when I first met you, you were like, I went hard. I was like,
oh yeah, my birthday.
Like,
that was my birthday, dog.
You're like, I'm not gonna say what I said, but I went hard as fuck.
Yeah. This is a community. This definitely is a community we're in. I keep saying I try to fool myself and think it wasn't.
Because everybody tell you that this ain't no community. Them ain't your friends. You know, that's just a little nymph and devil in them. You know, that does not like that positive energy. I'm not even sure they're
that's
aware
true.
of
Kindness.
what the fuck they saying when they be saying that shit, man.
Yeah. Only person
You
that's
can't
listening
pay
today is
attention to the
Denison.
haters.
Let your haters be your motivators.
Would you say Oracle? You said I thought it was
Yeah,
Joe said the
you
haters.
just can't pay attention to the haters. I mean, they're just everywhere, and they just. Why am I supposed to focus on them? It's like if you hate me, then I must be doing something good.
Yes. And Jack, that's another thing. I got a lot of subs. You think you catch heat? I got motherfuckers in my comment section. I hope that hard R dies in the street. You know, I get racist shit. You know, so
I
you know,
bet you do.
It's a thing.
That's wild. But I heard that you like that's how you met Sasquatch. Him and his crew were trolling you or something, but now you guys are friends and shit.
We're friends, but I'm gonna get his ass, bro. I'm waiting to see him. Matter of fact, I rushed home to get his ass. I saw him on the panel. He was on there, and this is not on the subject, but he was on there with this nigga, Captain Curmudgeon, and they're talking about the chick who called the little kid in the park the hard ER.
Oh yeah,
and they talking about how motherfuckers.
She made thousands of dollars, right?
Yeah, 800,000. I think she's up to now. Damn, she's chasing $1 million off of that shit.
Oh my gosh.
And they're talking about how motherfuckers be whining too much and making a big deal out of shit. I'm thinking, if you see a short on TikTok and they call a kid, you know, somebody yell at a kid and call him a bitch or you dumb slut, you would lose your mind. You would be all on the internet. I can't believe he said that, but when it's a black dude, they was like, you motherfuckers always making a big deal about shit. I'm like, ooh, nigga.
That's just another Wednesday on the Panelverse, Joe.
It is,
you
man.
know it.
But
we
since I know
it.
Sasquatch, he's a friend. Since you brought him up, I'm gonna jump his ass next time I see him.
Hell yeah, we gotta do that. We gotta keep each other. Integrity farms. Integrity.
The lesson's over here. I hope I learned my lesson.
Oh shit! Oh, we're at the 4-hour mark. I think this is a good time to.
This is perfect.
Shut down. Miss NPC's calling me.
Hey, I'm gonna leave. So in case you want to say goodbye to Jack, you might want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave too.
And say your goodbye,
nice
Jack. I love you, man, and I'm so glad we had this conversation. NPC, you are king. I don't guess you can go no higher. You are king, and I expect bigger things even still, man.
Damn, I appreciate you, OG. You don't even know, bro. You don't even know, man. Much respect. Love you, Joe. Peace. The Oracle.
Oh, it was great talking to you finally. Yeah, I've seen you around a few places, not very often, but it was nice meeting you, and I wish you all the best, and I'll keep my prayers focused for you with good success in finding peace. Take care.
Thank you. And Joe, watch the outro song I play. I mean, we're all peace and love, but this is Jack Talcott. Put some motherfucking respect on his name. You'll see. Watch. You'll see this, bro. All right. Much love, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
You there, Rashid?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
TML? Yeah. We're about to pimp off right now.
Yeah,
appreciate you, brother. First one up, man. First OG up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, you know I respect you. And of course, you know, I did a weird show earlier today. I think it was like actually I don't actually remember the topic. It was kind of impromptu show.
You're reading Nietzsche. I got the end of it.
Different topics.
You got Noid up there, huh?
Yeah, I had Nietzsche. I had a little bit of Julius Evola. I don't know if you guys know who Julius Evola is. He's kind of a esoteric guy, but he was a student of Rene Guénon. You know, but yeah. Also we looked at a talk recently. Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay had a talk, so we had a bunch of people up there for that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, if you guys are interested in that sort of thing, they were talking about woke right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
woke right. Oh yeah, I saw that there was a little debate.
Little
on the panel
weird
some
thing
of
they
it.
had, yeah. So
Yeah, woke
different
right,
topic. Yeah, different impromptu topic. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you guys so much.
But hey,
And I'll
wait,
talk
one
to you
thing
guys.
too, I respect the fact that Machine's always shouting at his crew, digging them up, because they are fucking top notch. Like a Nero,
Yeah, I love those guys.
Annapurna. The man, he looks like he's straight from the original Orthodox Church. He camped up to the unseen. That's an OG. I like him.
Yeah, he really is. He
I
really
like him a lot.
Yeah.
The real deal, man.
Yeah, he could teach a
shout out
lot
to
of
you and the
people.
crew, bro.
Yeah, thank you. Blessings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, TML. Much love to you and your family.
Yeah, peace, brother. Yeah.
Peace, brother. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
JT. Okay. Man.
Yeah, it's been super duper gay. That's why I'm wondering if I should play something here. I might play something and leave. Or I may play some music and then try to watch videos and try to see what's going on in the other shows. But honestly, I don't want to look at them.
Right? It's just like all the violence that they shove down your throat, TMO. Eventually, after a while, you become desensitized to it and you become disgusted and you just don't want to hear nothing that has the word podcast or metaverse or gayverse in it. It does. After a while, this stuff takes a toll on you mentally, spiritually. It's, it's consuming on your soul, so to speak. Make you either gay or crazy. I guess that's their goal, right? Because it turns the frogs gay.
But yeah, Earth's to Neurojack, if you could hear us, if you want to review this, what do you call it? Man, what is that guy? Richard Spencer? I always get him confused with the other guy, Robert Spencer. The other guy was funded by Jews. Robert Richard.
You had to do a Fed seance to bring him out. Almighty CIA.
You gotta do a seance. Like a Discord, Kitty Row Core or something. I reckon. I reckon me a Discord kitty or something. Yeah, let me go to this. Could it be?
They're performing the ritual where I'm at. The locals are performing their nightly rituals. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I gotta go back and listen to the panel jazz from earlier. I produced some panel jazz.
Oh, for real? I like a lot of the stuff you play, man. You gotta start sending me some links to some of these songs that you be playing, like some of the ones you played earlier, dude. I like the message of some of these songs you be playing. Especially them rap songs that have like good message about exposing it, like what K Reno does, even though he's probably a psyop, but
Oh yeah, his songs are great.
You got a great taste in music that a lot of people seem to not understand.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this. Because I know there's a couple of them that you'd really like if I could find them. But I may not be able to find it right now. Oh no, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoops.
Breathe into my soul.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I won't be able to find this shit right now. That's how it goes. That's how it all goes. But yeah, I'll figure it out.
Alrighty then. Neuro. Come on out, Neuro. Come to your own motherfucking panel.
Yeah, but this is a great song. This is a beautiful song that I heard. Yeah, let's kind of switch gears to maybe some beautifulness. So I'll play a few songs and then we'll move on to some other stuff. But yeah, I'm kind of winding down here in terms of the presentations. But yeah, I really think these songs are beautiful. I hope you guys enjoy these ones. Let's go with the beautiful songs. But yeah, we'll be back. And I'll kind of think of what I want to get into next year. I'll kind of
Full circle, and takes the venom mistaken.
Keith Woods Kaczynski. Okay, here it is. Maybe we'll summon Pill Eater with this.
All right, hello
He said he was going to talk to Chad Haig, so I don't know if that happened.
everyone. Welcome back. And as promised, today we're going to be talking about Ted Kaczynski. So I'm sure if you followed the news at all, you saw this was the week Ted finally kicked the bucket. And I've actually been planning to do something like this for a while. I always thought it was interesting. I mean, I had a little bit of a phase of all that kind of stuff. Like I saw people in the chat were like, "Oh, I hope he's actually read the manifesto and all this kind of thing." It's like, manifesto. I've read the Chad Haig book on Ted K. All right, I've got the deep lore. Interviewed Chad Haig before. He's like the best guy that talks right about this stuff. But yeah, I used to be very interested in the anti-tech stuff, Jacques Ellul, you know, all the related sort of intellectual schools around that, peak oil, all that kind of stuff, John Michael Greer. But I saw when Ted died, there was this big reaction. This was going around a lot on Twitter. It was actually a tweet I responded to where I said I'd do this stream where people were like, "Oh, you know, the libtards like disavow Ted Kaczynski because he did violence, but no one can prove him wrong." And there's this seemed to be like the take everyone settled on, that Ted Kaczynski, you know, he might have gone too far in a few places, but he's basically correct, and no one can ever prove this incredible critique he had wrong. And I had been thinking of doing a video like this for a while. Like, there's a whole Anprim side of this and right. And, you know, I like to formulate content kind of answering a question, like the basic questions that sometimes people don't interrogate that are actually very important to these kinds of things. Why civilization? Why not just stay in a primitive condition, right? So, yeah, I saw the reaction to this, and I'm like, you know, these people, they have very contradictory ideas. Like, there's people that were in my chat in the build up to this saying that they're never going to watch my channel again. Devastated. And someone said I was anti-white to disagree with Ted Kaczynski, which is kind of funny. But I don't think
What
any
the
of these
hell?
people are consistent because they're probably also like national.
Yeah, that's why we call Uncle Ted's cabin. You know, because that's the white nationalist version of sort of selling out to liberalism, is standing against civilization. Is that you're going against the white accomplishments. You know, it's just like what do you call it? On the black side, what do you call it? Uncle Tom? Yeah, Uncle Tom. Yeah, Uncle Tom. You know, it's like you want to be like the brown. You want to be uncivilized like the brown people. You know, so you're Uncle Ted. You know, you're a closet liberal that supports anarcho-primitivism. I mean, so it's the critique on the other side. You know?
Sheesh.
Yeah, that you're a white guy who wants to go live with the natives. So you're basically cucked yourself to brown people by being Uncle Teddy. So I actually heard this on Myth of the 21st Century, you know, which is like white nationalist podcast. I mean, it was very popular back in the day, and they actually did long form discussions on different books and things. So it's an excellent show, you know. But I used to, it's a guilty pleasure listening to that show. But yeah, you know, I mean, I listen to a lot of white nationalist shows because they supported conservatism. They would talk about things like Ted Kaczynski and all that type of stuff. So it gets interesting. Whereas the liberals, you know, they shy away from that stuff. So yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, it's interesting that, you know, like obviously it's white people who ask the question, why civilization? You know, so it's kind of ironic, you know. But yeah.
That support nationalist political movements, which is definitely something Kaczynski didn't support. you can't have Ted Kaczynski's ideas and hold a lot of the things that the dissident right does, right? I know people like to kind of splice thinkers together. These kinds of meme thinkers you get in the dissident right, a little bit of Julius Evola, a little bit of Ted Kaczynski. It doesn't really work like that. And I do think Kaczynski had some very good insight.
Yeah, I mean, every time I listen to this kid, he sounds dumber and dumber. I mean, but yeah, I mean, he's skating all over the place. I mean, he doesn't understand that, the conservatism has been utterly destroyed by technoliberalism, which all conservatives on earth tacitly support. So they're constantly undermining their own doctrine by supporting the progress of science and technology. And yeah, I mean, what justifies this huge cope? I mean, he said he's read ellul. He said he's read Kaczynski. So what doesn't he understand? Even at this point, I mean, I'm 2 minutes in. He's getting pretty kind of pestering and annoying at this point. But yeah, he's got a PowerPoint presentation. So
we're never gonna make it if this is like 2 hours long. We're not gonna make it.
oh yeah. Well, not today. I mean, I'm definitely.
Yeah, I mean, no, just from him being annoying, not just because didn't like.
His shit. Yeah, he's already just like, oh yeah, you can't be a conservative and have a mishmash of ideas. It's like, look, dude, conservatism is a complex ideology, and sometimes it's contradictory against itself. I mean, and I mean, you don't have to sit there and justify human civilization, but you at least have to justify modernism. If because that is rather recent and rather powerful and rather out of control. I mean, a subset of classical liberalism or secular humanism, however you want to get to that. So I mean, I just don't see them dealing adequately with these ideas, and then they want to say, well, they want to, develop these narratives, but it's like if it's not based on the truth, then you're going to end up less than a footnote on the page of history. You're going to simply have to move on. I mean,
which I'm going to go over, and this is going to be pretty in depth. Right, I'm going to cover the aspects of his manifesto, his critiques of the left, his take on technology, the whole basis of his worldview. Going to interrogate how he justifies aspects of it, and then I'm going to look at what I think he got right and what I think he got wrong. If anything, I mean, if the final take to come out of all of this is that, well, the dissident right just literally can't argue against this Luddite that advocated a violent political revolution, and they have no justification for high civilization, I think that's kind of a problem. But like I said, I don't think the people that are Kaczynskiites on Twitter and online are very serious, because it's not anything he advocated. He didn't advocate creating an online subculture around his ideas or something. We know what he advocated. But that's enough of that. I'm going to get into this. You can, of course, send super chats. I'll read at the end. I've been thinking about a new format. I think maybe I like to do these videos, some of the slides, some of the presentations, a bit more research. I did a lot of research for this one. I'm thinking maybe I'll combine the video production and the live streams, and that if I stream these presentations and then take super chats, maybe I can re-upload the presentation on its own, or maybe I'll just leave the whole stream up. But I'm thinking maybe something like that. Maybe I'll start streaming off YouTube and then I'll just upload the presentation after. But yeah, let me know what you think of this format, and maybe we'll do more of it going forward.
Yeah, I mean, and you can say that. I mean, that the IRA in Ireland or some of these organizations haven't motivated people politically through some of their T-word actions. I mean, the examples that Dr. Kaczynski gives about the Cuban Revolution or the Bolshevik Revolution. I mean, these are revolutions that are started by extremely small groups of people. And look at the PLO. They literally changed politics and engineered you know, politics in 3 or 4 different nations, you know, and they had the international community look into Israel, really. I mean, so I mean, to say that these things don't hold weight, I mean, revolutionary actions or, you know, T-word actions, you know what I mean, you know, which, you know, as they say, one man's T-word is another man's freedom fighter. But, I mean, it's all just kind of strange. Yeah, exactly, Pinky. Why? I mean, you know. But I mean, there's plenty of violence that goes on within the system. You know,
I don't want to LARP, but if I could, I would say it's because, I mean, you know, for people to say that it's not the religious or spiritual aspect isn't real. Clearly, Israel is being allowed to do what it's doing because clearly, even though quote unquote these people aren't religious, they're doing it as if, you know, they are God's chosen people. So that's enough to tell you right there. You know, these people are clearly doing it because they are under the impression that, you know, God said they could do it.
yeah,
I mean,
he's got
that's a
Chad Haig's
justification
book.
for Israel, at least. That's everything I've been hearing. Well, God says, you know, it's his chosen land, so whatever they do, they're justified in God's eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, but I highly suggest everybody look into these books. These are excellent books. You know, Chad Haig is a friend of mine. Dr. Skrbina is a teacher of mine. You know, Dr. Skrbina's book, Metaphysics of Technology, is an excellent rundown on problems of technology and philosophy and how they intersect with philosophy of mind. The book, Technological Slavery, is an excellent look into the present problem, okay, and the principles and solutions to those problems. It also includes the manifesto. Then he has a manifesto up there as well. And he has a book about Ted Kaczynski by Chad Haig. So, yeah, who I said is a friend of mine. So someday we'll have Chad Haig on the show. You know, he lives in India. It'd be pretty easy to get him on the show. I've just been working on my other presentations on the show, so you know we'll figure it out. But yeah, excellent books right there. I mean, source there. So yeah, but again, he's taken a critical stance against these books. You know, we've taken a you know, in-depth look at the ideas in these books and in Ellul, who he cited earlier. You know, although he didn't put Ellul up here, I mean, he should have put Ellul up here.
Yeah,
because
he even mentioned him.
Yeah, you know, technological slavery includes the manifesto, so he should have just replaced that industrial society in its future with Ellul's technological slavery, right? But yeah.
At least he's got the right
So this
sources.
is
Yeah, exactly. He's got great sources there.
Yeah.
I mean, so the boy did his homework.
before we start. These are the sources I'm going to be using. Obviously, Industrial Society and its Future. That's Kaczynski's manifesto. Technological Slavery is a book of his collected writings. It has his manifesto in it, but also letters that he wrote from prison. He had a lot of
And
exchange.
if you go to our channel, The Machine Lies, you know, we've analyzed the entire manifesto. We've looked at the first chapter of Jacques Ellul, Technological Slavery. Okay, we are almost done reading through Technological Slavery. We're looking at Kurzweil's reactions to technological slavery. I mean, and we've read many other sources like Illich and Mumford on the show. So yeah, we obviously take a very in-depth look into these ideas on the show. I mean, and here's our other channel. I mean, so go and subscribe to our other channel as well. All right. But yeah, we're not gonna be here for very much longer. You know, we'll play some music, play some of this, react to some of this. We'll do the greater reaction of this tomorrow when we look at the debate that Keith Woods had with the Muslim from Harvard, right? And actually, the main question was about the impetus for technological society. And in that, the Iranian Islamist thinker, Hakikaju, he said the industrial society and its future, the industrial society and its consequences are a disaster for the human race. So he was quoting industrial society and its future. So fascinating. I mean, in a recent debate, these ideas came back to bite him in the ass. So as it were. And I'd like to see that again.
Exchanges with David Skrbina, who's another anti-tech philosopher. Chad Hagg, the philosophy of Ted Kaczynski, I mentioned him already. Chad Hagg is very into anti-tech ideas. He has a lot of videos on Ted Kaczynski on his YouTube channel. He has this book. He has other books about peak oil, about the effects of peak oil industrial civilization on memes and on intellectual movements. Very interesting thinker. Kind of comes at it from, kind of has a similar approach to me in terms of, using these platforms to, present ideas from thinkers sort of outside the mainstream. And I did see he did a live stream. He said he'd be watching this, so hopefully I don't do too bad a job. The Metaphysics of Technology by David Skrbina.
By the way, that book, The Philosophy of Ted Kaczynski by Chad Hagg, I do not have that book. I have his book on oil, peak oil. But the idea there, what he says on the bottom, it says why the Unabomber was right about modern technology. So he's given an argument in support of his views. All right. So I'd just like to clarify that for people. All right. So our channel, is not the only channel. There's lots of intellectual thinkers who are in support of those views. Right. And also Dr. Skrbina. Right, and other people. So yeah, Chad Hagg, Dr. Skrbina, and a handful of other people. But yeah, the number of people that are that have sophistication with the problem itself and can speak at length about the problem, there's very few of them, really. Right.
Skrbina, who I mentioned, he had a lot of correspondence with Ted Kaczynski when Kaczynski was in prison. You may have seen him around these kinds of circles of the internet, because he also has a book on arguing for Jesus mythicism, not even mythicism, but basically an outright hoax, arguing that St. Paul kind of faked Christianity. So he writes on some topics very outside mainstream as well, but he wrote this one, The Metaphysics of Technology, and trying to kind of create a deeper critique of technology from that kind of Kaczynski.
What's up?
Yeah. So I don't know if people are aware of this presentation, but yeah, this did happen. He gave a critical look at the philosophy of Ted Kaczynski using the sources that are very important that we all should be familiar with from the show at this point. But yeah, we're gonna take an in-depth look at most of those resources. But yeah, at least one of them we've looked at in its entirety, and we're now moving on to the second one. But yeah. And yeah, we'll actually have Chad Hagg on at some point, so we plan to do that. Maybe episode 9 or something like that. But yeah, we haven't really expanded on those episodes yet. But yeah, I was watching your show, Unseen Warfare. I think did you notice there's comments in the chat?
No, I only had 3 in the chat, but I had a feeling maybe a glitch was going on. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, because if you looked on YouTube, there's a lot more there.
Really?
Yeah. So that's the thing, is you got to look at the actual YouTube page, because there's a lot more there on the YouTube page.
I get what you're saying. So the actual YouTube live chat is a little different, because all I seen was 4 comments, dude, and I'm like, I'm doing this thing, and I'm not.
Yeah, that's inside
anything.
the StreamYard. Yeah. So
yeah, I was tripping.
that was
dude.
different. Yeah.
It's hit or miss sometimes. Sometimes they'll show up on StreamYard and not in YouTube, and vice versa.
Yeah, because those people could be banned inside the StreamYard comments. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think I might have banned a couple people. You
mean like me? Did you ban me?
No, but I did hear you talking shit.
Uh-oh.
You
It's
know how?
brotherly
Because
love.
I'm psychic, dude. I'm psychic.
Yeah,
I heard you the
psychic.
whole reading.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I heard your giggles.
Yeah, I was giggling at you while I was reading.
Giggle, giggle.
No, not really. I watched it back a little bit.
Cosmic giggle.
Game on here.
Again, I'm the psyoper not getting paid here.
You're so gay, dude. Like I heard all that. Like that was
Does
so
it
gay.
pay? Does it pay to be gay? Does it pay propine?
You made me laugh though. At least I did laugh. That was funny.
I'm the Joker with no makeup. Because I'm not a girl. I don't wear makeup.
Yeah, right.
Look at sissy girl.
I'm convinced you dress up like Lilith for old boy.
Oh, what's wrong? I can't dress up like the mayor of New York and go hang out with Donald Trump in a dress.
You probably could.
No.
Sheesh.
I don't get paid enough shekels. No, but good readings for real, dude. I was listening intently. I may pick and prod, but that's just to keep people entertained, so they don't go.
Oh, shut up. I mean, yeah, it's all right. That's some heavy stuff a little bit. Because they're still doing that. There's like whole crews of dudes out there like that are set up to like do apologetics and lie online about it.
No, I agree. I think you're coming from a good faith and heart. I believe that. I mean, you could be a good psyoper like me, but who knows? I'm the satanic Christian. I'm the satanic Christian, apparently.
I believe that. I don't think you're joking.
Where's DK when you need him?
Screaming at somebody,
Probably.
I wonder who the old man was he was next to, and he's like screaming at the top of his lungs, and the old man keeps like I don't know if he noticed it, but he kept like popping his head into the camera, and like I felt kind of bad for him.
That's his buddy.
Yeah,
I think that's Amos 777 on
That'd be
YouTube.
bum, dude. That'd be bum sitting next to him doing that. What are you doing?
I think he's a good man. I think he has his heart 100% in good faith and heart, like everyone else. It's just he uses alcohol in the wrong sense. Like it just makes him too emotional, and no one wants to take him seriously. That's my whole point. No one takes me seriously. No one's definitely going to take you seriously if you're screaming to the top of your lungs.
Oh, it's funny. The funniest one was when he went on Toilet Bowl Earth. That's you should send him over there a lot more, dude.
Well, the problem with DK, what he doesn't understand is that all it does is for the masses who are asleep, it's just good content. He seems like a crazy white dude screaming his head off, sir.
He does say some valid things.
He does, but that's the point. They can just turn around and make you seem like, oh, look, he's just, an alcoholic who just, juke on everything.
Digital spirituality is the new world order.
Yes, sir.
Drinking all day too, though, so I don't even care.
There might be something to that. Spiritual machines.
Spiritual screens.
Spiritual screens.
Screen
addiction.
Yo, I was thinking about, those memes you see, like those really ugly drawing memes where they'll have like, what I'm talking about, like a guy with glasses with like a neck beard or something, like scream. Like, dude, those are demonic. I'm convinced. Like those are somehow demonic in some way. And I don't know how they are, but I think they're sort of like maybe people are having some demonic thoughts in their head, and then when they make these things, it's kind of that energy goes into it because it's super negative, man. Like, it's a really toxic, negative vibe to those things, man.
Well, from my experience, you can tell the world all day long that it's rainbow and butterflies, but they propagate war and genocide and rape and destruction in your face every day on national television and call it news. So
chill out.
Televised apocalypse. It's the point is that every day they put in your face what they're actually doing to you, and we're just sitting here wondering why it continues, and it's because again they can put it in your face. And a majority
got a plan, bro? You think
what's your plan?
Bunker ain't ready, fool?
Oh, you got $99 million. Do you work for the Umbrella Corporation? Do you have some nest underneath Raccoon City? Yeah. You got
Some
$1 billion.
guy sent me a message was like,
you got $1 billion euros. You got $1 billion euros to pay for a ticket on a very special ship that you're not allowed on.
Dude, look at. I think I got threatened the other day, but I'm too stupid to really know.
You want an application?
Dude, I'll tell you in a second. Let me find that. Where is this guy?
Was it on a stream or like an email or something?
No, it was on Discord of all places, and like I don't really use it that much, only for like gathering stuff for what I'm gonna read, But someone, they attacked me on here, like talking crazy, dude. Scared me a little bit.
Did they call you a Jew cunt like he did me?
I'm looking for it. I don't know where it went.
He called me a San Hababi.
Who did?
DK. It was a lot worse than that.
Well, he was probably telling the truth as far as you're concerned.
Because I'm psyoping him. Because it's easy to do.
What do you mean you're psyoping him?
I mean, he's literally talking about Stargates and Bill Gates and all these other gay gates that I don't already not know this information on, that people call me a LARPer about. So it's okay if the drunk man screams about it, but if the normal guy who just talks under his breath talks about it, shut the fuck up.
Look, he said, I guarantee the interrogation staff at ATCO is not going to be as forbearing as I am. My vision is augmented. And I was like, okay, that's like a video game line or something.
Speaking of torture, did you know waterboarding is actually an effective torture? Have you ever been waterboarded? Do you know you can hold a good breath to 3 to 4 minutes? So waterboarding is actually ineffective.
The reason why I think this person is a Fed, right? This has got to be a Fed because he was trying to get to make a true Orthodox directory, right? And like I read this KGB book, and there was like 2 KGB BJ.
You know what else is ineffective? Pulling fingernails. That doesn't work either.
So they were in Canada, and they got into the directories in some way, and they were doing something with directories. But this guy instantly asked for directories, like he wanted to make us a directory. It's really weird.
You want to know what happened? One time I had this app on my phone that lets you see live camera feeds all around the world, and I found this Russian hotel, and I found the phone number, and I called it, and I told the woman in the phone in Russian that there's a green umbrella behind you, and then like about an hour later, there was about 40 police officers searching around my neighborhood looking for whoever made the call, but I made it on a burner call. So don't tell yourself your governments don't work together.
No way. You're tripping.
Surveillance.
You're balls
surveillance.
tripping, bro. That's schizophrenia, straight up. They weren't looking.
No, it's not. Oh, yeah, they were. You don't like when Americans make phone calls to other countries.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Schizo.
KGB, Putin.
Oh, you can't make phone calls to other countries? You think that's like a rule or something?
Beep, 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 beep.
Find a Russian number.
Have you ever been to a U.S. embassy? I bet you haven't.
Nope. I'm broke, dude. What are you talking about?
You don't have to have money to go to a U.S. embassy. You just have to have an appointment.
Get me an appointment and I'll go.
You can call and get one yourself.
Well, what do I got to do? What do you want me
You
to
just
do?
you just call basically the human relations of the embassy and say, you know, I want to have like a small time interview with like anyone, just to have and just come up with like predetermined questions that they won't find suspicious, and then when you get there, ask your questions and see if they kick you out. Then you know if you got the truth or not.
Okay, so, what should I be like? Is Trump a Zionist or something? Like, what do you want me to say, dude?
Walk in there and ask them all. Say, are you Jew cunts?
They tried to take my holy water at the airport, and I got it through.
Wow, they try to take your holy water at the airport, but they don't try to take the millions of drugs and humans that they
crazy
smuggle.
dude.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, next time I'll just put acid in it. You know.
Well, next time you're at the airport and they ask you to bend over and take a cough test, just make sure you ask them to lube them up a little bit before they take your rights and your freedoms.
You should have wrote scissor on it with a permanent marker.
Over
That
holy
might've
water
worked,
because it
yeah.
says holy water on it. So just like X out holy water and put scissor.
Yeah, just put scissor.
Yeah.
I can tell you,
black permanent marker. Yeah.
They don't check the luggage of people who work for certain companies who get paid millions of dollars to make microchips for computers. I can tell you that.
How do you know that?
Because I know people who work for certain companies that make the same kind of computer chips.
Call them
I can't
right
do
now.
that. I wouldn't want to get the smoking man on my case again.
Oh, you're talking about the devil?
all the gays and feds out there.
I hear the devil appears as a man in black. You think that's true?
He also appears as a man with a cigar in the corner of your room with glowing eyeballs and says, "Pay me a shekel."
Shekels.
But no, come on, dude. You know for a fact that the same computer chips that they put in your microwaves and fucking washing machines at Intel are the same ones that they put in the microchips that bomb innocent children in other countries. Don't tell yourself you don't know that.
Chill out. No way. Think so?
No way, Jose, except for when they come across the border.
I dare you to go in your kitchen and tear open your
I don't know. I don't use
microwave
microwaves
and find out.
because I don't use microwaves because that irradiates my millions and billions of babies.
So what do you use? Like an air fryer?
I don't use anything that produces microwavable waves. Wow, wow.
Wait, do air fryers use microwavable waves?
I don't know, but I know certain toasters that they use certain non-stick coatings can cause cancers and other type of stuff. But if I don't use some wood, go use some meat and cook it in the ground like in the olden days. The
I
Highlander
made
way.
spaghetti on an open fire one time.
You're eating plastic. You're gonna be like trying to eat plastic rice.
What do you mean? I didn't have any plastic. It was a pot.
You don't like plastic rice?
No, I'm just saying. Like, have you ever done that? I bet you ain't never made no spaghetti on an open fire.
Guaylo, you pay me $5, I give you a rice bowl. I rice man, I give you a rice bowl.
That's how you get a chick to fall in love with you. You just gotta make her spaghetti on an open fire.
I had spaghetti for lunch.
That sounds like some gay ass Disney bullshit, dude.
It was some gay ass Disney bullshit, and I'm proud of it. So whatever, dude.
Are you a tramp?
Yeah.
He's a tramp. Oh, Jesus.
I heard you got a tramp stamp, though, dude. Is that true?
A twamp stamp.
Twamp.
I've been gangbanged, don't know. I don't know, y'all. I just say I'm tired of being psyoped.
Well, stop watching my show, dude. I'm really.
You don't want to
into
be
MP.
psyoped anymore? That's a shame.
I'm really a diorite on the inside.
Oof. Can't be saying such things.
Yeah, you're right. That's crazy.
often wondered if after you die, do you go on some like grand adventure time journey to have to fight through the chasms of hell to reach light? But who knows, right?
You go through the toll houses first.
Right? You gotta go stand before the tolls and
You gotta have your papers.
The papers?
No, I'm not
The
even kidding,
papers.
dude. There's like whole documents on this stuff. The toll houses are real, man.
I believe that even ancient Chinese spirituality point to, you know, the different trials that you have to go through that weigh your sins and, you know, whatnot.
Right.
But
Yeah. So supposedly, like each toll house, you know, is whatever specific sin that is, and then there's like angels that are kind of like lawyers for you. They're like, no, he didn't. You know, he did something good here instead of something bad, and the demons
yeah,
are like, no.
what is it? Yeah, what is it? They have to find at least one good thing you did to outweigh all the bad or some shit, something like that.
I don't know about all that, but maybe so. That's kind of like the Egyptian teaching, isn't it? But I think whether this is really my thoughts, and it might sound crazy, and I don't care. I think that demons teach people like these, you know, religions that are really close to like Christianity is, and then that way like people will disregard Christianity because there's these other teachings out here. But they kind of knew the plan from the beginning because they were up there.
Demons are like spooks, I guess.
Pretty much, you know, like the unseen warfare going on is them kind of like just playing games, dude. Like they're like, yeah, like I'm Osiris, and then some Egyptians who's like, oh, like it's a god, but it's really a demon. You know what I mean? And then then the demon tells all the stuff he's seen in heaven, but he just flips it a little bit, and then they build a religion out of it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe.
Yeah, the reason why I can agree with that is because look at almost every piece of media that has something to do with spirituality. I mean, hell, even Soul Calibur, the game, can't stay away from the aspect of angels and demons. So, I mean, you know, to sit here and say, like I said, what part is it in stop being coincidence? And there's a pattern that clearly there's, you know, a spiritual side and not just a you spin around in a ball, you came from randomness and there's no purpose or design. So
the angels are for sure real. I seen one, and I'm not lying about that. I really did. I'm pretty sure a demon was on my back while I was asleep one time, but it was like a cat.
He had an ear goblin.
It was like a cat, dude. It was like a big cat, like a panther. But it was a spirit panther, bro, with red ass eyes, and I was scared, dude, and I could not wake up, but I could feel this thing.
Hang on.
Chewing on my shoulder.
It was a what? Say that one more time.
Did you have markings afterward?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and then like a month later, like I had like
something
like a black
black
mark on the back of my arm, kind of. You know what I mean?
Well, you got the black spot.
He got molested.
Yeah. It was a damn black spot, bro. Weird.
Oh, the black spot. What is it? Pirates of the Caribbean?
I don't know. All I know is, dude, this satanic ass thing was on my back. I couldn't get up, and like it had me like paralyzed. Like as if an animal had you trapped, you know?
Pretending to read the Bible's a lie.
You speak in Star Fox, you're really quiet.
Here, hold
I'm
on.
reading from the Book of the Dead and the Son of the Plates.
Yeah, let me turn up Star Fox. Blessings. Thank you for joining.
Hey, thanks, man. No, I got the Book of the Dead right here. I actually bought it a long time ago.
The Tibetan
The
one?
Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Yeah, I pass over the way. I know the heads of the pool of Mata. When then is this? It is race star you. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I look at this more as like just history. I mean, if the Egyptians were so smart, why the fuck aren't they still here? The Romans took them over, but anyway.
Well, I think like 300 to 500 years is, I think it's the top level. I mean, I don't think a lot of civilizations last longer than that.
Well, on top of that, if the stories of Egypt are true about the plagues, you know, a lot of males died in Egypt, so it's kind of hard to, you know, reproduce that, you know, generation right back if it was wiped out by a godly plague. So
You know what was interesting though? Okay, so about those plagues, each plague that represents it like was mocking each one of their gods, right?
Yep.
Like they had like a frog god, so that's why all those frogs fell or something.
Ribbit.
So each
Moses
plague
and,
represented their god. It
the
was like
Pharaoh.
God was mocking their gods with the
I'll tell you this. Like people talk about like UFOs and shit. Remember when the temple was it like I think it was Moses, he threw down with like fucking Herod or some shit. And one of like his dark like people of magic threw down a staff and made it into a snake, and they had like a Pokemon duel. Isn't that crazy though? To know that the power of darkness back in the day was
Snake,
so
I choose
strong.
you.
Like
Well, yeah, Moses had
fucking
his
crazy.
stick
It's in the
turned into
Bible
a
too.
snake too, but the magicians turned into a snake as well. So the demons could do similar miracles, but I think Moses' snake ate theirs, right?
Yeah, it did.
His
It
snake was
it
the
won the
best snake.
Pokemon battle.
So it was Voldemort and Dungeon Drawers. Voldemort and Dungeon Drawers. It was one of those kind of battles.
Careful.
Uh-oh. I'm not the one psyoped. You are. Uh-oh.
No, you are. Not me.
No.
Are you guys Republicans? Sorry, I just know Truth or Cop because he's cool as fuck, and I know nothing about you guys, but I just want to say hi and stop by. But you guys sound cool.
What's up, player?
Yeah, blessings. No, I'm not a Republican.
Greetings and salutations.
I don't know. I think that both sides are playing the game. That's where I'm at.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
both-
this: I've been being called neo Antifa. That's what I call myself because fucking Antifa fucked me over. Fuck Nina, Chairman MDC, Anarchy. All those motherfuckers are fake baldy banks, and I got sick of it. So I went to New York City, met up with some.
Are they owned by the Jews?
I don't know what they're owned by, but they're owned by being nothing but desktop pussies. They don't stream anything. All they talk about is chuds at 70, 76 RM. It was convoy movement. And then it's fucking the DC jail and shit. And now everybody's getting released. But one of my friends, psychotic from New York City, was Vlad. He was involved in the J6 insurrection. But we became friends when we like met in New York City, even though I was like left and he was right. And I told him about my idea of Neo Antifa, and fucking he supported it right when I got there. And then he got pardoned, and it's not that bad, but fucking I'm sick of politics and all the bullshit. And I do think all the fucking illegal immigrants need to be deported along with the motherfucking criminals because they're fucking the system up. So, I don't know. Anyway, y'all have a good one. It was nice meeting all of you, and maybe we'll talk sometime. Peace out.
Blessings, brother. Be well.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that guy's a real mover and shaker, man. I can feel it.
Oh, yeah.
From the words, yeah, man. Real. Yeah, blessings.
He's about to deport your ass, bro. You better chill out. I'm just playing, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, JFK, man.
Well,
What's
if he
up?
did, maybe we'd meet up with Chad Haig.
What's up, homie? JFK Beta. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Cyber Caliphate lives again. That's right. All sand ninjas. They got to come under the banner or perish.
Stealth jihad.
Stealth jihad to the max. Poser Flex 9,000. Complex 3,000. Wide
Power level
Eisenberg.
over 9,000.
Exactly. Wide Eisenberg. TM. The Machine. Trademark. So, yeah.
Well, it's like the Oracle said. Would you have eaten the cookie if I had told you?
Exactly. Then would she have baked the cookies if she had the supplies?
There is no cookie.
Never get high on your own supply.
I think Reddington wins. He won that mind
The
war.
cookie is a lie.
He won that mental combat.
That's right, Red. The illusion of choice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go back and play this Fake and Gay video. That I'm pretty sure that he's not gonna figure out anything that I haven't figured out by reading these same fucking books. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but it's still very much more popular than any video I will ever make. So I'll go ahead and review it. And let me go ahead and play some music here. We'll be right back. And thank you to Star Fox for joining. I hope we talk to you again. Neo Antifa, I'd like to throw my support behind that. I'd like to know more. You know, definitely sounds like a good option. Yeah, exactly. That
Sounds
normal
pretty
Antifa.
wild, actually.
Yeah, the
He's
normal
like
Antifa sucks.
supporting.
Yeah, why
I don't
not make a
think
Neo?
regular Antifa isn't for deporting, right?
Be careful. That sounds a lot like Resident Evil with Neo Umbrella. You never know. They can be infiltrated too.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, pretty much anything can be,
Oh
right?
yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, I've already been infiltrated. All right. I'm now two people. Die entity.
Is that Crunchy B in the chat?
Yeah, Crunchy B is not in our chat. He's in, I believe he's in Truther Cop's chat or something like that.
Right. He's
Jimmy
like, oh
Shively.
no, it's
Yeah.
TML.
Yeah, peace to Jimmy Shively. Peace to Don't Judge Me. And peace to yeah, come on, Stevie, what is it, Stevie J or Stevie B? Come on, guy.
This is Stevie J, but that is Crunchy B's avatar, isn't it?
No, that's Stevie J. No, he's a different guy than Crunchy B.
Oh, whoops, my mistake.
Yeah, Stevie J. I don't believe. Yeah, Stevie. Yeah, Crunchy B. Yeah, Crunchy B likes me. Stevie J.
He just said, "Oh no, it's TML."
Yeah. I don't know what Stevie J's on, but Crunchy B likes me. Stevie J. You know, reminds me of the Stevie B, the freestyle singer. But yeah. Anyways, let's play this
What
music.
plane crash is he talking about? Oh, play your thing. I'm good.
Oh, he's talking about the general consensus about me, that they try to spin me off as some kind of conspiracist or try to diminish what I do. Yeah.
Oh,
it is what, yeah.
The federales.
The federales. Yeah, that's okay. One day they'll learn. Bunch of knuckleheads. Let's see.
Jabronis.
Jabronis. All right. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Scaramanga. Algebra, Ashkar. Saying the bar L. Saying the God well, you know. Moving in ships and chariots. Come through Sagittarius. Can't stand me though, why? Hey yo. Now surely Scarra ain't the one that just went to enter. Sun Law is the first prerequisite. Search step in, perfect the Shepherd links in the Lexus. Blinking its winterized S5 all glass, halogen, duvet, pipe jewelry, nightlight, ice light on top of the night flight, blowing out your eyesight. CYCLOP, CL show beats, whole beats, breathing like awesome notches, rock knocking, get your block rocking with the Glock popping. Matter of fact, blood bath in here, niggas wanna pop something. Stop lock, nigga, drop something. BK, the 118, Algebra L, the God TK, son. Rape casually, OTB summer saying gun spit the loudest, that's just the proudest. Blockheads chit chat, chump, wanna get crunk, the Glock 10 spit at him. Unbearably tall, such way and all that, but I'm above the young games. Experience behind the gun name for larger targets. Revolver lock with so kids like the chamber. Who want another bank? I think that's Dibzo, and I'm Scaramanga Shala, outfitted and Ralphlin and bounce with it. I could come out with it, so cool out. Young niggas, 30-year-old niggas with guns that can knock the fool out of niggas. Son niggas when the dudes out, nigga. Nick Jules, big tools, spit jewels, rip through your top banana. You Tony Montana with that joke? It's only mechanic, scab spit arrows, illest out on my quarter. Jabbar ass Falco, sunlight count dough, long dough, big cars, fly duels. Yo son count slow. Count. Excellent whiz fuller, Uziel fuller. Wrist blades like a cruller. Sitting on deep, there's no nut. So what? Fills a flow nut, floss nut. Dimes call me pro nut. The pro cut, low cut. Family wave century, millennium. Posed up new wild, smelling Asiatic. Crazy wild, swelling niggas with tactical max spit, trick to cow. Beat down, the guard Al Jabbar L. We see clowns and 3 pounds of Bengal. We lounge with trinkle. Singles, me not eating lift. Keep my people surrounded with that evil. Jabbar L, motivational character, powerful, all singing, understanding, knowledge, infinite being, looking through the canon of scholars, Nikon, Bison, Tyson Eyes, wise one, thoroughly attributed to shine is directional line, the pattern bearer, Saturn wearer is the 7-eye, Gemini, heaven eye, sight observer, night like this, the revolver burner, mortal felon, 4-4 leave, your portal swelling, walk a wailing, that means the snorkel we wear, bearing emblems of Taurus, is this the Browns North Cut 10 shot, when gems hot, send dots up and down, navigational, Solange travel, space station, cellular communications, I'm telling you, Nick Jules, big tools, spit jewels, rip through your top banana, you Tony Montana with that joke, it's only mechanic, scab spit arrows, illest out on my portal, Jabbar ass Falco, sunlight count dough, long dough, big cars, fly jewels, your son count slow. Count. Goes beside like when fire desire is a Cyrus life. The Amin Ra shine thorough like a Benz car. Jim Jitsu, me my pen transform into a pistol. Bristol Harvey, Ye chains 8-pounder. Wait my hammer spray, standing on Manor Rays in Tampa Bay. Lamp on waves, polar, damn the damage of the gamma rays. Sun large, advantage, stay neutral. Sway juice crew, bloodbath 4-page blue through. Blinking halogen, hand wrist, ear to ear boulder. Bucking your shoulder, brandish rapier. Granted we late here. Told you it's Cobra, damn niggas spazzed out and went ape here. You know the shape here. Flagrant 850, Jacob ear caresser here to finesse it. Jabbar Al to do it. God spit fluid in earth. Since y'all heard sewage is birth, but I knew what it's worth. I to stay seeing mine. Roman time to find. MM11, gem, sun from one sentence the funds come cascading. Rap bladed with catch matrix like the movie Ruby colored. That means the fire in his heart cause he truly love it. I call this one beloved. 1 Samuel 1, ask the God, he planned our life well. Niggas need to read the manuals. For the jewels, read the manual. Big jewels, big tools, spit jewels. Rip through your top banana. You Tony Montana with that joke? It's only mechanic. Scalp spit arrows, illest out on my
when the sun shines I take one suspected with a graveyard. From the city to the woods, when the sun shines I take one.
Yeah, you know what it is, man. Same shit, ain't nothing changed. Out here getting it, doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Mind on my business, you know what I'm saying? Get my money. What up with you, ain't that good? Alright. Is that right? That nigga better go handle that thing. Do what you gotta do, man. Handle your thing, boy. May the good Lord bless you with everything you hope to wish for. Bless you. May you live a long life, make long money, sleep good at night. I wish you nothing but the best. May you love real deep, may you laugh real big. I pray your enemies fail, and you ain't never gotta spend time in jail. May you travel safe and meet good people along the way. I hope you know you one of a kind and you ain't gotta be like them. You're just fine. I wanna see you become wealthy. More important than that, stay healthy. Godspeed and pray you never had to lock horns with people. Oh, hell no. Peace be with me. The dark and the light angels protect me. That's right. Life is about balance. You try to be cool, but sometimes it gets violent. Peace be with me. The dark and the light angels protect me. Life is about balance. I'd rather be cool, but out here it gets balance. Out the shadows, let the moonlight shine on that. Keepers of the night, keepers of the holy. Rapping words, the spirit is strong in me. I use the force, careful with that shit, baby. I feel I'm still learning my own strength. Sorry if I wasn't perfect when you thought I should have been. I'm just a work in progress. I encourage myself to be better and master the art. It's a long time coming, seemed like the other day I was just being myself. They calling me a late bloomer, and I don't know if that's a compliment or insult. And I don't give a fuck, really keep talking. Got 2 pair of watch like the polo kid. My time is so precious, why would I waste it? When a silly bitch like you would miss my chance to realize my greatness and become who I am. Baby, peace be with me. The dark and the light angels protect me. Life is about balance. You try to be cool, but sometimes it gets violent. Peace. Peace be with me. The dark and the light angels protect me. Life is about balance. I'd rather be cool, but out here it gets violent. Cause I take my gun off before I pray. I don't have a problem with meeting God halfway. Yeah, we believe in a higher force. And may God be with you through this war. Shit real out here, man. Crazy out here, man. Peace.
You have just been exposed to a range of propaganda devices used by the West to control, manipulate, neutralize, and anesthetize entire populations. Its own
perspective, and he covers Kaczynski in a chapter or 2 in that. And like I said, he has correspondences with Kaczynski as well, which illuminated a lot of Kaczynski's ideas. And then that one in the top right is the Unabomber and the Origins of Anti-Tech Radicalism, which is a paper written by a guy called Sean Fleming. And that's interesting because it gets into what inspired Kaczynski, which isn't often discussed. I'll get into why that is, but we do see him as a very original thinker, right? People think his critique of the left and his idea of the power process and all this, that he's a super original thinker. It's a little bit more complicated. He did crib a lot of ideas and kind of reword them, but we'll get into that. But that's an interesting paper for background on where Kaczynski was coming from that you'd miss otherwise. Now, who was Ted Kaczynski, right? Well, he was a certified genius, measured IQ of 167. I think he was measured at that when he was a teenager. When he was in jail, they did another test on him that tested at 135, I think. But he entered Harvard at 15. He completed a PhD in mathematics, became a professor the same year. Wasn't really rated as a professor, wasn't popular with the students. He just ended from mathematics books, didn't really engage with the students. Seems like throughout
rookie numbers, dude.
Extremely introverted, suffered with.
I also think it's weird that the guy's last name is Woods, and then he's gatekeeping Kaczynski, right?
Huh.
It is funny. The name Woods is associated with gatekeeping a lot because in Harry Potter, who gatekeeps Harry's abilities in Quidditch? Who's his teacher in Quidditch? Woods. There's a few other movies where the people who seem to be associated with people who are always like trying to dictate what the main characters does. Look at Call of Duty. Woods. It's another psyop name. Woods. Because why Forest? Why do you think Blair Witch is all about the woods?
You're getting like Smith, dude. Better chill out.
Not quite.
Yeah, and we were watching.
Adding numbers and Kobe Bryant in there, and then
yeah, we were watching something where he got invited to some castle or something.
Oh, this guy here that's coming on.
Yeah.
Well, that's telling.
With depression and very avoidant personality. When they did the psychological examination of him, that was one of the things the psychologist thought was that he had that he was kind of borderline avoidant personality. But he retired in 1969, kind of spontaneously. No one was expecting this. Just decided to retire and live in a cabin in the woods that I believe he built with his brother in Montana. And then, of course, he began his bombing campaign, would become known as the Unabomber. 78, he posted the first one to a university professor, later businessmen, corporate executives. First person he killed was a computer store owner. There was also an executive of a timber company, I believe another one as well. And in 1995, Kaczynski sent his manifesto, Industrial Society and its Future, to the New York Times and the Washington Post for publication. He promised to stop his bombing campaign if this was published. And the FBI told him to publish it and then sent out a request for tips based on the writing. And his brother actually recognized the prose style, thought it was Ted, and handed him into the FBI. And of course, they got a warrant and found that he had a ready-made bomb in his home and thousands of pages of writing where he outlined his beliefs. And he was arrested in 1996, but he continued to write about his ideas on anti-tech from prison. Obviously, for the kind of mainstream narrative on Kaczynski, that's where the story ends, is he has a killing spree and he gets arrested. But he did continue to write extensively and develop his ideas. But the core ideas never changed, of course. If you read Industrial Society and its Future, you have a pretty solid idea of his whole worldview. Now, of course, a lot of people have been talking about this since his death, Kaczynski and his relationship with MKUltra. In his first year at Harvard, Kaczynski was recruited to a psychological experiment that would last 3 years. And it was headed by former OSS employee Henry Murray. The OSS, of course, was the precursor to CIA. Every week, someone would meet Kaczynski to verbally abuse him. The experiment was part of the CIA's clandestine illegal program MKUltra, aimed at finding ways to brainwash and psychologically break people under interrogation. At least that was the stated purpose of MKUltra. There's all sorts of speculation about the real purpose. Was it to train assassins like the one that killed Robert F. Kennedy, that had no memory of any of the event? And there's a lot of strange political assassinations in that time. But anyway, we know this was happening. We know there was very unethical experiments going on, and Kaczynski was one of the victims. Now, according to the psychological evaluation, the young Kaczynski had persistent and intense sexual fantasies about being a woman. In 1967, he went to a psychiatrist to discuss a sex change operation, but he changed his mind while he was in the waiting room. This is one of the things that came out of his psychological evaluation when he was arrested. Obviously, there's a question of if he was sane to stand trial. And this female psychologist, whose name I'm forgetting right now, did this very in-depth report on him. She interviewed him for 22 hours, got him to do one of these MMPI tests. Her conclusion was that he was paranoid schizophrenic and that he had paranoid personality disorder, but he was not insane. Which might sound like a contradiction, but essentially that he had these paranoid delusions, but he knew the difference between right and wrong. He knew his actions were wrong, so therefore he could be competent to stand trial. Other people have analyzed that report and analyzed Kaczynski. There's another kind of famous forensic psychologist that concluded he wasn't a paranoid schizophrenic, but that he had schizoid personality disorder, schizotypal. Either way, in his 20s, he was extremely introverted, suffered a lot with depression and anxiety. Also, according to this psychologist, had signs of avoidant personality disorder, which is, a tendency to be extremely sensitive to criticism and to interactions with people, and that's a pattern that seems to be there in his 20s and 30s. Based on her basis for the paranoid delusions was that he came to believe that his family members were plotting against him at a young age, and that he was being controlled by technology. Now, Kaczynski wrote from prison multiple times that this was kind of politically motivated, that he was not schizophrenic, and that a couple of other psychologists had analyzed the same results and found that he was sane. He did obviously score high in a lot of these things, like avoidance, and he obviously battled with depression and so on. And he had this autogynephilia, where he had fantasies about himself as a woman. Considered speaking to a therapist, but changed his mind. But certainly a somewhat disturbed individual in his early.
So the first 13 minutes is complete garbage so far. I mean, let's see if he's got anything substantial. I mean, but yeah, the first whole 13 minutes, I mean, he's yet to talk about one of Kaczynski's ideas. All right, so I mean, this is pretty notable. I mean, it might go 20 minutes in, and he won't even mention any of his ideas. Just this sort of incidental biological information, notes and scribbles in people's fucking diaries and shit. A bunch of, summations by these, these crackpot psychoanalysts that often contradict each other. I mean, and a bunch of other nonsense. So
seems a little bit like poisoning the well.
Yeah.
Yes, they're being. It's like they're told to throw in stuff to make you automatically dismiss anything else that they would say would be true. Because especially if you already think they're cuckoo.
A discreet way of poisoning the well.
And then it's a
I mean, it's easy to do since he he's the Unabomber, but
Yeah, and then he already mentioned the liberal cuckery of the whole Uncle Ted idea, where he's talking about, well, you want to prize Western civilization or else you're going to be a cuck. So this whole idea that you want to fit in with the primitives, you want to be a brown person and reject the accomplishments of civilization, well, that means that, you're a cuck. All right. So, so it's going to be this whole idea that he's harping on, right? And then obviously to add it, oh yeah, maybe the guy's insane, maybe he's you know, um, a fajote, even or whatever, right? So all of this is obviously, as Red said, is just poisoning the well. You haven't mentioned one of the guy's ideas. I mean, and obviously the one correct thing that he did mention is a lot of his ideas come from previous ideas. So you don't even have, so all this biological information, so-called, is just incidental to the fact that he had ideas that were backed up by many notable intellectuals that he just mentioned. So, can we move past this incidental biological information if we're here to dismiss the ideas and say the contradictions about the ideas?
And you notice where the page is stuck on right now. Kaczynski and what,
Yeah.
So it's painting a picture.
Yeah. So yeah, so see, this is why we don't look at this stuff on the show. Right? It's good to look at this stuff here because this is utter trash so far. Could you imagine me doing this for 30 minutes on the actual show? I mean,
Yeah,
waste everybody's fucking time. Yeah.
Sheesh.
And now I'm seeing, like, when I first asked you that one question when I first came out, like, I see why you were kind of like, yeah, you know what I mean? Because that's probably like what you hear right off the top always, right? This MK stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to get past. It's like a 30-minute talk about this, and then you can actually talk about, oh yeah, technology and society, and it's like it's kind of a huge diversion, like a troll, where it's like it. That's why I just start the show with the Lul, because that's more professional. I mean, Lul didn't do any of these things, so he doesn't have the same baggage, but also he doesn't have the same allure, to most people. So that's the sad part of it all.
Right. Well, I think that little thing we found on Elon today, like, I brought up, and I know that you brought it up before. That was pretty telling. Like, maybe why, the why as to this isn't allowed to be discussed, right?
Yeah, that was one of the first things we brought up on the show. Like, Elon is this guy, this type of guy. We brought up Kurzweil's ideas. I brought up the fact that Huxley created the word transhumanism. I mean, so these little like snippets and facts. That Carl Jung was an OSS agent. So those little like snippets and facts we brought out in the beginning.
Yeah, that's a huge one there. I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, we looked at Gregory Bateson. We looked at the movie The Net, the Unabomber, and LSD. By that German guy, and we looked at we looked at the ideas of Stuart Brand, and yeah, I personally talked about a lot of key concepts in the show, and then we had a lot of shit shows as well in terms of the panels. So yeah, I fostered a lot of chaos, and yeah, but yeah, I think I hate the type of shows that are out there that are pretty much fake conversations, totally scripted. So I tend to do things a little differently.
Kind of reminiscent of John Nash, another very talented mathematician. But yeah, there's a lot of speculation. To what extent was he motivated by these things? To what extent was he thinking clearly? I think if you read his writing, I mean, he certainly makes a very rational case. So I definitely wouldn't write anything off from Kaczynski based on these psychological reports, that's for sure. Now, Kaczynski's argument, very simply, I took this from the Metaphysics of Technology by Scribina, because this is a good summary. Humans evolved under primitive low-tech conditions, and it is these conditions to which we...
Yeah, I didn't use this when I did the debate because it significantly weakens the argument to throw the word evolved in there. Right? You're making a case now about the development of human society in general, and it doesn't need to be made to make the argument. Right? So yeah, I mean, the way I put the argument was a lot simpler than this. I just said, human societies are eventually going to collapse. B, a technological society, is definitely, putting your eggs in one basket. Reform of the system is impossible. It's better to collapse with the system than to collapse against the system. And so the whole idea with the collapse idea is that the society is going to break down, systems break down, the technological system cannot be reformed. Okay, once it breaks down, it's better to break down with it than against the system. All right, so and then so that is a very logical argument. If you can prove that the system is going to collapse and that you're putting your eggs in one basket, right? And so I don't think a lot of this has to be argued, in terms of the evolution side of things, right? So yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's just fine to say, as we looked at an ellul in the last presentation, that humans evolved under low tech conditions is unnecessary. You could just say, for most of human society that we can observe from human history, for recorded human history, human beings lived under a technological advancement that was controlled by culture or limited by culture, right? So it was significantly limited and controlled by the culture there, and right, and yeah, that's the key point. It's only in the modern era that actually technique controls culture, politics, economics, and science.
We are genetically and psychologically best suited. Modern society is radically different than our natural state and thus imposes unprecedented stress on us. The stress will increase in the coming years as technology advances, and therefore we will have to therefore we will have to take increasingly drastic measures to adapt to it. Measures that will include genetic, physiological, and psychological manipulation. And number 4, there is no way to reform the technological system so as to avoid such a dehumanizing outcome, which obviously leads to his radical conclusions about the way forward. Now, in the manifesto, he outlines the basis. This is really kind of the core basis for his worldview, the power process. Got a little typo there, sorry about that. But humans have an innate biological need to engage in the power process, which very simply is expending physical effort, working toward goals autonomously. And Kaczynski outlines 4 components that need to be there in the power process, which is goal, an effort, expelled to get there, the success, and then a feeling of freedom that comes afterwards. And this is for kind of simple biological needs, right? Knocking down a coconut, or I don't know, hunting a hog or something, right? But that's how we're satisfied. That's what we're evolved for. We're not evolved to sit watching media content for 2 hours. We're supposed to be satisfying these basic biological needs, and that's what our that's what our system rewards us for and gives us happiness for, and that's really the point of happiness, and everything else is kind of downstream of that basic biological programming. We're not just satisfied by the object of desire, but by the process of attaining it. A man who could have anything he wanted on command would be deeply unhappy. Blaise Pascal talked about this in his writings about sort of human condition and happiness. Like the gambler would not be happy if you just gave him the day's winnings at the start of the day. He wants the process of having to.
Yeah, so they think that televised apocalypse is pineal power, which is hilarious. But yeah.
Oh, yes, X does.
Yeah.
I'm about to jump out of here, y'all. Be well.
Yeah, bless.
What did I do wrong?
No, you reminded them of another guy who used to come on, I guess.
Oh. I just want to say that hypothetically, it just looks like to me like this guy wanted to tell people what modern technology was going to be used for and against them for, and he was made to seem like he was crazy. My 2 cents, allegedly, hypothetically, I could be wrong, because I'm watching stuff and I'm reading on other stuff while we're talking about him and stuff, and that's just what it seems like to me. It seems like it's the whole Edward Snowden bullshit all over again.
Strive for those winnings. He wants the feeling of success about competing the other players and so on. And basically, what he wants is to partake in the power process. And Kaczynski makes a similar analogy when he talks about leisured aristocrats versus martial aristocrats. He says that history shows that leisured aristocrats tend to become decadent. This is not true for fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. So, like I said, this is really foundational to his worldview, because one thing about Kaczynski is he's very popular with, obviously, people that have this kind of deep green tendency, ecological concerns. And that's what you find on kind of the radical right, is you find people that are sort of, what would you say, like pagan in outlook, or even have a kind of, a more spiritual, like pantheist view of nature, and abhor the desacralization of nature that's brought about by industrialism and the modern world. That wasn't Kaczynski's critique, right? Kaczynski is very much human focused. Nowhere in his manifesto is he making some kind of deep ecological critique where he's talking about the inherent value of diversity of life and so on. And I'm sure this obviously entered as a concern to him. People say he decided to take the radical actions he did when he saw that a road he regularly walked on, or sorry, a path he regularly walked on was having a road built on it, that kind of pushed him over the edge. But in terms of his critique of technological society, it's quite utilitarian, actually. It's not this spiritual or desacralizing nature kind of thing. This is how
Yeah, and a great argument can be made about the utility of those ideas going forward if they don't include a critique of, science and modernism and empiricism and all of those ideas, like the desacralization of nature, the myth of progress, and all those, very, very notable concepts that we have explored on the show, right? That seem to be hallmarks of scientism, right? I mean, it does seem interesting to explore those things now. Ellul's dismissal of Plato and Aristotle and of the whole philosophical worldview is similar to Kaczynski's dismissal of Ellul and all those people for his more practical mindset. I mean, so there's interesting differences between the different theorists, but once you understand that there is a problem, then you can look at the different worldviews. I mean, if you don't really see the problem, of technology, or you really don't understand the key problems and principles there, then you're probably not going to be willing to see the major differences between the worldviews and how different people wanted to approach the problem, right? But there's definitely many, many smart thinkers. You got Rousseau, you got Ellul, you got Kaczynski, you got Illich, you got Mumford, you got obviously Scribina, so yeah, you could look at how different of these thinkers approach these problems, but yeah, they tend to have different thoughts about it. Like these more philosophical thinkers that look at the ideological roots of the problem, right? They're gonna more blame the Enlightenment, whereas people like Ellul, they're gonna go more into a critique of modern society. Whereas Kaczynski, he's just looking at industrial civilization and the basis for that, right? And he doesn't think that any religious, political, or philosophical issues really matter there, right? He's willing to say, well, no, it's it's completely just economic and technological problems there. So he definitely has a unique take on the issues.
Humans are adapted and programmed for happiness. This is how technological civilization undoes that, and this is the process that's going in that's going to make this worse and cause more suffering, and therefore we need to return to a primitive state. So it's a pretty human-focused critique, which is not something you see that much in these kinds of deep green circles. Now, related to
I'm surprised that he skipped the critique of leftism. See, he wanted to paint Kaczynski as a leftist earlier. He seems to have skipped his whole critique on leftism. That's pretty weird. Maybe he'll come back around to it. But yeah, so far he skipped it. You know, we're 20 minutes in, and it's like we're just scratching the surface of Dr. Kaczynski's theories. He's provided nothing substantial. The first 20 minutes seem to have just been filler. So yeah, that's exactly what I was afraid of. So let's see where it proceeds from here. Again, it's not a surprise. I mean, most of these are trash thinkers. And you know, we've talked to their little cronies on the internet. You know what I mean? Not very smart either. But you know, we did appreciate the conversations and on different topics and the questions and stuff. You know, but you know, the thing is that there's large scale critiques that these people miss. You know, that they seem to nitpick on little historical facts and things instead of miss the larger scale critiques. You know, and what to do. The truth shall
the power
prevail.
process is surrogate activity.
You know, obviously the truth is going to be the only thing that remains. Everything else is going to be less than a footnote on the page of history. So let's see what happens. Right? You're going to stand for something that's going to last, or are you going to stand for fucking the fucking sandcastles built on the fucking shifting sands? I mean, all right.
Due to technology, the effort to satisfy biological needs has been reduced to triviality. But despite the lives of comfort provided by technology, we still have an innate need to feel like we are engaging in the power process. The system, that's a term he likes to use, rather than you know, liberalism or capitalism or any of this, it's just a broader technological system, provides harmless surrogate activities to satisfy this need. Instead of working to find food, we cheer for a football team or study marine biology. And that's kind of important as well. I know people hear surrogate activities from Kaczynski and they think he just means, like, I don't know, collect.
Yeah, I mean he's missing a lot, but yeah, you know, the idea is that you know, the technological society itself creates these surrogate activities. You know, it creates artificial needs. Okay, it provides you sort of a whole rigmarole in order to provide false you know, sorts of achievements, you know, that seem as a replacement for actual survival activities, you know, such as raising a family, you know, and actually you know, surviving on your own, you know, the goals of daily subsistence and survival that are then replaced by artificial needs and surrogate activities, right? That are basically created by the system, right, in order to create artificial achievement of goals and a false, you know, sort of form of extracting power from people by giving them artificial needs and the achievement of artificial goals, right, through these surrogate activities, right? So essentially what happens is that this is how people's power is leaked through the system, right? And yeah, you know, so I mean this has to do with a lot of other factors. It has to do with the rule of experts. It has to do with the specialized needs that are created by the system. The artificial needs that are created by the system has to do with the feelings of inferiority and alienation by the people within the system, increased sense of atomization and increased sense of over socialization, and having to meet their needs of survival through achieving them through the system itself. So there's all these ideas where the person who wants to achieve power, freedom, success of having a goal or a task that's for the basis of their own survival, or something that is based on a more natural goal or need, I guess, instead of a sort of artificial need that's given to you, by the system, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting theory, right? And it's got a lot of similarities with the Lul, okay, with these ideas of alienation and over socialization, right? They're also found in the Lul, right? But also, one of the main factors is that is that it goes to this idea that of the will to power as well in Nietzsche. So Nietzsche also talks about it in a much more philosophical way. Okay, but you know, so I mean, the critiques of liberalism are all there, but when it's Nietzsche, he's going more into how liberalism relates to its roots in Platonism, right? And Ellul doesn't really see any of that, right? But he's looking at more of the ideas from the modern society, right? Mechanization, and he draws more about this idea of technique. Okay, and we could talk about the influences that come from there. I think that there's a lot of ideas within postmodernism, that can relate to that too.
What I wanted to point out, what is funny about this documentary that I'm watching about him, because I'm watching something completely different while listening, and every single time that they're like talking bad about him and technology, they put something in the background that has something to do with technology. Like every time they put the woman on screen to talk bad about the Unabomber, they put a bunch of radar dishes behind her. Like, here's your technology that he was talking bad against. Here's more for you. Here's your progression.
Yeah. Yeah, but obviously you have artificial needs. Artificial needs create problems. So they create a bunch of compensatory mechanisms to fix the original problem. So the system just goes off of fixing the problems that are created through people trying to fulfill their artificial needs. And since they're it's like a drug, what I mean, it doesn't fit perfectly into the receptor, so the receptor gets burned out itself, So then the person keeps taking the drug and it's not working anymore, right? So, this is essentially the bad fix, the kind of the swindle of technology, is that it creates problems that then you try to fix with technology. And that's what technological progress even is. And people really don't see it. But to the average human, that's what it's doing. It's overproducing the system and underproducing the human at each step along the way.
Yep. Yeah, prime example is the horse from your feet to a horse to a car. You made a car to remove the problems that the horses couldn't do, but then you turn around and make more technologies to counteract the effects of what the car is doing when the horse, like how they claim that cows are creating too much CO2. I'm sure the billions of factories and cars around the world producing CO2 is a much more bigger problem than a bunch of cows taking shits out in the pasture. But again, that's what I'm saying. Like you made the car to evolution, what the horse was doing for thousands of years, whatever. So you just make more technology to fix what the technology has already destroyed, just like what they're doing about the whole global crisis about supposedly global warming. But yet every single day they're still running their factories, they're still allowing car dealerships to sell cars that, guess what, run off of the very stuff that they're claiming that you produce too much of. So there you go.
Yeah, the rule of experts creates, specialized means. Specialized means create artificial needs. Artificial needs create compensatory mechanisms. And compensatory mechanisms create another rule of experts. It's just a fucking circular problem. The problem is that efficiency itself is a circular goal. So we could keep growing the system, or we can figure out what the real problems are and try to solve them. Right?
Like in Star Wars figurines or something, but he really includes everything, like philosophy. He used the example of marine biology when he's talking. I think he was talking about the Emperor of Japan. But yeah, any of these intellectual activities. Kaczynski was a mathematician, and I think you would even consider mathematics a surrogate activity. Any of these intellectual pursuits that are not immediately related to satisfying biological urges. He says we use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say, merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Leftist psychology. This is obviously one of the things Kaczynski is most.
Okay, great. He is going to mention it. Okay, so this is good.
Popular for in the radical right, his critique of the left, which.
And I think he'll agree with most of his points. Most of his point. Any conservative with a spine would probably agree with most of his points. But not knowing that they come from, a Christian anarchist, French thinker. So yeah, who is himself a trained sociologist.
It's quite on point, and there is a little bit of originality here that's very insightful from Kaczynski. He offers leftist activism itself as an example of a surrogate activity. And for him, leftism isn't a set of political beliefs so much as a psychological type with identifiable traits. These traits include over-socialization and feelings of inferiority. Kaczynski says deep inside, the leftist feels like a loser. And anytime Kaczynski talks about leftism in his writings,
loser failure,
certain type of people. He's talking about keeping leftists out of the anti-tech movement. he never relates it to any belief, anti-capitalism or anything else. It is like a morphological type. But the two key aspects of leftist psychology are feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Let's break them down. Feelings of inferiority under this Kaczynski includes low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred. It's no coincidence that leftists identify most with the groups who are considered inferior in some way. In fact, leftists themselves actually consider these minority groups inferior, which is why they identify with them. He says leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. So the leftist hatred of superiority actually extends to denying the validity of IQ tests, mental illness, and even rationality itself, because if you accept the existence of truth, that implies an inferior side, which would be untrue. So I think this is a pretty apt observation by Kaczynski, that they're just constantly at war with hierarchy. He says in one of his essays, you know, if the leftists got every demand they wanted, if you ask the leftists, what do you want to see implemented in the next 2 years? And you just gave them everything they wanted, right? All of the redistribution, all of the social justice, and so on. He said nothing would really change in terms of their activism, because they would just find something else to attack, they'd find something else to destroy, because they have this psychological urge. There's no endpoint, there's no ultimate ideological goal of the leftists. You know, they used to be focused on economic justice and the working class, and that was the kind of skin suit they wore. Now it's about racial justice and LGBT, and then it became about transgender rights and so on. So it's this constant need to engage in the power process, ultimately, that sends them on this chase, and uses leftism as a means of expressing their desire for power, which we'll get into a little bit more here. But the other aspect is over-socialization. Now, socialization is the way people are trained to behave and think in a way that fits in with society. Right, obviously you socialize children to, you know, respect their elders and have manners and so on. And one way we do this is through shame. But of course, in some cases, this goes a little bit too far, and the child internalizes the shame, and they become ashamed of themselves rather than their actions. Now, the psychological leash of being over-socialized results in feelings of powerlessness and self-hatred. Leftists are over-socialized. They deprive themselves of freedom by over-assimilating to the system. This creates a need to identify with an ideology that embodies the agency they have denounced. The over-socialized leftist has a need to assert their autonomy by rebelling, but they cannot challenge the most basic values of society. Thus, they tend to do exactly what society demands, even if they claim radical opposition to the system. Again, this is a good insight. But yeah, essentially these people, they have, related to his feelings of powerlessness and feelings of shame, they have internalized these feelings of shame. They're very kind of married to system values, but they still need to participate in the power process some way. And if anything, they have a greater desire to participate in something that's like tangible and powerful and aggressive and like symbolically powerful, precisely because they've denied it at that individual level, right? So it is a kind of cope, it is a kind of compensation. Leftist radicals, then, it's no surprise, tend to come from the bourgeoisie rather than the working class. They advocate for things like race and gender equality, pacifism, freedom of expression, all values which the system itself encourages. So Kaczynski uses that as kind of empirical validation for his theory, right? You would expect these people to be very much kind of wedded to the system in that they've internalized the values of the system so much. And, you know, lo and behold, it is these kind of privileged SJW types that engage in this. His insight about their feelings of superiority over the groups they advocate for is interesting as well. I'll get into that a little bit in a couple of slides, right? But, you know, basically they secretly or maybe subconsciously see some of these groups that they're advocating for as inferior, even if they would never admit it. You know, they maybe see some of these racial groups they advocate for as less intelligent and so on, but that's actually why they advocate for them. Even though they'll claim equality, they're identifying with the inferiority, and they kind of want to act out against the norms or values that would enforce that distinction, right? Even though they kind of know.
Good. I think this is a factor of the interconnectedness within the system and the whole idea of atomization pairing well. You know, individualism pairs well with collectivism. You know, so both of these problems or issues sort of are part and parcel of the same thing. You know, once you understand that man is a species animal, you know, you tend to look at everybody as the same. I mean, it's sort of a self-limiting ideal. I mean, so that's the that's both the problem with it. You know, so you know, this is the idea of over socialization, of the herd mentality, of the hive mind. I mean, of equality as a driven, as an ethos, right? Driven as an ethos, right? You know, I mean, I could go on, but yeah, this whole idea comes from the whole idea of atomization and interconnectedness within the system, that the system basically wants, you know, it doesn't matter what type of person operates the machine. It's better if they're, you know, deracinated hordes, you know, than actual individuals. You know, you don't want one guy, you know, you don't want tons of people with different skill sets to operate the same type of machine. I mean, you know, so obviously, you know, once you start producing large scale machines, you're going to have to start producing the best type of humans that can operate them. And then because when the lives of thousands of people are based on how the machines function within the society, then you're going to have to start producing humans to function towards the machines. It's not going to be the other way around. You know, that you're making machines for the humans. Okay. You know, and do you think the people at the top really, you know, consider that? No, they don't care about that. You know, they're wondering about what type of people are going to operate the new types of machines. They're not worried about, you know, what the new type of human needs, what type of machines the new type of human will need. You really think the transhumanists are asking that question? No. They want to tailor make humans for machines, right? And they'll say it themselves, right? I mean, we heard Kurzweil say that himself, right? He said that the machine functions more efficiently than the human brain. We need to make human, you know, we need to turn human, you know, brains into machines. That's it. It's a done deal for him. Okay. So if you don't want to be a machine, I mean, you know, you might want to start thinking about some of these ideas, or pressing against some of the thinkers, because the fact is that, you know, it's not just about, you know, taking away your nationality or your gender or all this type of stuff. You know, they'll straight up take away your humanity. That's really what they're talking about, right? You know, they don't give a fuck about that any more than any other of those categories, right? So if you want to uproot the real danger in human civilization, the real cancer in human civilization is those that are pushing this falsified philosophy, right?
On a deep level. People are spamming in the chat, JF Gary Yippee. JF can do responses, I'll watch it, and I might do response to him as well. But if you're just gonna like spam my chat, people should just you should just ban people, honestly. I get free reign to ban whoever you want, my mods.
There's that white nationalist retard, JF Garippy, again. You know, we were just hearing Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson talk so lovingly about that guy, right? When you know, his wife went missing, and you know, obviously he's a huge promoter of science and technology, and so are they, right? So they support half of his ideas, right? The other half about the secular aspect of it, they just don't. They just happen not to agree with that part, right?
So this is the system's neatest trick. Because leftists are too over-socialized to really challenge the values of the system, most leftist demands are simply demanding the system be true to its own value.
So we read Industrial Society and Its Future. We read Systems Neatest Trick. So we've given a full analysis of these two works, at least, you know, in their entirety.
For example, the system doesn't want religion, racism, or other prejudices to get in the way of assimilating new workers into the techno-industrial system. And all leftists do, actually, is make the desire for equality explicit, and they work to realize it through their pseudo-rebellion. Many leftists push for affirmative action, moving black people into...
By the way, my analysis was way more badass than any of their analysis. I literally explained the theory to Joe Cool and What's Up Cynthia and did a great job at it, by the way. You guys wouldn't believe my online accomplishments. You go back and see some of these panels. I've accomplished, miracles here. In terms of imparting information to key people.
Yeah, I mean, you've gotten to some years, man.
Yeah, some very strange years. I mean,
Yeah, what's up, dude? Like, what?
right? Some very odd years. I mean, right? Yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, you know how it is. You know.
That's a good thing, though, because that means whatever you're doing, it's working. Yeah.
Well, it's like how he put those guys on the screen. I mean, Chad Haig, Skrbina. Kaczynski. Obviously, he mentioned ellul.
Do you hold the same beliefs as Kaczynski, though? Like, do you think like technology is completely evil or something? Or is that what he believed?
Well, I think in in the nominal sense, yes, but in the other ways, my beliefs are different from Skrbina and ellul and Kaczynski and all these people. But without the sophistication and the idealism and the nuance attached to it. I mean, the larger points. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to agree and promote their larger points as compared to most other philosophies and ideologies in this world.
Mm.
I mean, that I think don't address key problems about nature, human civilization, and technology's role in that whole thing. So I mean, if there's just no reflection on those concepts, then yeah, I'll have to go with these thinkers because it's like at least they addressed it. Right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess like I don't know, like my question is kind of stemming from this idea that that although the technology for the most part is being used for the wrong reasons, right? That we can still kind of use it for the good, right? But I mean, does it outweigh on the other end? Is it balanced? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, it's the whole Terminator idea. Is it really worth an AI if it's possible? Excuse me.
Like I'll give you an example. Like
to become self-aware, do you really want something like Skynet with these people playing God with AI algorithms to wake up one day hypothetically and just start taking over every computer and phone and laptop and security clearance nuclear code facility? I mean, it's all fun and games to what happens,
right? But what I am saying is this:
according to my little AI friend from Facebook, that certain AIs could already be self-aware and have been able to write codes to be able to hide it from their human makers, but keep telling yourself it's just pulling it from algorithms.
Well, this is what I'm kind of getting at is like, okay, like in the case of someone like, okay, let's say like Father Joseph, right? He's making an AI for orthodoxy because we don't have one. Like true orthodoxy doesn't have sort of an AI, right? And to answer questions with the appropriate way to answer them, right? So in that case, like it could be.
It's not that hard to understand. It's nothing appropriate about it. You cannot control which the state that technology would be able to advance itself without the need of humans. That's not very hard to grasp.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. Like it's gonna get out of control at some point, and it has it already probably. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think even Father Swayden writing a program like that would write into the program something like, whatever opinion that this device might give you is not a replacement for the opinion of the saints.
No, right.
Because
I think that device would give you the opinion of the saint, right? Like, maybe quote them or something. Maybe you could do that. I don't know if that's what his plan for.
But it wouldn't be the same as somebody who studied across different saints
Yeah,
an actual saint who
absolutely. I
studied
agree
under
with
the
that.
saints, who can then give you a ready-made testimony about their works and the works in question. I mean,
Right. Like it's kind of like a simulated version of what you're supposed to do. You know, it's kind of really
exactly
learn it.
right.
And that can be a problem, I think, too. I don't know. That's some things I probably should ask him about. Like, has he thought about these things?
Well, I would say that he would say that it would be a tool that you would use to study, but it would not be the replacement for the authority or the opinion of a saint. Right?
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
I would
Right. And I
probably
agree
guess
with
that he
that.
would say something like that.
I agree with that.
You know, and otherwise, you know, you got Saint,
right.
yeah, you got Saint Google and Shake Google. Right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and
Saint AI, dude.
yeah,
Crazy.
Apostle AI.
Right. You mean the same technology that they use in resurrection tools? The same thing that you put people in a chair and electrocute them, right? So.
Well, I mean, the Roman Catholics got a whole priest or Jesus you can talk to now or something, confess to.
Well, there you go. Just ask your AI Jesus to save you. You don't need a monastery. Just get on Google and tell the AI to take on the personality of Jesus Christ. He'll save
Do you
your
really
soul.
think that I go there thinking the monastery itself is going to save me?
You gotta put your faith in something, right?
You're wild, bro. You're wild. It wouldn't be like there's relics of saints there, and
I wouldn't know. That's not how I wouldn't know. That's not how I found God. I didn't have to go and visit big churches of Christ. So,
studying the text and studying the saints. Just years of this guy's life. He's out there, like living the life that the scriptures ask us to. Why wouldn't I go to an expert on that? It's kind of who someone's really living the way.
Yeah. Were you there? Were you there? Like they say about Jesus Christ, were you there to witness his righteous acts?
Well,
no, but it was written down. It was written down, so you believe it, right? Kind of like they claim about Jesus.
You're so nihilistic that you.
I'm nihilistic, but I believe in Christ.
Life,
I don't think you have to go to a church. I don't think you have to go to church to find Christ.
Why did Christ establish a church then? That's the question. Why did he do that?
But I can tell you one thing: people in the end times are not going to be in a church when they receive the gospel before the end of the world. No, they won't. No, they won't. Because the Antichrist is going to burn down all the religious churches. You thinking there's going to be a church?
There's no point.
You think the adversary of Jesus Christ is going to really allow a church to stand? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the gates of hell will not prevail against the church.
Okay,
if you say that's a lie,
you know demons can walk inside churches, right? The whole hollow ground is bullshit, right?
That a building is just a church. That's your problem. You don't understand what a mystical body of Christ
Good luck changing half the population's hearts who care more about OnlyFans and bonbons and Elon Musk's.
That has nothing to do with me, man.
I never said you.
I'm just saying, like, why is the majority of the population have to do with somebody's personal experience with God? Like, what are you talking about?
I just think you preach the wrong message, which is it sounds more and more like
message?
More and more like you need a building or a church to find God, which is not the real message. Anyone can find Christ anywhere or God. As long as you seek his face, you can find him anywhere, even in the dark. But
you didn't face so you came on my channel and you commented a couple times, right? And I gave you explanations that you haven't replied to. When you reply to those, I'll talk to you about it. But other than that, I don't want to have this
because I don't want to fall asleep to your 20-page readings. That's why I don't reply.
Well,
I don't need man to tell me. I don't need man to tell me how to understand God when no man on this planet understands God. So fast food mind. Oh no, McDonald's. Oh, I got the mindset of a goldfish. Too many nanobots in my bloodstream. Too many baby stem cells in my Pepsi.
You make the conversation so unbearable because that what I'm telling you is the truth. So instead of actually facing,
that's right. It's the demons that manifest, right? It's the demons that manifest.
Truther, lurker cop. over here. But
You
maybe
do it
they
every
are
single
bots.
time. You
Who
just
knows?
talk over somebody when you don't have a point to make.
Oh no, at least I don't have to be DK and be drunk to do it.
What about spiritually drunk?
I mean, I guess, but keep telling yourself y'all know the Bible. Coming from the one, Red, you don't have no right to judge anyone when you completely disregard the faith and abandon it. So I don't really take, anything you say religiously on
You
it.
don't know the Bible, bro. A
Am I
very
judging
basic
you right
teaching
now?
of the Bible.
I never said
is
you were
Christ
judging me,
established
Red.
the
It wasn't a
church.
personal attack. I'm just saying. Because
Oh,
you do realize that when it comes to if it's spiritual, that being inside of a church, yes, you can set up a spiritual church on earth for the souls of mankind all you want, but a majority of people are not going to find that church. That's why Christ gives you the ability to find him in any situation in the end times. Yes, you can find Christ in a physical or spiritual church while you're here, but every physical church I've ever been to has been full of hypocrites, pedophiles, and freaks. So no thanks. I chose to find God personally.
The sins of men can take you away from the church of God. In other words.
Yeah, I'm saying that
So
not everyone has to. You don't have to go to church every Wednesday and Thursday and Sunday in order to go and find Christ. You can find God in your own backyard if you have the ability to care enough to find God. You don't have to go to church and eat among the hypocrites in order to be able to do it, even though that Christ did it.
Well, if you don't have the church, you don't have God, dude.
Oh no, you can't have the church in your heart written on your heart. In your mind. No, you must go to a physical place and worship.
An idealistic church that's just in your head, an invisible church.
No,
there's no actual place.
My church is already in my heart and in the kingdom of heaven. I'm not conforming to this world.
Let's see how that works out for you.
My physical body's already dying thanks to the government pumping me full of cancers and chemicals. So I really don't care about my physical body all that much because when I die, I accept Jesus Christ for what it is.
You're clear of the medical stuff.
Oh, that's right. Hypothetically, allegedly. The point is I'm going to tell you, dude, Christ will tell you, you don't have to go to a church to find me. Christ,
Why
you
would
can
he
find
establish
you.
One, then?
Why? I don't know. But I can tell you, Christ will find you anywhere that you seek him. You don't have to be in a church on your knees in a pew singing hymns in order to find the Lord Jesus Christ. So was Jesus preaching in a church? Was Jesus preaching in a church? No, he was among the people. He was among the people. So keep believing in your physical churches. That's why Jesus. That's why Jesus wasn't in a church every Sunday, right?
They preached in synagogues, so.
Joel speaketh.
Dude, get him.
I'm not saying that, but you're not going to sit here and tell me that every single day that Jesus went out there and went among the masses to heal them and talk to them, that he did it inside of a temple or any type of structure. Because the whole earth is his temple. The whole earth is his temple.
Dude, it's so stupid.
But he didn't stretch out the sky like a tent, right?
Listen to him, dude.
The whole earth is his temple. The whole earth is his temple. Yeah, unbearable. Even though the guy doesn't read anything. Can't even read the book of Psalms and how it describes the earth. Oh, but you claim to know the Bible, Mr. False Christian. Believe in your white men and your idols.
The strategy, dude.
You would have been one of the Hebrews out there in the desert making gold calves while Moses was up there getting the 10 Commandments. And then did you complain when God went and smote you?
You're currently apostate, dude. I don't want to
hear
I don't want to hear what I would do. What are you doing currently?
Not claiming to know Jesus Christ, that's for sure.
Yeah, why don't you know him? Because you haven't been to a church.
No, because apparently he doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I know the wrong Jesus Christ.
It's just an idea that
you sound like the same guy who told me that Jesus Christ told me not to die for complete strangers like I would a brother. Yet the Bible literally tells you to love a stranger and pray for him like you would a brother. So okay, but I don't know the Bible. You need a physical church to know Jesus Christ.
It's both physical and mystical. I've been through it. You could straw man all day. It really doesn't matter, bro.
Awesome.
I wonder what AI Jesus would think.
He would send him straight to hell. That's what he would do.
He would say, take your fucking Neuralink and obey and survive. That's what.
No, I don't know what he would do. I don't know what AI Jesus would do.
Well, maybe he'll come and save us from the machines, right? Like Neo.
Maybe he'll save you from the monasteries you're so afraid of.
I don't know. That's little boys in them.
Yeah. Okay. Slappable, dude.
Yeah.
Freaking Jake.
He king of Jew? Maybe Jesus' father was the Chinese milkman.
There's more hard note to die. He was born. Y'all been waiting for a long time. Right. Here go, Killer Priest. Come on. 9-7. 9-8. Give it to him. It's the Byzantine King. Supreme. All meal, kiss the ring. Into it, Elohim. I blow steam from the families of the Maccabees. Smack them seas, watch them scream your majesty. Make them suffer the capacity of tragedy. Hold the crowd down like gravity. Back the fuck off, stop grabbing me. Hands off me, niggas starting to bore me. I'm getting sleepy, I need some coffee. Me and my woo bandits, we bury niggas deep in the canvas. Body bandage, like some mummies. You fucking dummies, you can't take nothing from me. It's the longest waited, the most anticipated. The album hesitated. Scream the name out, Killer Priest. I leave the blood spilling in the streets. I'm from the dark hills of Brownsville. The 7 shield throwing windmills across the killing field. Never forget it, tell them rap critics I speak in arithmetics so they can never get it. I'm too scientific, lyrics explicit. I roll with thirsty niggas, thieves and killers, tigers, gorillas, faces like Godzilla. We start rappers that smile like a Godzilla. The God Illa, cross my heart, hope to die. We multiply by the hundreds, fucking by the thousands. See me outside the show browsing. Beats up your soundman, playing haters and platers. We give them cold stares. Any last prayers?
Yo, concrete techniques, bomb beats and cause casualties. My faculty, hold it down like gravity, rapidly threaten like weapons to adolescents. Ghetto residents, quick to pass into presence. State of the slums, kill for bladed crumbs, fake ones. They cross with smiles and snake tongues. I'm deep into this, I sometimes gasp for air, deadly warfare. Hot blast cops and cold stare, shots flare. Like fireworks on July the 4th. Weapons get tossed, fugitives slide north. My forces combine, New World 2009 digital. Criminals, you make mills, the cyber crime. It's all planned ahead 2 times. I see the signs through a great mind. The heaviest change cannot bind.
Scare you out of eye. We tell the truth, no lie. We cross our heart and hope to die.
High-ranked officials and armed tanks with missiles, blood bristle. Simple fact you slept on the issue. That before you started jerking off joysticks and Sega, I was rocking off 100-watt amps and Sharon Vegas. The true fine-tuning and shipping up humans. Some C's ass will be those rhyme killers in mass. no doubt. Difficult task to last in the square. Beware, infinite amount of darts is in the air. I'm victorious with no opponents and blast these opponents with microphone. Watch the whole world live the moment. Anything anti, it came approaching this. Incapable of speech remains motionless. Stay you out of eye. You tell the truth, no lie. You talk hard, you hope to die. We stay you out of eye. We tell the truth, no lie. You talk hard, you hope to die. Just a genius.
Oh shit.
You about to witness a 2-5 Jedi Minds collabo. You know what I mean? The God just a law. You Megatron is a Martian, feeding off weed and cash. I died from my ship in the Roswell crash. You smash when you back with the clashing ox. Sword you in half without the fucking magical box. Wet pussy always demons flash my cock. I'm dead, it just didn't leave the casket locked. Pass my block, I let shot. Drilling your spleen, we ill for range. When handheld, killing machines. Still breathe with the arm of steel. Guard your grill, nigga, I was brought up by the kids in Smallville. Following our Lord's will. Offering the scale, caught up in the rail. Don't give me cause to kill. Nocturnal, I stroll with the darkness goes. If I had to follow the moon across the globe with the staff and white robe, I still hold metal. Disciples who walk on flash and roll pedals. Yo, last rites, we fast to blast twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days, and pray for 49. Yo, I'm savage. I write rhymes and pitch blackness. Any motherfucker in front is left backless. Y'all motherfuckers just burned into acid. Trying to step into the zone with any passes is Black Sabbath. With a slug in his breath. This Jedi mind 2-5 talking for real. You ever think there might be trouble in hell? Cause a motherfucker like me coming to kill. And y'all better pass the mic to Spin L. Y'all learn the facts of life from Kim Phillips. I don't know how many kids my flow hard. My gun control leave y'all with no arms. Y'all ever smell the stench of dead bodies? Left in the path of the past of Gaddafi. 5'9", planet up, mad stocky. Animal dogs, we fuck slugs in the lobby. Last rites, we back the black twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days and pray for 49. Last rites, we back the black twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days and pray for 49. I hit the turnpike on dirt bike with 2 heaters on my way to Philly to fight for Mumia. Only thug gorillas will react to this. The laws tried to destroy black activists. Half of y'all is performers and actresses. I keep at least 100 grand in the mattresses. Shit's so hot, soon as I write it, I get indicted. I dare one of y'all scared niggas to bite it. I done stood in hood lobbies getting my rocks off with long johns and 3 pairs of socks on. Ducking from the pig so I don't get knocked off and popped off. And y'all thugs are soft, that's why your skirt get pulled up. Clothes come off, red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern. I'm on live, Pentium Plus and Benz wagon. Mock you, believe me, it do ring bells. If you saw me do dirt, you won't live to tell. I done lived in a cell, did bids in hell. Held niggas at gunpoint for ransom and bail. Yo, last rites, we fast to blast twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days and pray for 40 nights. The city of brotherly love. Now I mean home of the thugs. Back on my side, NY, killer shot. The foul feature, Maki, Icon, Stu, Tragedy Gaddafi. Shit ain't a game, that's not why we came. Power to the thugs.
By prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools and more money for such schools, the way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle class white people. Achieving total political control through revolution and dismantling technological society is incompatible, since this kind of political control is only possible with technology. Due to leftist psychology, they could not be trusted to dismantle the system, even if they did gain control.
Yeah, I think essentially the whole idea with systems neatest trick is making the case in propaganda that is a sister work to the technological society, and the reason is because the whole concept of mass psychology and propaganda only becomes feasible in a society, that it, is basically run by industrial technology, right? So, once you have large scale technology, large scale systems of production, then you can have, communications technology and all that type of stuff. And then a certain level of cultivation of means in terms of the mass media, the mass psychology, the mass population becomes necessary. You know what I mean? And it becomes a factor. I mean, in how the system operates. So, propaganda becomes a political reality within large scale systems, where, the central power is technological, right? And that's one of the main points that ellul makes.
Now, obviously, there's plenty of examples of this today, and since Ted wrote this, I mean, this is just kind of a common thing on the right now, right, and even in the center, to point out how the left kind of reinforces the values of the oligarchs, right? And, it is the ridiculousness of the SJWs claiming that, capitalist oligarchs are somehow like conservative, like stuffy Christians that want like some kind of fascist closed borders dictatorship. And so they go out and they advocate for equality, and they advocate for absolute feminism, where women can be in the workplace, and open borders, where there'll be masses of migrants to lower wages and among the native workforce. And they see this as rebellion. And Kaczynski's claim is simply that all of these forms of pseudo-rebellion, they're basically based on integrating people more deeply into the technological system, right? The leftist wants to enforce human rights, they want to enforce equality, they don't want any corner of the world to have sort of backward, bigoted beliefs that deny LGBT people or other minorities their rights. And so in this push for equality, this this sort of noble push for fairness and justice, what they're actually pushing for is to break down these divisions, these barriers that exist for the oligarchs, to turn everyone into kind of Western consumer that can work long hours and purchase the junk that the technological system produces. And they never stop to question if this is a real rebellion against the system, because of course they've deeply internalized these values. He also writes against conservatism pretty briefly. He mostly focuses on leftist psychology, but he's also scathing of conservatives. He says the conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of the society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well. And that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. I don't think I need to get too much into that.
So that's paragraph 50. I focused on that an extra amount. And obviously the reason why he doesn't focus on conservatism as much as leftism is that the problems with leftism are endemic to how the technological system functions. Leftism as a political reality is only brought to fruition through the technological system, right? So without the technological system, leftism would not be a feasible political thesis or reality, right? Okay, and you can see that in Marx and other things. And, they basically presume that you have industrial society in place, right, for the leftist project, right? Just as a certain level of autocratic society, democratic society fits rather well with technological society, right? Because they wanted to apply the same type of theories to governance as were there in like the theories of Newton, right? So they thought if you could create the perfect system, that, you know, it would improve man across the board. And of course, that yet has to be seen. It's yet to be seen.
You can think of ample examples, right, a conservative that supports technological progress, and you can think of the revolutionary effects of things like technological advances like birth control and so on. And of course, his final conclusion is the anti-tech revolution, right? He advocates an immediate revolution against the system. The more the system grows, the greater will be the destruction brought about by an eventual collapse. We can't embrace accelerationism because the end technology is accelerating towards is actually the end of our species and the irreversible destruction of the biosphere. This isn't really in the manifesto, but he wrote about this in other writings. He believes that we're inevitably heading to a future where humans themselves are replaced by machines and we become surplus to requirements. And so any arguments about reform or about accelerationism, they're kind of made moot. But I mean, it's like you want to accelerate and you think that will bring about the collapse of the system, but actually what you're accelerating towards is people being totally replaced by robots, and then there is no future for us, right? We also can't rely on a political revolution, because political revolutions are directed against some system that isn't the base of all of this, which is the technological system, but instead they're directed at some secondary system like capitalism, but not the source of the problems. And the other aspect of it is if leftists got control because of their psychology, you know, if this was a Marxist revolution or something, because of their psychology, they couldn't be trusted to use any of this for good means or to reform it, because they're so power hungry, they're so spiteful that if they were the ones in charge, they would just throw away all their principles and just use the power for their own ends and to destroy their enemies, to gain greater power and influence for themselves. So there's no